There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình là Eli Đỗ Thành Đạt, mình là người đi ADC cho team Flash.
Xin chào các bạn khán giả, mình là Jisoo đến từ team Flash.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Coyote, người chơi đường giữa đến từ. Thì nếu mà để suy nghĩ về team của em thì nếu mà 3 từ đó thì chắc là vui vẻ, hòa đồng và nhiệt huyết.
Mình cảm thấy khá là vui mừng bởi vì đây là lần đầu tiên mình tham gia giải đấu quốc tế. Điều làm mình trông chờ nhất là cái cúp của giải đấu lần này.
Với sức mạnh hiện tại và nếu như bọn em có thể giữ vững phong độ thì ứng cử viên cho chức vô địch sắp tới chắc chắn là team Flash.
Thì mình sẽ cố gắng cùng đồng đội mang chiếc cúp vô địch về cho Việt Nam.
大家好，我是来自闪电狼的飞龙路选手拉廷做康，然后我来自大师赛区。像我们团队的优点应该是稳健、团结、敢打吧。然后我们的稳健的风格，就是因为我们在生物件方面，然后的营运上面也做得比别人好。然后团结部分就是在进行检讨的时候，然后我们不会因为自己个人的想要成一些英雄，然后不去听其他队友的意见。然后敢打就是我们在争夺一些小龙团战的时候，我们只会打我们想要打的架，我们不会去随便乱打，除非对面想来揍。进入 WCS 总决赛感想是，我觉得蛮兴奋的，因为毕竟很久没有打进，我们已经沉寂1年了，然后这次终于在比赛上面有所表现，然后蛮令人期待的。我希望我们团队在这场比赛中可以至少拿到前2名的成绩，然后尽量是有门票啦。然后希望我个人的期许是至少可以拿1次5连杀吧。因为毕竟没有在比赛上拿过，最多就4杀而已。最害怕的对手应该是 BRU 吧，因为毕竟他们的风格跟我们的风格是完全不一样。他们的风格比较属于那种疯狗式的打法，然后希望这次在遇到他们的时候，我们也可以用相同的方式打他们回去，让他们知道他们不能这样玩。谢谢各位一路从例行赛支持我们到季后赛，然后到现在的总决赛。如果没有你们的话，我们可能没有办法表现得这么好。感谢有你们，然后希望我们可以拿下世界冠军。
สวัสดีครับพวกเราตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับจากทีม Buriram United Esports ครับผมอาร์เชนี่ครับผมโนเอลครับผมโพเดนฟรีครับผมแบงค์ครับที่ว่าทีมสั้นๆล่ะครับก็คงเป็นโหดมากๆครับเพราะว่าทีมเราโหดมากๆครับรู้สึกยังไงที่ได้ไป WCS ครับก็คงรู้สึกดีนะครับเพราะว่าเราก็ได้เป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยนะครับในการไปแข่งในรายการระดับนานาชาตินะครับก็จะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
เป้าหมายของ WCS คืออยากติดท็อป 4 ใน C ครับผมอยากเป็นตัวแทนประเทศไทยในการแข่งเวทีระดับโลกครับผม
ทีมไหนที่เป็นตัวเต็งครับก็คงเป็นทีมบุรีรัมย์ยูไนเต็ดอีสปอร์ตครับเพราะว่าเขาสร้างประวัติศาสตร์หลายภาคในประเทศนะครับ
อยากฝากให้แฟนๆครับก็อยากให้แฟนๆที่เชียร์พวกเราติดตามพวกเราไปจนถึงรอบสุดท้ายนะครับพวกเราจะทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
Hi, I'm Lance Hernandez, also known as Kaigu, and I'm from Team RQ. We're from the Philippines. I would describe my team as aggressive, instinctual, and mechanical. Because our team usually relies on the players' mechanical skills and instincts and aggressiveness to defeat and overpower opponents. It feels great, but to be honest, we didn't really expect that we would win it all. But I'm glad that we didn't give up and we really tried our best making it through the lower brackets. Of course, we're looking to test our team and our team strengths against the top teams of the other regions. For me, it's Flash Wolves from Taiwan because they play really well and they play really clean while drifting. To all our fans and supporters out there, please watch and support our team as we compete at the WCS Finals this upcoming May.
Fun, and more fun await everyone here. For another day of excitement, let's all welcome our Game Master, Mika Fams!
Hey, good evening, Summoners Rip! I'm just kidding, there's no crowd. It's just me. But I won't be alone for long because we have some special guests joining us. Before anything else, I hope you guys are all geared up for the WCS Championship Finals, which is happening really, really soon. Of course, that isn't the only region competing at the WCS, and that won't be the only region competing right here in the Wheel of Misfortune. I know you guys have seen some of your favorite influencers from MYSG, from Thailand. Now we're going to flip things over and have some contestants over from WCS Masters. Let's bring up our first contestant. We have Multi joining us. Multi, welcome to Wheel of Misfortune.
Hello, 大家好，我是莫提。
Hi, thank you for joining us. So I have a quick question for you. You were asked to prepare a bunch of things. What's the weirdest thing that you had to bring over today?
这是一个丝袜，还有一个蛋。
A stocking and an egg. Right, okay. I know where that's going, but I'm not gonna spoil anything. Let's bring up contestant number 2. We have Graves joining us. Graves, hello. Welcome to Wheel of Misfortune. Now your turn. What's the weirdest thing that you had to bring and prepare for this show?
Okay, so I was asked to prepare an awkward photo, but I couldn't spoil it right now because this photo, it actually has some background story that if it actually happened and I have to show it, you'll know it. So,
All right. Keep it a secret. We'll probably uncover that a little bit later. Now, last but not least, let's welcome contestant number 3. We have Momo Sky joining us. Momo Sky, welcome. You guys are going to be playing Wheel of Misfortune. The mechanics are on your screens right now, but you know what? I say this all the time, the mechanics might be on your screens, but they don't really matter because there is only one that you have to pay attention to, and that is to impress our Miss Fortune. And let us welcome her to the stage right now, our very own Miss Fortune, cosplayed by Foxrots.
I hope you guys are ready to set sail, and I gotta say, Mika, I like the new outfit.
Thank you.
You look really good.
You know what? We have a new kind of wheel of misfortune as well. I see some new things over there. What could that mean? We had our favorite, of course, Do It Chewy. We have decorate your face with WCS team logos. Paint your eyebrows with peanut butter. We haven't had that one yet.
Yeah.
What could we be doing today? We are gonna find that out because, gentlemen, from WCS Masters, you guys are going to be playing Wheel of Misfortune. And our very own Misfortune, what do they have to do to impress you for our first challenge?
All right, guys, for the first challenge, this is a weird one. So, the first one is fill in the blanks. The best blank in WCS is blank because they blank and never blank.
I'm already filling stuff in, like myself.
I have one.
Oh, okay.
I'll go first to give them an
Alright,
idea.
alright.
So I'm gonna say the best panelist in WCS is none other than Mika Fabs. Because they change clothes and yet never shower.
I do. It's a talent.
You never shower.
That's my hidden talent.
You wanna know a secret?
Yeah?
I don't shower either.
Hey! That's why we're sisters here. That's why we're sisters. But we're gonna get to know these guys because we're gonna have them fill in the blanks for that statement. And we're gonna start with Multi right over here. Multi, can you complete the statement for us?
The best team in the WCS is Flash Wolves because they always win and never lose.
Pretty safe. Pretty safe.
By the way, Multi, I hear they're looking really, really good this season. So let's move over to contestant number 2, Graves. Can you complete the question?
Okay, I would say the best esport caster in WCS is Momo Sky. Because he always predicts and never make it right.
I love it, the subtle shade. You know, you bring them up and then you just tell the truth. Thank you very much, Graves. I like that. All right, our third contestant, Momo Sky, can you fill in the blanks?
The best jungler in the WCS is Xianyou because they always steal Baron and never smite lose.
All right. WCS Masters representing, but I think it's going to be up to our Misfortune over here to decide who the winner is.
So this is how it's gonna go. The winner is immune to having to spin the wheel. And for this one, it was an easy win. I'm gonna have to go with Graves. The subtle shade. You think it's gonna be a compliment?
We like shade here.
Yeah, we like shade.
Yeah.
We like shade. And the loser, unfortunately, you know what Misfortune says is that fortune doesn't favor fools. And I believe that playing it safe is a foolish thing to do. So I think the one who spins the wheel is going to be
Multi. All right, you are the wheel's first victim. Let's see what the wheel of Misfortune has in store for you.
Sorry, Multi. No! We were so close to the peanut butter.
Okay.
So close.
We have Bite, a bar of soap. Don't chew it or eat it, and don't try this at home. Very dangerous things. Multi is a professional. Yes. Do you have a bar of soap with you, Multi?
And we only have shampoo here.
Do you have peanut butter on you?
Oh yes, we have the peanut butter.
Perfect. There you go. Paint your eyebrows with peanut butter. Yeah.
Peanut butter on the eyeball. Okay.
Yeah. Oh. There.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Okay, that's
You
okay.
gotta keep it on though. You
gotta keep it
on.
Okay, I keep it on. Okay, that's okay.
Good job, Multi. All right, we are not done yet. What's the next one, Foxtrots?
The next one is that I'm going to show you a cropped photo, and you're going to have to guess what the full photo is.
There you go. Guess the image. What is this? I think it's actually pretty easy. So, you know what? I'm not going to give these guys too long to think about it. Let's start with our first contestant, Multi. Multi, what is this image? You only have one choice. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to think it through, though. Your 30 seconds starts right now.
Okay, I guess that will be the dragon flame.
Dragon blood.
No, I say dragon flame.
Oh, dragonfly.
Yeah, dragon flame.
Oh, okay.
Graves, what about you? You have 30 seconds to answer starting now.
It kind of looks like maple leaves, but I would guess it's the ashes when you burn something.
Oh,
I think they're called cinders.
Yeah.
They're called cinders, yeah.
All right, and Momo Sky, what is your guess? You have 30 seconds.
brand 火人，布兰德的火。
Brand's fire. Okay, let's see who gets it right.
All right, so the actual photo is a volcano.
An erupting volcano. So you know, actually, Brand wasn't too far.
Not too far. But you know what? This game is not about getting the answers right. It's about answering in a way that I will like the most. And I'm gonna say that the winner, who is immune from the wheel, is Multi, because that was a dragon's flame. That's cool. That's super cool. I love dragons. And the loser has got to be Graves.
Aww.
All right, Graves, are you ready? Let's spin the wheel of misfortune.
No, we already. So actually,
can we ditch the soap?
But how about in a glass, in a normal glass, you take a shot of vinegar.
Oh yeah, it's actually vinegar, so let's do it.
All right, Graves, are you ready?
Yeah, I have my vinegar here and a cup.
Nice, all right.
Nice.
And I'll start pouring it, and I'll only stop when someone says stop.
Okay, I'll leave that to misfortune then.
Oh, yo.
Oh boy.
Yeah, okay, stop. Okay, I'll just pour it like a little bit more.
Stop.
Okay.
All right, bottoms up, Graves, to the WCS Masters and the WCS Finals. Cheers.
Cheers.
And that's the look that we love over here at the Wheel of Misfortune. But we still have one more to go.
Ah, I love this one. This next challenge is called Wild Fruit. And it involves, do you guys have the onions that you were asked to prepare? Please bring them out. And this is gonna be a little art project. I want you to, by whatever means necessary, carve your favorite Wild Rift champion out of that onion.
All right, you guys, you have 30 seconds to be as creative as you want. I'm actually curious which contestants find like which champions easy. And, you know, those that are a little bit more ambitious.
Yeah.
With their champions. 10, 9, 8, 7 sets in, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Onions up. Let's do this one by one. Let's go over to Multi first. Multi, what is that?
At first, I want to do the misfortune, but I think I use is too ugly, so I will say she's Lulu.
Let's move over to Graves over here. Which champion did you pick, and can we see your artwork?
Okay, so for the lights here, it's kind of reflects, so you couldn't see it really well. There's the head, and I have the ponytail here, and he's actually holding a blade. So I guess you all know what this champion is.
Did you try to do Yasuo?
No, it's actually not. Of course, it's Yasuo.
Of course it's Yasuo. Can't you tell from my hyper-realistic onion sculpture that it's Yasuo?
All
For
right.
sure.
Okay, let's move over to Momo Sky here. Momo Sky, can we see your artwork?
我想磕真娜的一技能。
Oh, Jenna! Okay. All right. Very ambitious champions.
Very ambitious.
Can I just say the first time we did this, everybody went for Teemo?
Yeah.
Just put like eyes and a dot.
They put a smiley face and they were like, it's Teemo. So the winner of this challenge, I'm gonna give it to Lulu because I thought it was so clever. He actually barely did anything, but then
like,
the onion looked like Lulu. I love that. I love that. And the loser, of course, it's Yasuo. Come on. What was the Yasuo in there?
Graves, twice in a row. Let's see what the Wheel of Misfortune has in store for you.
Spin it to... Am I allowed to say that? Is that a copyright? Never mind. Yay!
Okay, yeah.
Graves, you must cosplay a muumuu and wrap yourself in toilet paper.
My
Just your
head?
head. Just your head is fine.
Yeah, sure. So how do I do this?
Like a mummy, like a mummy. Think like a mummy. Think like a muumuu.
Be a muumuu. Oh, be a muumuu. Oh, I'm gonna be sad.
A muumuu. But wait, there's more. We have to pick an overall loser to get the magical fourth spin of the Wheel of Misfortune. And I'm gonna say the ultimate loser for not losing a single time is Momo Sky.
Oh, Momo Sky.
We couldn't let you go home without spinning the wheel.
That's what you
I'm
get
sorry.
for being a winner.
I'm sorry.
All right, let's spin the Wheel of Misfortune. Okay.
The wheel says that you have to pluck a single nose hair. And I want you to bring it up to the camera and show it to us like this. To prove that you did it.
All right.
Are you ready?
Meanwhile, Graves and Multi are just like, okay, we can't wait for this.
I know.
All right, Momo Sky. Are you ready?
Okay, ready?
Ready.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh.
You want to go for a bigger one? Be my guest.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
All right. Thank you so much to our guests from the WCS Masters. I think that about wraps up our show.
No, actually, before we let our guests go, I have a surprise for them too.
Really?
Yeah, they're not the only ones who'll be receiving some misfortune today. I actually have a video that I'd like to show everybody.
What is this? I don't know if you guys have seen this show, but I love it. And I had to do it in costume too. I had to do it in costume.
You know, great moves, Mika. Great moves.
Yes, indeed. I think
that wraps up our show.
That's
it. We're done. No more surprises. I'm done. I'm done.
That is the real end of the show, and I hope you guys are even more hyped for the WCS Championship Finals. Thank you so much to our guests from WCS Masters over here, with Graves still wrapped up in toilet paper, and Momo Sky, I think, still crying a little bit from the nose hair, and Multi with peanut butter still on his eyebrows. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to another episode of Wheel of Misfortune.
How's the dance go? Teach me.
Yeah, we do this. We do this. 2, 3.
If I Welcome, folks, back to the WCS Finals, and I'll let you guys in on a little secret. Competition's going on across the world, but you guys made the right decision tuning into WCS Finals, because here we have the top 4 teams in one of the best regions in the world competing it out to determine that first winner of the WCS Finals, and we have a bunch of amazing matches today. We have our upper bracket finals and our lower bracket semifinals to kick things off here. And this broadcast is brought to you guys by our friends over at Riot Games, Coca-Cola, One Esports, and Gosu Gamers. And it's been an amazing series, an amazing run, and we're looking forward to see what else we have in store for us with our top 4 teams locked into the Icons Global Championship now to determine the first Ultimate Champion. I'm Grant, and with me I have Autolus and I have Husky.
Yes.
Finally
we're here.
We're back.
We're back.
Here we go. Okay, after
super excited.
Definitely not Autolus, definitely not Husky.
Oh yeah, that's true.
We're back again. I'm just really pumped up for
it's gone. Otto, you're so excited. You're tossing stuff around now.
You
Come
know,
on, we just got
Stuff
started.
slipping out of your hands.
4 days of rest and 4 days of experiencing Malaysia. So fun, so fun. I feel like I'm a local now, dude. So,
Really?
Yeah. Welcome. You are finally a part of us.
You guys went out together, right?
Yes.
Like a couple of you guys went together, went to go and experience sites. What did you bring Autolus to go and see?
We brought him to like malls. We brought him to street food. You know, we gave him a spiritual experience. We made him. Yeah, we made him walk. We made him walk 30,000 steps.
What exactly does a spiritual experience entail?
Body aches.
That's physical.
A reminder that I'm not too young anymore. And yes,
spiritual enough.
But so after all the fun, now comes the more fun, because we are now down to 4 teams, and after today we'll be down to 3 teams, which makes things a lot more exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I just can't wait to see what the matches that we have today, because I think these teams have demonstrated tremendous performance. But at this juncture, someone has to go down.
Ooh. While talking about the 4 teams left in the competition still, let's take a quick look at the tournament format to refresh our minds as to how the WCS Finals will be playing out.
The WCS has reached its final battleground. 11 teams have proven themselves on their local stage. But as the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship approaches, only those who truly deserve greatness will be rewarded. One last competition leads to global representation. This is the WCS Finals. We begin with the play-ins, where 5 teams will fight for only 2 playoff slots. All 5 teams will play in a best-of-2 round robin, where the first place team will proceed immediately to the playoff bracket. For the first and second runners-up, only 1 spot remains, and they must face each other in a best-of-5 showdown. In the playoffs, our play-in hopefuls meet the best Southeast Asia has to offer in an 8-team double elimination bracket featuring the local champions. Make the Final 4 and qualify for Icons. Be the last remaining team and earn the title of the first ever WCS champion. The choices we make define us. For our teams, their choices will lead them to greatness or to their elimination. So, what will they choose?
So if you needed one more quick look into how the WCS Finals would play out, well, that's going to be that. I want to keep this conversation going, guys. Tell me, Husky, have you kept track of how many steps you've had to make Autolus walk?
Well, he took 30,000 steps.
30,000?
Roughly, with Contra. With me, I think we took 12,000. So we added up, that's 40+ thousand steps in 2 days.
Walking, a lot of walking.
You guys walked 12,000 steps.
Yeah.
Like Husky, you and Contra walked 12,000 steps.
Well, I went 2 days with Otto, right?
Right.
Yeah. One of the days we walked.
Otto has gone 30,000.
Nah, let me some walking.
Where are you walking to? What's your destination?
Okay, all right. So first day was all about resting, trying to condition myself. That was Monday. And Tuesday, we went to the towers, Twin Towers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I did not expect a lot of walking there. With Contra being my guide, dude, you need to walk. Then Wednesday, we went to the uphill town.
Yes,
right?
we went to Genting.
Right.
So we went to the town on top of the clouds, enjoyed the breeze.
I don't know. 30,000 steps sounds like you walked up the good thing.
No, no. I would say it was more of like a 30,000 because a combined from Monday, Tuesday, so that's 15, and then we have another 12.
Another
during
12,000, yeah.
But yeah, lots of steps. But the most important step right now is to step up for you not to be stepped on.
That's actually a good one. Well, these 4 teams have already made their first step. They have qualified for icons. So now the next step is to actually make it towards the end and become the winners, right?
And we have 2 great series ahead of us. But before we jump into all that, I'd love to hear your guys' reactions. While we were having this break, 3.2 was announced, and we had a bunch of interesting changes coming in. I'd like to hear from you guys. No words first. What were your thoughts for 3.2? No words, no words. All right, this one, we're locked in. There we go, we had it. Let's start with you, Husky. One thing that you were most excited for and one thing you were least excited for.
I'll start with the least excited one. Well, least excited one, there's only one Morgana skin.
Ooh.
I wanted more.
That's a shame, yeah.
But the skin that was released was a good one, so I can take it. It's a pass. My most excited one, Pink Wards! Control Wars are in! That is my favorite part of the new patch. People look at new keystones, new runes, new champions, new skin. No, I want the Pink Ward because I think that really really changes how you play the macro game, right? And if we make a reference to League PC, you can buy Control Wars and the Sweeper, but in Wild Rift, you can only have one of each. So now it really forces you to make the decision. Who's going to take that Control Ward? Who's going to take the Sweepers?
I can see Otto just wants to get in the conversation now. He's like, man, I really want to say something about this. All right, Otto, what do you have?
I love the champions, of course. First of all, we have Echo joining us into the fray. But what I'm really most excited about is Pyke. Oh my god, love me some support assassin plays because then again, yeah, we saw Pyke as a champion dominate League of Legends PC. Not just on the support role, but also, you know, on the mid lane, on the top lane. Some homage there for the G2 squad. The least excited about are actually the skins. You know why?
Why?
Yes.
My wallet will be hurting right now. Brian, take my money. There's a lot of skins that has been added onto Wild Rift, and not only that, even the Wild Pass, the Wild Rift exclusive skin for Nasus is so fire.
Yeah, and apparently there is a continuation to the previous Wild Pass skin, which is
Psychic
Detective Senna, right? This one is Nasus coming to hunt Senna in her dreams or something. So I love the story.
You get hunted by a dog in your dreams, huh?
I used to get hunted. I didn't get hunted. I used to get chased by dogs as a kid.
That is... I need to dig deeper into that, Husky, but for now, let's take a look at our messages for
There's
today.
a dog.
Because we have our upper bracket finals, Flash Wolves versus Team Flash. This match will lock in the first team to guarantee top 2 in the first ever WCS finals, and the match after that, BRU versus RRQ, our lower bracket semifinals, playing for elimination here. Winner gets to continue, loser still goes into icons, but their run will end today.
Yeah, exactly. Still looking forward to the BRU versus RRQ one for obvious reasons.
I have to ask. Yeah. I have to ask for BRU versus RRQ, which is the dog hunting who? Who's the dog hunting?
We love some underdog story. And RRQ has been the underdog since WCSPH. Remember?
Yes.
The lower bracket run, the number 5 seed, entering the playoffs and ending up winning. Same story. RRQ was never part of any international competition except for this one. While BRU has been on a tear recently.
Yeah, everyone doubted RRQ. Even domestically, no one predicted RRQ to even be in the top 4. They won the whole thing through the lower bracket, and now they are embarking on, they are in the midst of another lower bracket run. Yeah. And if they beat BRU, they get one step closer to that fantasy.
They play really well from that spot, from like the lower bracket, trying to climb their way up. You know, there's a lot of storylines. There are a lot of storylines to be had there. I think we're looking forward to that RRQ match. But for our first match coming up, we have Flash Wolves versus Team Flash, and we have our resident artist Husky here again today. He dropped a little graphic for us, gave us some visual representation for how this match is going to play out. We're going to get it up on the screen for you guys. And while we get that up, Husky, why don't you explain to us a little bit about the inspiration that you had when you started drawing this piece?
Yeah. So me and Otto, we were talking about the match matchup today. Like, what do we want to compare Flash Wolves and Team Flash to? And Otto said that, you know what? Team Flash is a team that likes to take risks. Think of it as Twisted Fate. He has 3 cards. If you need to pick the right card to get things done, and that represents Team Flash. And then you have Flash Wolves. They are a team that we all know love to go late game. It feels like they're always on the clock, and they have a stopwatch in their hand. And when you reach that late game, Flash Wolves will win. So we're looking at the risk taker versus the, what do you Otto say? Time controller. A team that's more composed versus a team that likes to take those risks early on.
Exactly, and it's just so fitting that we have Echo being released, right?
Yes,
so
exactly.
Now we have, or we could see Twisted Fate versus Echo. Wish that we could have Echo at least in this tournament, but
Otto, you're dropping stuff left and right.
I keep on dropping things. I have
Yeah, you need the rewind.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
You need rewind, unfortunately.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I
But
was,
yes.
I was so immersed drawing this piece yesterday that I lost track of time, which was supposed to be the theme for
How
the.
long did it take you to draw the whole thing?
I think more than an hour.
More than an hour?
Because I was.
It was detailed.
Yeah,
though.
drawing the figure was
conceptualizing,
easy.
right?
Yeah, and then drawing the logos because I wanted to make sure that the team logos actually look like the team logos. So I had to like draw it and erase it. At one point, the Flash Wolves logo you saw at behind the character, I had to erase the whole thing because it was too small.
Well, you did great.
I feel like there's some like tricks here to be had. You know, guys, if you're using a tablet, or use
I use a
iPad,
tablet,
right?
yeah.
If you're using a tablet, here's a trick. Use layers.
I did.
And use the layers, and you can scale up the piece. So you just select the item, and you just scale it up, res it up. You don't have to delete the entire thing and draw it again. Husky, I feel like you put in a lot of effort into this. I commend you for that, but work smart.
I learned something. I learned something today. To be very honest, I'm not an artistic guy, so thank you.
You've been doing a pretty good job.
Thank you. I learned something. So next time I can upscale the thing instead of erasing the whole.
You know what? It's a good thing that I'm not the one drawing because I don't want to be on the bad side of Grandin, giving me an earful about. Okay, you know what, Otto? You can do it better this way.
Oh, doing art critique, you gotta always like look at this. It's like, yeah, the dimensions a little bit off, perspective, color science.
What is with this pixel?
Yeah, this pixel is
my God.
I don't know. I'm not digging this pixel. I feel like this pixel. That's the kind of precision that I'm always looking out for, right?
God,
So
perfectionist.
that makes it more fun that way. I feel like there's when you really
it's a lot
put
more stressful that way.
when you put a lot of effort, the rewards feel even better.
Yes.
Let's start talking about our first match of the day in detail now. We've talked a little bit about the general play styles, the stylistic differences between these two teams. Let's start talking about our first featured matchup, the head-to-head between our Baron laners, between Flash Wolves and Team Flash. Otto, why don't we start with you?
Well, of course. Again, Shy coming in this tournament as the undisputed #1 Baron laner. Laning-wise, he will go over aggressive and could come up with solo kills, lane kills. That's not just that, right? The pressure that he gives to the opposing side would just open up the space or open up the map towards the top side. And for me, this matchup is very vital in this series alone because we saw how Isera controlled one of the aggressive Baron laners that we had in the Philippines. We saw WCS or Wild Rift Esports posted a video of Devil J, right? Saying that, hey, you know what? This kid can carry on the Jays, but Isera, being the veteran, just put him on a leash. And right now, he has a different task. He will go against Shy, and looking at the numbers, you can see that there's some differences. All I can say is this is going to be a very heated matchup in the top lane.
Yeah, and the KDA says a lot, right? Ysera has significantly lower KDA compared to Shy, but that is because he plays the role of an animal trainer, right? We looked at the
animal trainer, all right.
The description that we had. I think Team Flash would be the dogs, the hunting dogs, and despite Flash Wolves literally having wolves in the name, Ysera, as the veteran, he is going to be the one to exert control, which echoes what Autolu said. He was able to control Devil J, and Shy with the tendency to overextend, to go over-aggressive because he has the support from Coyote and Zissou. Might be a problem for Ysera, but if Ysera can control Devil J, I think he will be the one that has a chance against Shy.
I mean, we've seen them play across the map. There have been a lot of cross-map plays to be had. I think the most important thing for me has been the mid to late game. Once you start going to a side lane, how much impact you're able to get done. So, left alone, isolated in a side lane, what happens here, Otto?
1v1 without any other shenanigans.
No interference. Nobody else gets to come
Shy
in
wins.
to mess stuff up.
Shy wins, but if Isera heats up the same way he heated up, or he just, went on a zone against Devil Jade, it could be another story. We could see Ysera killing Shy. But on paper, I'm taking Shy.
Yeah, I agree. I think on paper, if we just look at the raw aggression, Shy takes the cake. Yep. But if you look at those minute trades, those very short window exchanges, I think Ysera has a really good chance of punishing Shy using those opportunities.
And as looking back towards these guys, I mean, some of the most standout points to me has been the fact that Ysera's champion pool has basically been 3 champions altogether. It's not much of a pool, right? It's probably like a champion cup of water.
Yeah.
A pot is still like a pretty reasonably large body, right?
He goes for like Camille. He has played Set. He has played Garen. That's his go-to, right? His Cyrodiil Grudge Garen. But if you take that Garen and Camille away, I think this puts Ysera in a more vulnerable position. Even though he has only played 1 set game during the series against RRQ, it was probably one of the more underwhelming series, right? He doesn't have the offensive capabilities. It felt like he wasn't able to sync up with his team as much using that set compared to Garen and Camille. Maybe that is the window that Team Flash needs to look for to shut down Ysera.
Then how do Team Flash avoid this, right? Well, for Flash Wolves, how do Flash Wolves avoid this against Team Flash? How do they go into this matchup knowing, hey, my Baron laner, he plays 2 champions incredibly well. The rest of the champions, I'm a little concerned about it. He's going up against the strongest Baron laner in the competition here against Shy. How does he stack up? How do they plan for this early on in picks and bans?
Personally, I don't mind. If they target Ysera, that frees up a lot of champion picks for Cookie. Remember, this is still the mid-jungle synergy that we're talking about for Flash Wolves. Bruce has been the identity of this team, has been the star player, with Cookie just running things for them. And one thing to note, we know the Team Flash already bled against BRU, and they bled how? What the just? Meanwhile, in this particular team, they have Isan. We saw a 5-man knockup from his Rakan. So, if they continue to target down Ysera, if I'm part of their coaching staff, I'll be smiling, I'll be smirking.
Yeah, on top of that, actually, other than the 3 champions mentioned, Ysera also plays Darius, so I think that's something that we can take into account when they play against RRQ. He was the one who won Game 1 for them.
All right, before we get deeper into the matchups and the things happening, let's take a deeper look at Flash Wolves.
Looking at Flash Wolves, we know that Ysera, Cookie, Bruce, Locking, and Eason is here to put on a show. But Flash Wolves is more than just this 5. They have a support system that always guides them through drafting and through their emotions. Last time that we interviewed these guys, they said that they keep their emotions in check, and that's why if the series goes a distance, if it reaches game number 5, chances are Flash Wolves will come out on top. Their playstyle, we know about it. It's slow. They want to pack as if they're wolves, and they're very hungry right now because by winning this, they'll be getting the highest possible placement for their team since Season 0.
Absolutely, and if anyone out there needs more proofs that Flash Wolves is a very composed team when the going gets tough, look at the past 2 series they played. All went to 5 games, and both of those series were won in a reverse sweep fashion. They were down 2-1, and then they won Game 4 and Game 5 to come back. And they have lost impossible games before. Look at the one against RRQ. Baron Steel, a flip of the coin. They lost Game 3, recovered instantly, destroyed RRQ in Game 4, and proceeded to confidently win that final Game 5.
You're giving me some good points here, Husky. I'm starting to feel a little strongly for Flash Wolves.
I'm the only one huffing the Flash Wolf copium at this point. I feel like I'm the only one that is like, Masters region. They will make it all the way. They will win WCS finals. They will bring the Masters flag all the way to Icons and prove that even a slow and steady team has some good points to it.
Well, I was kind of sold on the script, right? I saw the script come in and I was like, yeah, Yeah, I kind of feel it. You know, like Team Flash have been looking really good. And even the second seed out from the Vietnamese region with Cerberus Esports, I mean, they were able to put up a really good fight against some of the best teams. I think when we saw that first series, you mentioned how it was that reverse sweep from Flash Wolves against Cerberus. But let's not forget, Team Flash 4-0'd them to begin with. Like going into this one, Team Flash are strong ahead over their competitors, and I'm looking at their match against Flash Wolves. If Flash Wolves start slow, there's no time to reverse sweep them. 3 games will go to Team Flash just that quick.
I agree. When looking at the prediction score, if you guessed 3-2 in favor of Team Flash, chances are you're wrong.
It has to be Flash.
If it goes to 5th game, I really think that the experience, they're really tested to the brim, or they're really tested to the time. If it goes the distance, if it goes to game number 5, they'll just pull out a card and will still be relaxed, and as if they're playing their first game. That's Flash.
Wait a minute, Otto, I'm very concerned about my prediction now. What did I put for my prediction again?
I feel like
Flash. I feel like I'm in a bad spot now because of what you just said.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hold that for a little bit. When we go into the predictions, we'll talk a little bit more about that in depth. But that being said, you know, this is a teaser, in my opinion, a teaser of the grand finals, right? There's a very strong possibility in my mind that Flash Wolves will go into the lower bracket finals, play against the winner of BRU and RRQ, and then at that point, Flash Wolves will get a rematch against Team Flash. Assuming, you know, this is like, if we follow the perfect script all the way through. I know, Otto, you feel very strongly against this. Very strongly against this.
You believe that?
Where do you disagree, Otto? Where do you disagree?
I just think that the lower bracket teams right now stand, you know, has a better chance overall to reach the grand finals. Talking about BRU, talking about RRQ, whoever amongst these 2 teams will end up winning will be our top 2 team overall. So yeah, my question for you is, do you really believe that?
No, I genuinely believe that, right? Like, there's so much on the line here. There's so much on the line here. Not only is that the title for the first ever WCS Finals champion, you also get to jump ahead of the Icons Global Championship plate. Like, you don't start from planes, you go straight into the group stage, and that's worth so much, right? You get to avoid some of the toughest competition going in. You have a bunch of amazing teams sending some of the other seeds going into the play-ins, and it's a rough spot to begin from, right? So I think as much as possible, teams want to avoid that, especially since they've locked themselves into the Icons. Now it's about how much more they can climb. You know, there's a bit of diminishing returns here, you know, to go from already being a part of the competition to now wanting to just avoid that first phase of competition. But returns are returns. I don't know what else to tell you.
I mean, I agree with you on this one 100%. These are the Pool 1 teams that we have, at least in WCS Finals, right? And if there's any team that really knows the advantage of being ahead of the curve, that's them.
Well, we have another video ready for you guys to take a look, so we're going to jump into that real quick. And the opposition to the Flash Wolves will be Team Flash out for the Vietnamese region. You have Shine, Zissou, Coyote, Ellie, and Empty, an incredibly stacked roster and poised to be the first champions. Now let's take a look at how we might see things go differently here today.
They're still the favorites, dude. Like, the mech checks that happened, montage, highlights after highlights for Team Flash, they just break the rules of Wild Rift from the get-go. Yeah.
But I wanna, I know a lot of people might think that, you know, I'm going too far with this, but I would say the mech checks that we saw were against slightly weaker teams, not at the same caliber as Flash Wolves. And bear with me, I think you look at the matches that Team Flash have played, they 3-0 FLA, and then they went 3-2 against Buriram United. Flash Wolves went 3-2 against Cerberus and RRQ, but you learn more about, if you are Flash Wolves, I think you learn more about Team Flash than you are if you are Team Flash learning about Flash rules, because that was the first time we saw Team Flash bled, and it was against BRU, and it was in the early game. Something that we've been highlighting. Team Flash have the tendency to go a bit slow in the early game. They get punished, especially in that mid lane. Flash Wolves are watching, and they are the most fundamentally sound team that we have right
Husky,
now.
can I just say, camera, can we get a fake close up on Otto right now? Can we get a close up on Otto? Because look at this guy's face. Like this is the look of a man who's not convinced. He's looking at the mental gymnastics that Husky's doing. It's like, well, if they're playing on a Sunday and the sun is like, we have the solar eclipse, or we get a debuff on the internet speeds of Flash Wolves, and so Team Flash.
There is a reason. There is a reason why I don't follow horoscopes, ladies and gentlemen. Okay? All right, so Husky, let's just put it this way. Okay, I get that. There's a blueprint on how to beat Team Flash. And the fact that you said that they won against slightly weaker teams really just appalled me. I'm sorry. We have the best of the best teams here. And Team Flash, they deserve all the credit. They have so good mechanics. Yes, there could be an upset here, but I'm really thinking that with what they have shown so far, coming all the way from their regional playoffs, their region is so strong. They're the clear #1 team from that region, and I strongly believe that Team Flash is the strongest team in the season.
I'm sorry, Otto.
I know.
No, but I do agree. I think that there are a lot of good points about Team Flash, no doubt, right? We talked about how Team Flash is more top-sided. We looked at Jisoo and Shai a lot, but that's where I think Flash Wolves might have an edge, because while Team Flash focuses a lot on the top side, Flash Wolves have 2 points of attack. You either look at Cookie Ysera or Cookie Bruce. And Bruce and Coyote, they actually have very unique champion pools as well. The only one that clashes so far, I think, is the Cinch mid that we have seen throughout that series. But the one thing that separates these two players, I think, is how much resources they need down mid. And in Team Flash's case, I think they can focus that for Shai.
Yeah, true.
I think he's trying to pacify you. Otto, it's like, it's like, yeah, you're totally right, man. By the way, you're absolutely right, 100% yes. And it's like segueing onto the next point. It's like, also, just to let you know, Flash Wolves are gonna win this game because mid lane's better, mid jungle's better, mid bot's better. Like,
yeah, if you put it that way, dude. But to say that Team Flash would lose just because they went against weaker teams, dude, we have the most stacked region here. WCS, Southeast Asia. I don't know, man. We were watching a couple of games yesterday.
You're trying to turn the Vietnam fans against me. I don't like it.
We have an amazing series ahead for you guys to check out. This is our upper bracket finals. One of these teams will be locked into the top 2 spots in the WCS finals. That being said, guys, let's start to run our predictions. Your thoughts on this series and the score. Husky, let's start with you.
3-2 Flash Wolves.
3-2 Flash Wolves.
That makes sense. If you're standing Flash Wolves, you have to go for 3-2. 3-1 for me, for Team Flash.
3-1 Team Flash out for Autolus. Wow, this is a tough one. I know I went for Team Flash, but now I'm second guessing myself. All right, I'm gonna go with it again. I'm gonna say that Team Flash is gonna win. I'm gonna say they're gonna win 3-2.
Wait.
Just say it if you take
game number 5 of 3-2 for Team. That's allowed though, but yeah, chances are. That would be an upset.
That's a risky prediction. That's a risky prediction.
Exactly.
And I think there's good reason for that as well. You know, when I think back to what happened in their match against BRU, Team Flash, they had to take a breather. Like, they had to slow things down. Between Game 4 and Game 5, slow down the pace of the game, sit back for a second, really start to reassess how things were going before they went into game number 5, because when they went into it, oh my goodness, they looked like a refreshed monster. They crushed BRU. And I love BRU, but my goodness, if Team Flash played every game like that, Game 5, I don't see any team that could compete.
Yeah, it's more like how fast you can run down Flash Wolves early on, right?
Yeah.
The mech checks, that is what is going to define Team Flash in the first, I think, 5 to 10 minutes. If you can run down those lanes, then I think for sure Team Flash is going to take the cake. We've seen RRQ do that against Flash Wolves, right? They have a monstrous early game, and they were constantly keeping Flash Wolves on their toes. And a team that requires so much time to ramp up, like Flash Wolves, will significantly struggle against a team that is constantly putting their foot on the pedal.
Love your point, right? Against RRQ, Flash Wolves was able to extend the game into a 5-game series. Against Team Flash, I don't think that's going to happen. I still think that Shai is a whole lot better than Devil J and will be the pinpoint of attack for Team Flash. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, you said it best, he needs lesser resources, yet is still very effective. Coyote is the most underrated player that we have in their roster, and I'm just so happy that our first game after that long break is Team Flash.
I mean, I love the resilience that Flash Wolves have, right? Like, Flash Wolves have gone into their long series, into games where they had no business winning and turning things around. The ability to play from behind, I think, is one of their best strengths. That being said, I feel like they're a little too willing to let themselves fall behind early on, saying, all right, we're comfortable playing from behind. We're going to let you get that lead first. Here you go, take it. Do what you will with that. But when the situation gets sticky, well, Flash Wolves, I think they have a good chance, but it's not clear-cut that they win the late game.
It's something that Team Flash has also shown us against during their series against BRU, where all 5 games they got out to a slow start, right? If you look at the goal 5 minutes in, they have like a 2,000, 3,000 goal deficit. That being said, despite these two teams having significantly different personalities, the one thing that they have in common is that they know how to recover from a deficit. Team Flash have shown us against BRU, Flash Wolves have shown us against RRQ. Yep. Now the question is, who is better at doing that? And it comes down to, again, the first 10 minutes. If Team Flash was able to create a big enough vacuum for them to play in and to suffocate Flash Wolves, I don't think even the most experienced team like Flash Wolves can recover.
Exactly, and it's not just coming from behind that they are well in common at. It's also taking care of the leads that they're getting from the get-go. So it's a flip coin, right? The heads is taking care of the leads, and the tails is being able to come back. Now the question is, whoever gets the advantage in the first few minutes, will we see a comeback, or will we see them, the traditional way of taking care of their lead and not letting go of it?
I feel like when you look at Flash Wolves, it's going to be a little tough to say, right? Like, they've come in here with multiple forms before. Like, they've looked really good to start things off with. Sometimes they take longer to warm up. I think that's one of the reasons why you have to say 3-2 Flash Wolves, right? The ability to come back after they've taken a bit of a slow start is something that we want to watch out for. That being said, Team Flash are not undefeatable. We've seen that now in their games against BRU. We still have yet to see a series taken away from them, however, and I think that is one of the most trying points in this series. Now, you mentioned earlier here, Husky, about this mid lane matchup. The fact that we have Coyote on one side and we have Bruce on the other, and Bruce, his team mentioned that they want to see him on more marksman in the mid lane.
Yeah, he mentioned it when they play against Cerberus, right? We got this Tristana mid, we got this Grace mid, and then we looked at the series against RRQ. He played Zed, he played Akali, he played Singe, and he played Corki, and Corki as well. So I think this is the perfect litmus test to see how good he would fare against Coyote. At the same, again, right, Cookie can play either towards Ysera or Bruce, but for Team Flash, they play mostly towards Shy. And Coyote will slowly, slowly move himself towards the top side just because Shy is such a valuable asset to not only win the game, but to also overcome someone like a Ysera who is tasked to pacify him. That being said, I think Flash Wolves in this mid matchup comes down to how much Bruce can get the lead, because we have seen some tipping points for Flash Wolves. Even when they're behind, those objective fights, man, they do it so well. They always get control of objectives. They always know how to flip the coin and win the bet.
Yeah, just to add on to your point about Shy being their focal point, it's because Shy is also always over-aggressive. So the expectations for Team Flash is that top lane will always get ganked, right? And the deadliest gank are the counter ganks. So with Coyote being there, with Zizu being there, the 3v3, the skirmish, that's the Team Flash. The Team Flash identity, right? Remember, this is the team that does not know how to build Hullbreaker. No, I'm kidding. But yes, they are the teams that will not really go for first item Hullbreaker. They will go for the Divine Sunder. They have different build paths on their Corki, on their Marksman, on their Jace. They have studied the game on a different level and has a different read against the other regions. And I feel that that's going to be the X factor in this series and possibly the grand final series as well.
The deadliest gank is the counter gank. I like that. I like that one. The deadliest, the best punch is the counter punch.
You know, like the meme where like a bunch of people in the church and there's one guy pointing a gun at the guy, and then no. I don't know how to describe that meme, but it's like
Yeah, there's like another person
another
behind
person
them,
behind,
another
and there's
person
like a
behind them.
sniper on top. Yeah.
Okay.
Is that me? Auto yeah.
I got
We're
nervous for a
keeping
second.
it. We're keeping it
Turns
safe
into-
for the viewers. It is that meme.
Okay.
I know my memes, but I just don't know how to describe it. And in
yeah,
fact,
yeah. I recognize that.
just to add on a bit about Ysera, right? Sure, we focus a lot on him and Shy. And another thing is that when they play against RRQ, Ysera didn't really need much help from Cookie or Bruce because he was basically winning the lane against Devil J. But in this case, it will be different, right? Shy will be putting a lot of pressure on him. Zissou and Coyote will be always gravitating towards the top lane to help Shy. I wonder if Flash Wolves will also funnel resources to just assist Ysera, or will they follow the blueprint that they had for themselves against RRQ, where they funnel towards mid, where they go towards bot side to help locking at Eason, and then have Eason move around the map.
Having the mentality that you can go against the best of the best will help you not just in this tournament, but also for the upcoming Icons Global. And if that would be their playstyle, if Flash Wolves would concentrate their resources onto Ysera, then that means that they are, trying to expand their playstyle, not just having Ysera be isolated in an island and, being on the weaker side of the map. And for me, if I was their coach, I would really, really go for all the plays possible because against Team Flash, you will need all of them.
I like that you mentioned the ability to go up against stronger and stronger opponents, especially going in an international competition. That being said, have you guys been following any of the competitions that have been going on across the world right now? Wild Rift Esports, we're seeing finals happening and popping up all over the place. Have you guys been following any of that stuff?
I saw Europe yesterday.
We saw Europe yesterday. We were watching, I think, Unicorns of Lurf against Formulation
Gaming.
Interesting draft. The games were pretty quick.
Alistar mid. Let's go.
Alistar mid. We saw Alistar mid, Graves jungle, double support basically, which was interesting. Didn't work out, but maybe that's something that we can, expand on down the road.
Love their Sofas though. Love their Sofas.
You love their Sofas?
I love their couch. Yes, their Sofas.
We kind of have that going for us.
Yeah.
It's like it's kind of happening. Come on.
It brings back the vibe of being offline. Yeah, it brings back the vibe of being offline, where you have both teams not side by side, but on the opposite end of each other, right? They sit on the couch, they play together. You basically can see your enemies across the stage. I think that makes for some pretty good, mental games. Like if you pop off, you're gonna have that moment.
Oh no, Otto, he's going back to his horoscope stuff again. He's gonna tell me about his horoscope stuff again.
I thought you were a philosophy guy. You're into these kind of stuff. You gotta back me up here.
I don't know. I don't think that's philosophy. I think that's just getting into the players' heads a little too much, Husky. But I won't tease you anymore about that. All good and all done in good fun. We're jumping into our very first match of the day, the upper bracket finals here. With these two teams competing, it's Flash Wolves and Team Flash. The very first draft of the upper bracket finals starts here. Team Flash will take the blue side against Flash Wolves on the red side. And we've seen how other regions have shown how they like to play draft, but in the WCS, we go fast, we go hard, we go aggressive.
Exactly. And all right, ladies and gentlemen, here comes game number one. And right away, take away Eason's one of Eason's most effective champion in the Galio.
Team Flash learned that, right? When Flash Wolves played RRQ, Galio had a 100% win rate. Eason was incredible, so Team Flash made the right call. But I wonder on the side of Flash Wolves, who will they target? I'm guessing probably more towards Shy because of how much he is going to be the focus. I think if you can eliminate his champion pool, it gives Ysera more space to breathe.
If I'm Flash Wolves, I'll just be targeting just one. One is enough, and I think that is going to be the chase because the other champions you could easily at least control and be neutral with Ysera's skill set.
A lot of focus on the support pool ban from Team Flash to begin with. Like they want to get rid of these really powerful picks for Easton as him an initiator.
And I think this is still a throwback to the BRU series, right? In where they saw what the just pop off game number 3 and game number 4. And we talked about this just earlier, that Eason also has that same mentality, killer mentality from the support role.
Yeah, and because of how Flash will place the Dragon Lane, we see locking on Ziggs, on Senna, it gives Eason a lot more space to move around because of how self-sufficient the Dragon Lane is. But now you remove all those options from Flash Wolves, it might push them into a corner. We didn't really touch too much about how they are going to fare up against Ellie and Empty, but on paper, I think Team Flash has a stronger Dragon Lane.
I'll go strong on this. This could be a Gragas.
Camille left open as well, so we can't discount that.
Oh,
Both
yeah.
Baron
Yeah, it's
sides
Camille.
love to play for the Camille.
Oh my god,
Camille.
Shy on Camille.
So they go for Karma, okay.
An interesting choice. Team Flash haven't really shown first pick Karma all too much, but it's an interesting look against the Flash Wolves.
It fits well with Coyote though. Coyote loves to give resources to other players of Team Flash, and being on that Karma means that you don't really need that much to be effective.
Yeah, even though we say they gravitate to a Shy a bit, we saw what happened in Game 5 against BRU. Coyote plays Karma mid, goes bot, gets and gank off, and instantly unlocks Ellie and Empty. So Gragas for Flash Wolves, I hope they get the commute through. Something for Ysera. I think Ysera's champion pool is very important in this first phase.
Yeah, I'm thinking if it will be a Senna Gragas combination for
Could be,
Flash
right?
Wolves, because Senna Gragas going against a Virus plus Karma would give you chills, right? From the laning phase, because that's just a very strong combination in the bot lane. Now Flash Wolves want to switch it up and now have a Jax.
Especially since Team Flash banned away the Olaf, one of the counters to the Jax, I think Flash Wolves just want to get the jungler early.
Exactly, right? One champion that I'm missing a lot is Lulu, but Karma is an upgraded Lulu in my opinion. Now they go for the Senna, and again, Empty, when we talk about Empty as a support, if you give him more resources, he's more effective.
It's a Jisoo Shy game for sure. You have 3 champions now on the side of Team Flash that screams, we are going to be self-sufficient, we will funnel our resources to a Shy and Jisoo. Flash Wolf's response right now.
Husky, you say self-sufficient, I see late game. And they're going late game against Flash Wolves.
It's a mech check, right? You want to take Flash Wolves to the very end of the world and see if you can take down Flash Wolves. How close can it get? And if they are able to down Flash Wolves late game, I think this sets up a very good precedent for Team Flash.
And to be fair, it's still the first 3 picks. It could be that the last 2 picks coming out from Team Flash are the ultra aggressive ones. If I'm Flash Wolves, I would love to target down the Riven, possibly the Aurelia, those champions that can really go from one distance to the back line, because now the most important objective for Flash Wolves is to protect their carry in locking.
And the Garen ban is very interesting because I thought that Flash Wolves would go for it instantly. Then again, the Camille is still on the table, right? This indicates that they want to put Ysera on a more active Baron lane.
They could still try and go for the Camille here. Flash Wolves, I think, understand what they want to go for now. The Jax taken away in case they wanted to pair the Jax to the Karma, so they felt it was necessary to pick that one up early. But Senna Nasus is a combo that's played extensively by Flash Wolves. I think they understand how to play against it as well.
Yeah, and now Flash Wolves has no choice. If they go for a Lucian mid lane here, they will basically get attacked and nullified by the Nasus. Good ban there. Camille being banned finally in this game. This is actually not what we expected at all, right?
We might see a Renekton into set Baron lane at this point, right? Because that Gragas screams Eastern champion. You've already taken away the Galio and the Rakan. He needs someone to be the initiator. Flash Wolves right now, a Shen pick. How can we forget this? One team has shown the Shen before.
Yeah, and for me, if I'm Team Flash, I want the aggressive champions to be here right now. Possibly the Aurelia, again, the Riven, those champions that can still make something work. Because looking at their draft right now, they need tempo, they need damage. That's what they're lacking. Aurelia is one. All right, give me Riven. Give me Riven. And that'll be 100% prediction rate for Team Flash, at least for game number 1.
I'm waiting.
I'm waiting too.
We're all waiting for like bated breaths. Like Team Flash, they have like a couple more seconds to go for. The Riven gives them a lot of team fighting power, a lot of mobility. You pair that together with the Karma, you can boost both the Riven and the Aurelia in a fight. I mean,
this is still very suspenseful, huh?
This is they're running down the timer. They're deciding because this means
AD carry. Okay, that's okay.
Yeah,
we'll go
I
for
think
the
it's
Lucian
fine.
instead. You know, this is something that we've seen a lot from BMM, especially not so much from Coyote. He does play it as well. Even stuff like Ash, stuff like Darius, he does play a wide variety in the mid lane.
I wonder what would Flash Wolves go for. And this is most likely going to be a Bruce champion, right? He has played so many varieties. I'm thinking of someone that can have a decent mid lane.
Oh, Ari.
Yeah, I was thinking of a Corki, but they went for the Ari. So another unique pick for Bruce. I think he's just racking up his portfolio for unique mid champion picks. But I think the Ari makes sense. You get decent lane, you get to make the first move, you get to match Karma if Coyote decides to make those early ganks to the side lanes. I think Flash Wolves will have enough mobility to match that.
I believe this is the second time that we will be seeing Shy on that Lucian. We knew what happened the last time that he got this champion, he got camped. But in the end, was still able to make it work. Flash Wolves has that opportunity. A Shen plus a Jax is a nightmare to face against if you are a Lucian Baron laner.
I mean, but we've seen a change now. Flash Wolves have gone from, we're going to play a marksman in the mid lane, we're going to go split push, we're going to do damage, we're going to get tempo. And now they've gone for a kind of mixed control assassin with the Ari.
Exactly. Again, going back to having the need to have all the plays ready to go against the Goliath in Team Flash.
Yeah, and previously Ysera plays a carry role, but this time he is going to be that backup, right? He will facilitate Cookie, he will facilitate Bruce. This really sets up Team Flash to change up the dynamic a bit. We're looking at jungle mid, exactly what we decided. They're moving away from Ysera. I think this is a good look for Flash Wolves.
I think both these teams have locked in a roster they feel comfortable with.
Exactly.
We've gone into the depths of the champion pools. A lot of champions banned out, especially targeting that Baron lane focus that we've been mentioning. But this is it. There we have it. This is our first game of the upper bracket finals, WCS finals. We'll toss it to the casters to bring us into the action.
Sparks will fly in the WCS finals. We have Team Flash versus Flash Wolves here in the upper bracket.
I know, it's going to be absolutely exciting. BO5 upper bracket finals. We're on to our last weekend, Contra. Time flies so fast, and now we're here. What the panelists mentioned, we're potentially looking at the grand finals matchup. Maybe, could be. We still have the lower bracket finals. So now, I love this draft, Contra. You know why? I'm not saying just because they have Karma, you know, Team Flash has Karma. But because when we look at Senna and the Nasus, we ignore that. They will shine later into the game, maybe the 15-minute mark. But look at top, jungle, and mid. This is where Team Flash has to be relevant. This is where they have to take in control, especially in the early game. Because when we look at Flash Wolves, this is so classic from them, where they're going to be, again, scaling with the Ziggs, scaling with the Jax, and Team Flash will have no answer to them.
I absolutely agree, and you can see that Team Flash, they're so well prepped for the late game. When we've already talked about them being the timekeepers here, I guess that Team Flash, they have taken enough days to really plan it all out. And when it comes down to this bottom lane, we will expect that it will still be a very neutral standpoint between these two sides, where you will want Locking to eventually get up to speed in the mid game, and that's where they can contest. And speaking of a contest, they're going to be fighting for this little scuttle over top side of the river. Well, Cookie, he's getting poked all out.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. I mean, that's the weakness of a Lucian. If the Lucian is alone, you have no CC. You've got Counter-Strike to basically deter any incoming AD damage. So there's no threat. That's why he could easily take that Scuttler.
Well, it's really interesting to see invades happening. Zisu stealing away the blue buff from Flash Wolves instead, forcing them to eventually jungle vertically. So now that Cookie's a little behind, I'm not too sure how well will they be able to cope to get this Jax hyper carry.
And that's why Team Flash has to move immediately. That's why they have the Karma. That's why it's there. So now what Bruce's job is to make sure that the scaling champions get the scale. And I really love this pick coming from Bruce because they banned the Garen. Okay, that means I can play Assassins. And the perfect setup on the opposition is everybody so squishy except MT. I mean, even for MT as the Nasus early game, if you do not have ult, you're going to be squishy so much.
Yeah, and when you hit into these sort of team fights, you expect them to really clump up. If you get a Transcendence Embrace, you've got to follow up, right? But that sets it up perfectly for the Mega Infernal Bomb. Now, it's going to take a while before we really get into huge action here. So Riku, you know, the panel has been talking about their predictions. This whole series, we're set for 5 games.
Oh, yeah.
What's your thought on this?
If we reach 5 games, hold that thought, Flash.
Oh, here comes Culling, and it will be the Vanguard's edge missing out as well. nothing too much that Flash Wolves have to worry about as they go back in the jungle.
Flash burn, though, coming from Shy, so that's going to be very important later on. It will be so easy for Flash Wolves to lock him down, to lock down Shy. And you know what the panel talked about? It's about keeping him in a tight leash. And we saw Ysera now picking up the Shin. That means, you know, he's not going to interact. He's going to be safe. He's going to be playing for the team later with Stand United. So Shy has to be careful because it's a charm, it's a cast that can easily kill him.
And I would absolutely agree when we take a look at how Team Flash have this composition with technically 2 supports if you want to see Senna fasting in the early game, so you would not have that much of burst damage. But when it comes down to sustained damage, well, they could basically fight all day long, so long as they get rid of Cookie in these fights, as we already got the Drake started up.
Wow, they want
Team
to
Flash,
fight.
they're holding
Charm.
right back in, and here goes Mega Full Bomb, flashes
Oh
up.
my gosh.
Ellie goes toe-to-toe against the Ari, but they won't be able to hold on long enough. Wow, Flash
my
Wolves,
gosh.
they will get them all slaughtered out, but it's going to be Team Flash to take the first Drake.
Okay, so we got Cookie getting first blood. They base Flash Wolves used the dragon to make sure that Team Flash is so distracted. TF, they're like, mission, get the dragon, the first dragon of the game. They're gonna have a lot of poke later. Locking's gonna hurt a lot, so we need this Mountain Drake for our sustain, for the shields.
Yeah, and that's really crucial for them when we take a look at the builds. Tulin is already being built up. You'll have a little bit more of that sort of poke while we have a little bit more rotation hitting over the top side. Ysera's got to be really careful about this, but Flash Wolves, they're also prepared to challenge the Herald right now.
Oh, that's gonna be tricky though. Flash Wolves already in position.
And here we go. Drops into the pit, and they will still get the Herald on for Team Flash, while the culling will nail down onto 2. Ysera gets the taunt out, while the rest of Flash Wolves, they're not looking for a fight, they're looking to back away, but Zissou is cutting the exit points, while they had them all inside of the choke point. They will find 2, while Cookie leaps over the wall.
Oh my
Coyote
God,
with a Transcendence Embrace, and that's perfect for Team Flash to get 4 in that fight.
Oh my God, in these long drawn fights, of course Team Flash is gonna win. We talked about how this conversation, well, this composition, because of the Aurelia, the Lucian, and as well as the Karma, there's just a lot of shields going on. There's a lot of strong level 3s, so you're on a very, you know, at a very relatively low cooldown. I know we're past level 3 already, but you get my point, right?
Yeah,
all the 3 skills
absolutely.
comboing together, relatively low cooldown. And Flash Wolves, they're very ult reliant. We're talking about Cass, we're talking about Fit Spirit Rush, we're talking about the Stand United. After all that, TF can initiate without their ults.
Yeah, and we take a look back into how they try to enter the fray. They had to go in from the back, and they're kind of scattered, so they didn't really choose to commit. What I really like about that is that Zissou, he pulled the trigger, gets over the wall. He could have been blown up in a matter of seconds, but he didn't care. He just dove right in and set it perfectly for Team Flash.
Yeah, there's so many close calls there as well, right? But because of the shields coming from Coyote, he's just A-okay.
A-okay.
A-okay! Uh-huh!
But how long will this situation last for them to just be okay? You got to be great. So
oh my gosh.
Here we go.
Wait a minute.
Cass drops in, and that's 1 for Flash Wolves to tie the knot 3 for all.
I looked away for like 1 second, I guess, and then suddenly Coyote is all alone, and they have to be careful, right? We talked about how Bruce is going to have the fun time. He's going to be the stable ground in the mid lane, making sure that Cookie and Locking are going to be safe.
Oh, here comes
Oh my gosh.
Body Slam, missing out. Eason.
It's the charm. It's the charm that's going to be pain for Team Flash here.
Yeah, they're giving a massive respect to Team Flash as they back away, as they will be able to secure another skull of their own. So Team Flash, at this current tempo, though the number of kills may be evened up, they have such a massive lead, and we take a look back at the team fight once more.
Yeah, the target prioritization of Team Flash is really, really good. They know how to pick their targets, and we see another fight.
Oh, back into the game we go. Zissou, all alone though, he will flash away as he gets chased by Cookie over the wall. 1 more for Flash Wolves this time around. But man, I really want to know what really went down as they really go deep into the pit.
I know, what I like about Team Flash is that they're keeping Shy in an island. they're pulling aggro basically at the bottom portion of the map. Therefore, Shy is comfortable taking turret plates, therefore infusing gold onto him. Look at him. He has already Blade of the Ruined King. He's so ready to rumble now.
Yes, they are. Here comes the teleport. Zissou already getting himself a catch. Ace is on the side, though. While they have the exhaust being dropped right in. Team Flash Wolves, they're falling back. They will call for a quick reset as they're respecting all these massive spells dropping in from the Flash.
Sarah's so half HP now.
Oh my. Here comes the redemption. Still taking a little bit of dance. Not really calling on yet. Dawning Shell is being blasted in. While Ysera's dropping really low. Negative for will be used as well.
Culling.
So many whips of the ultimate. The Culling will be able to winner them all down. Shy flashes forward. And they will still secure the Drake for themselves.
Oh my god. That's so crazy. Shy flashing inwards, flashing aggressively just to make sure that he can get a kill. That's a very worrying sign for Flash Wolves. It's just so good. The poking coming from Coyote to make sure that the slowest hit on Flash Wolves into the culling, I think that's just so perfect.
Yeah, though we did see the whips of the Vanguard's edge and all the rest of it, the pokes were immense coming out of Coyote, coming out of Ellie as well, and the Shy. He could have actually gotten it if he won't be able to be pushed back by the Gragas.
Yeah, let's take a look at that again, right? This is just so good. Sarah's so poked out. He's the one who needs to engage first. He needs the taunt, but he used the taunt as a defensive maneuver, and the Transcendent Embrace just covers a lot of ground. Even though the Vanguard's edge didn't work out too well for Zissou, but the Transcendent Embrace, the slows, the pokes from Coyote, and the culling just flushed out Flash Wolves off of the river.
Yeah, Team Flash definitely identified some of all these troubles for themselves pretty early on. Like, what you have to do, there's only a few ways that Flash Wolves will engage, and you have Qeon, who really got taken off really early. Here comes the culling to take out the wave and keep the rest of Flash Wolves at bay.
The reason why Flash Wolves wants to be aggressive because they saw Shy flash forward, and that is a flashless Shy, therefore vulnerable.
Yeah, here comes the Herald, top towards spot. They'll have to get this one up for Flash Wolves. They're being pulled all the way back. They have to be careful about this though. Empty walks directly into the brush, but here comes the rest of Team Flash. Trying to look for that pick. Eason now 50%. Embrace will only find 2. They'll be able to hold the Herald, hopefully, but there will still be a charge. Team Flash has to be careful. Here comes the Charm, and this is the counter strike dropping in. A kill coming out for Cookie.
Again, Bruce is the key. Charms have to hit. This is why Bruce picked it up in the first place, to take advantage of the fact that Team Flash has a squishy composition. Karma, Irelia, Lucian, these are things that Team Flash has to play around with, and if they die, it's over.
That's right, and this is one of the first few times that we're seeing Flash Wolves being pushed this way. Usually you'll see Team Flash, yes, they go in this rapid fire style. They just really want to hammer hard. But against teams from the Masters region, that doesn't really happen that often. And I just love how Team Flash handles all these fights.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're still in the lead, right? According to the game state that we see right now, this is all according to plan. This is them pushing with their aggression because they are on a timer. Flash Wolves has a lot of scaling in their hands, and there will come a point.
Vanguard's edge dropped, and Zissou will
force
Bruce all the way back.
Tether.
He's already being locked right in. Here comes Ysera with the Stand United. The rest of Flash Wolves will be able to only hold them ever so slightly. Bruce has fallen, and that opens up so much room for Team Flash to divide and conquer.
Gotta love how Flash just immediately breaks off the escape of Bruce. Again, they know that the problem right now isn't Cookie. It's not locking. It's Bruce. So they've identified the problem and then caught him off guard while he's doing his usual Bruce style, which is split pushing or side laning, gathering all the farm. And look at them now.
Yeah, it's already 4 times he's getting caught off this way. Sure, in team fights as well. While we have Team Flash really taking control of the tempo. I don't think Flash Wolves will be ready for this Drake coming up in 10 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think so. There's a lot to check. And we saw how Coyote, Karma, yes, not an assassin, but early to mid game, those low cooldown skills, the pokes in general, are gonna hurt a lot. Combo with the Transcendent Embrace, It's just, for Flash Wolves, they also have a couple of squishy members, so it's going to be very important. Looking at Flash Wolves now, just going to respond.
Oh, are we seeing a solo kill right here?
Yes, we
it
are
will
witnessing
be.
this. Yes,
Blocking
Contra.
has got no chance right there. Here comes Transcendent Embrace once again. Well, Splash Wolves chases on Coyote, dropping really low, but Ellie is there to help him out. But the rest of the cavalry has arrived. They're getting chased.
Oh my
Flashes
gosh!
forward,
Wait.
absolutely whiffs it, while Cookie will be able to turn things around.
Crazy!
And this is
Oh my
where
gosh.
Flash Wolves bites back. Shy's the next one that they'll go after.
What?
But here comes Isu coming in with the Vanguard's Edge, separating
Oh my
all
God.
the weak from the run, and that's where Empty will go on to Bruise. Cookie now doesn't really have all too much mana.
my gosh.
Team Flash, they will be able to close it all out, but Ty gets body slammed instead. But somehow,
Oh my God,
Flash Wolf
wait.
is still
Hold
winning
up.
the tree
Hold
versus
up.
tree. And my goodness, it's a late ace coming out for Flash Wolves.
No way that just happened, Contra. That is not supposed to happen. That was Team Flash very confident that they wanted to bait Flash Wolves, but in the end, the baitee becomes the baiter, or like actually the other way around.
Whichever way works, Riku. Flash Wolves. Now they got that barrier. They can bring it all the way to 30 minutes for all they want.
They were running around in circles at top lane. They were splitting. I'm pretty sure we saw 3 1v1s happen.
Yeah.
They were all in the same area. So let's take a look at that again. This was the bait. You know, we got Ellie willing to sacrifice his life because we know, okay, like, guys, Zissou is saying, I already finished the dragon. I'm coming up top. Buy some time. We're in the lead. But the thing is, we talked about how Bruce is the problem, right? But Cookie is also the problem against AD champions. We're starting another fight.
Well, here we go. This is like, what, round 4, round 5?
Yeah,
I lost count,
Charm?
but here comes the Charm. Mega Infernal Bomb as well. That's empty, though. He's way too tanky, so that's not what you want to waste resources on. While Flash Wolves press on. Goes in, another perfect Charm onto to empty once more. Drops it to 50%.
Gotta love what Isera's doing as well. Fully utilizing the free teleport on Stand United, using the Baron buff as well to split the map. And Team Flash, we talked about how they're on a timer. Look at the time, 15 minutes already. It's all gonna boil down how you can fight against Cookie, how you're gonna get that Elder Drake, how you're gonna survive. You do have wave clear, but it's not as strong. Oh no, the Vanguard Edge!
Zissou absolutely missed that one out, but the Transcendence Embrace will find 4. But the rest of Flash Wolves, they're down and ready to dive in for all they want. Easton doesn't really have too much mana, but this 4-1 split, it's been working out to hold the rest of Team Flash back, and at least now with the Baron power play, they've been able to stabilize.
They need Shy in these fights. That's the reason why they picked up this ranged melee matchup. That's the reason why they were infusing gold to Shy, like, hey, we're catching attention over here at the bottom portion of the map. Go do your thing, Shy. But now Flash Wolves, we know this team to be very resilient. It doesn't matter if you have a 10k gold lead, you have all dragons on your side, because we know our composition's gonna fight back later, especially in the 20-minute mark, and now even at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, and Team Flash, they know if they fight in a certain choke point and you get that perfect setup for those wombo combos, they could absolutely win over those team fights, and that's their golden ticket. Now, close to 30 seconds to the Elder Drake, and we'll see a big one happening. And I wonder, will they be prepared for it when they do?
They have a big problem though, is Sarah. Shy is not built for split pushing at all, no hull breaker. It's going to be very difficult. This is a composition that requires to be together. So this is a very short window for them to sort of dilly-dally. They have to go now.
Chasing right in as they find a pick onto Cookie. Double stun, the culling goes down. Stat United's already there. Empty tries to hold them there. Well, Flash Wolves, they manage to peel back. While they have Sarah stuck on the corner, but the Shen will be able to hold on. Explosive Cast will be able to separate all of them. While Ellie goes in for the chase. Here comes the boss slam onto tree. While Flash Wolves still looking for that window. Nobody's dead after all. But here comes Zissou. He wants to initiate to start the fight where it needs to be on the Elder Pit. But here's the pick onto Sarah. This is their moment to shine for them to get this objective right here and right now.
No taunt, no extra tanky member, no toolkits aside from the counter-strike. Be able to deter? We'll see. They're gonna start this. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
It's a whole lot onto Coyote as well as Ellie while they have to reposition. Eason is trying to get himself the target. Zissou.
Pokes,
Still
there's a lot of
trying to find
pokes.
that opening angle. They don't really have much to actually work with. There's a wave coming up top. Well, here comes the calling onto Eason.
Cyrildas!
They find Senna instead. Ellie's already down. Now, Team Flash, they have to complete this no matter the cost. And Eason is
my
going to be their
God.
target. Here comes the leap
Wait,
right in. Who
wait.
gets it? It's Splashboom stealing
Oh
it
my
away. Tuki going for the chase as he locks onto Shy. Empty will still fall with the Elder Buff intact. And this is where Flash will push it all the way in.
Forget the 20-minute win condition, Contra. We're going at 15 minutes. Flash Wolves takes back the game. They're very patient. This is how they do it.
And this is how they will march on. And with another strike of the taunt, they'll be able to get everyone out of the way when Flash Wolves, the House of Wolf, will get themselves the first game of the series.
Oh my God, Contra. That was wild because Team Flash had it. They were in control. They had the lead. That's why they kept starting these fights. That's why they were aggressive. And it all boiled down to that fight at the top lane where Cookie got 3 kills, and that was enough for them to lose the game.
And you saw that
steal,
fight
too,
from the
yeah.
top river all the way down to the Elder Drake. That lasted for
forever.
2 minutes. I think that felt like forever, but those were moments of magic out there, and Flash Wolves with the opening game here in their hands. Could they repeat this over and over again?
And this is a very good start, right, for Flash Wolves. I mean, they're the type of team that, yes, reach BO5 win condition, but with this game on start, it's incredible. And honestly, that fight, that intense fight was just too much. I gotta take a drink, man. I gotta take a drink. Don't talk. I'll drink.
Cheers to you.
Cheers.
Well, of course, this is just the start of it all when we've expected this to go the long amount of 5 games. So when we look at the draft, things look perfect at the beginning where Team Flash, they had those opening picks, but I guess when it comes down to those long drawn out team fights, there's so much sustain coming out of Flash Wolves that it's too overwhelming.
Yeah, it was just very difficult to maneuver around. Like, honestly, if you don't kill Cookie, you're in big trouble, especially you're an 80 focus type of composition. So all that Counter-Strike, all that Shen sword floor thing is just gonna mitigate all the damage.
That's right, and I guess we need more time for some drinks here, so let's pass it back to Grandin and the rest of the panel.
All that Counter-Strike, all that Flash Wolf things, all the things that we just saw happen, and oh my goodness, unkillable.
Never doubted an auto. I told you, objective fights. That's where Flash Wolves turned most of the fights around. And what did we see? Baron fight, Elder Dragon fight. That's how they took down RRQ, and that's how they took game 1 against Team Flash. Game over. That's
Game over?
Flash Wolves won.
All right, okay.
They won. They won.
Wait, I just realized why you wore that shirt, why you wore that hoodie. This makes perfect sense now. Game over. Which team is the game over for?
Team Flash.
Really? Just one game.
All aboard the Masters train.
Okay, all right. Team Flash did everything right from minute 1 up until minute 14. And then all of a sudden, they decided, hey, you know what? We are strong to get, not really together, but on skirmishes. The delayed team fight, the long team fight. All of a sudden, that Jax, for 1 minute, I saw him. Cookie's not dying. No, Cookie's not dying. He should be dying here. And all of a sudden, he turned around that team fight, got the Baron, got the seal on that Elder Dragon. Definitely an MVP, a pop-off moment from Cookie.
I mean, what happens here, Husky? They went for the Jax first pick. First rotation, Jax Gragas, and it looks like it worked out well for them.
That was something that initially got me worried because last time when they picked the Jax, they had no enchanters, right? They have no one to play with the Jax. But in game 1 just now, they have the Shen. So in that pop-off moment, it was also Ysera who came in clutch with the Stand United, with the Redemption. Cookie also timed his stasis enchantment pretty well, dodged all the damage. His Conqueror was healing him up. He has the Triforce, I think he has a Death Dance, so every single kill heals him up as well. All these minute details, but that also comes full circle to what we talked about Team Flash, right? They have the tendency to go ultra aggressive when they have the lead, and they got punished for it.
I feel like this was a situation where we had mech checks. You know, like we had two teams. Zissou in the early game and then Cookie in the late game. Zissou went in. You guys remember around the Rift Herald fight where they went into the back by the Raptor camp, by the brush behind Rift Herald.
1v5, yeah.
And Zissou was just 1v5, dashing around, you know, healing up, surviving. And at the end of it, we were looking at it's like, okay, someone died on that team. Surely it was Zissou, right? No, it wasn't. It was what, empty?
It was empty.
It was empty. Zissou didn't die there. Zissou lives through that 1v5 moment. Cookie does the same.
Exactly. I mean, just the best game to start the upper bracket finals I can ever imagine. Again, we talked about Team Flash's ability to come from behind, and so does Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves right now, they have showed once more that their resilience is going to really push them forward at any point in the tournament.
Cookie's 9-1. He only died that one time, I think, at the Raptor fight, the one at the Rift Herald, and afterwards he did not go down at all. Your MVP was Cookie. My hidden MVP is actually Bruce. He has landed so many charms to force a reaction from Team Flash, and most of them ended up not converting into ending, but the fact that there's always the threat of Flash Wolves starting something put Team Flash always kept Team Flash on their toes.
I mean, there's so many talking points to go with here, right? I guess if I had to pick one, I think we have to go back to our talking point between Shy and Sarah. Shy gets this Lucian here. Ysera has to go for the Shen. Most of his champion pool banned out. We saw the Garen banned out. We saw the Darius banned out. We didn't see Seth banned out, but we saw Camille banned out towards the end there. Most of his champion pool removed from the game entirely, and still he had a pick in his back pocket. He pulls it up against Shy, and Shy didn't get that much done.
And the best low econ Baron laner at that, right? If you are a Shen player, you can really thwart off any plans that has been, noted by the opposing team against you and your team, because at the end of the day, if with just one ultimate, it can turn around the team fight, and that's what we saw on the topmost portion of the map. 14 minutes in, Stand United on the primary target. That's basically Cookie, with the stasis being there as well for him. We saw
Talk about
a miracle.
Cookie.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I mean,
Cookie is going to be the MVP, right?
Yeah, it's Cookie.
No there.
Yeah, I mean, player of the game, you see he goes into this one, he gets an incredible KDA, right? Like the one death early on in the game. After that, he just pops off entirely, does a ton of damage. He's, most importantly, I think very critically, is his ability to use his Counter-Strike. Because he uses it at the perfect point to dodge away most of Shy's damage, most of Zissou's damage, and you think about where most of the front-loaded damage from Team Flash is going to come from. It's going to come from the Irelia and the Lucian, right?
Yeah, and he's playing into a composition that is very annoying for a Jax to deal with. You have the root from the center, you have stuns, you have damage.
The Wither?
The Wither, that is the worst thing for a Jax to deal with, and yet he prevails through it all. And it basically plays back to what we saw early on in the head-to-head, right? Shy against Ysera. Ysera low KD because he can play these kind of enablers, right? Odolu said he wanted to see Flash Wolves come in from a different direction. They absolutely did that. It was all about Cookie, it was all about Bruce, and these two basically won majority of the game for the team.
The mid-jungle synergy of Flash Wolves. The original, right?
The original.
The original best mid-jungle synergy that we have in Southeast Asia that is being challenged right now by RRQ, but we'll talk about them later. For me, though, if there's one thing that I would redo in the draft of Team Flash, I would have picked Camille first rotation.
Right, get the Camille early on, right? Give something easy for Shy to play for.
Yeah, it was open, right? Karma was picked, and then the response was Gragas and Jax. And right then and there, you could go for the Camille. I'm not sure why they did not go for the Camille. Shy is very deadly on that champion.
And especially without any crowd control, you can't stop the Stand United. Like, Shen is going to leave at any point, but if you're playing for the Camille, not only do you have good split pushing, you constantly pressure the lane, so it's very difficult for Ysera to try to go over to a different lane to use his ultimate at any point. You can literally cancel it yourself.
Yeah, and also from a drafting perspective, if you are on third pick Rid side, there's no initiative.
This is the moment, right?
To go
This
for
is the
Senna.
moment. Cookie started to turn things around.
Stand United
lived like for a minute.
Redemption,
that's a very
Stasis.
long team fight.
Yeah, the fact that they won that fight and then it became a Baron and then they took top tier 2 and then they just got Elder and won the game. Just the ripple effect of this one miraculous play from Cookie is amazing.
Have two champions. Like, if it wasn't the Camille, it could have been the Riven. A Riven and an Irelia. could negate the counter strike, because at the end of the day, if you go for the combos, your damage will still go through, unlike the Lucian. Lucian has to rely on the calling to really be able to dish out damage onto Cookie here. And Cookie, again, to his credit, he played a monster game. He has the Riven, now he has shown a Jax. Now the question is, will Team Flash respect this champion? Because so far, it looks like Flash Wolves is very much practiced on this composition.
I mean, you have 3 bans, right? You already had to ban away most of Eastern champions. What happens next? You have to now start banning away Cookie's champions as well. I mean, then what happens then? Do you free up Eastern? That seems to be one of the biggest issues, right? Husky, you mentioned how in the BRU match, the support difference, or the impact of supports was really what gave BRU the edge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Team Flash, they went for the Galio Rakan. Those two were Eason's biggest support picks, but they forgot Eason plays the Gragas as well. There were games where Flash Wolves play against RRQ that they won with the Gragas support. Gragas Senna, Gragas Ziggs is no stranger to them. So the question is, what does Team Flash want to focus on? If Eason is not the answer, I don't think Cookie is either, right? Because he has shown us a myriad of different jungle picks. He has picked the Kha'Zix, he's picked the Riven, now we see the Jax. I think overall, if you are Team Flash right now, work with the draft that you have, but be a bit more control. Never give those small windows to Flash Wolves.
Yeah, exactly. Again, Team Flash did everything correct from minute 1 to minute 14, right? 3 dragons already to their side.
And 2 Rift Heralds.
And yeah, 2 Rift Heralds. So all of the objectives are really on the side of Team Flash. Just overbit what they could chew on the top part, and they got heavily punished by Cookie and company. And again, that's Shen for you guys. If you're going to plan against, a team and they have a Shen, you have to always respect the Stand United.
I mean, what happens here? You're looking like it's a... All right, this is probably going to incite some trauma in a couple of people, right? You're looking at test papers, and you see your first 2 parts, like you have 3 parts. First part, it's worth like 10%. Second part is worth like 20%. And then the last part is like 70%. And you can be right on the first 30%, but if you flop on the last 70%, like you're not going to pass the paper. Like you're going to fail the paper. Right, and that's exactly what happens here for Team Flash. They went in there and they did well for the first 10%, they did well for the second 20%, and in the last 70%, they're like, oh yeah, we should have this. Like, I already have all this, right? I just need a little bit more. It doesn't work that way.
I'm laughing right now because that's what I used to do, right, with my exams. 10%, 20%, 70%. To me, again, in this level of competition, you have to be correct 100%, right? I mean, there's no... there's no sugarcoating this, or there's no really, we have to tell it as it is, right? Basically, we are talking about the best teams in Southeast Asia. We are down to 4 teams out of hundreds of teams that really did want to join this tournament. And if you're not going to have an almost perfect game against Flash Wolves, against Team Flash, chances are you'll get punished and you'll end up losing.
Yeah, matter of fact is, no matter how good you are as a team, no matter how ahead you are, you have to make sure that all the boxes are ticked right. There are a lot of ifs that could have prevented Team Flash from losing game 1, but reality was they felt empowered, they felt that they were in control, and they went for plays that you normally wouldn't go for, right?
Overconfident.
Overconfident.
Can I just say why I was laughing when Husky said all your boxes are ticked? Have you guys ever had those moments where you're MCQ paper and you shade the wrong square?
Oh my
God. You shade the wrong square, and so like on one question you have 2 things shaded, right?
Yeah.
And so the rest of it is all one off.
Yeah,
and you give it the paper and you're like, oh man, what happened? Why's my score so bad?
Remember, Otto, we said that Team Flash are gamblers, risk takers, took the wrong bet, picked the wrong card.
Pick the blue card.
Picked the blue card instead of the gold card.
Oh no, the wrong moment, right?
One of my favorite quotes from a video game that I love to play is, overconfidence is an insidious killer. And we saw that right there in game 1.
All right, well maybe game 2 changes things around for Team Flash. We'll go back to the blue side. They want to double back down, ban away the champion pool from Flash Wolves, and really get themselves going something on the blue side.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, again, the priority for Team Flash earlier was the Karma. I don't think Karma was the issue for Team Flash, right? I still think that they had the opportunity to really put that final nail in the coffin in having that Camille first rotation. We're talking about Shy being unlocked on that champion, and we're still seeing the same trend here. Flash Wolves, with Eason being banned out, I'm expecting the same thing to happen, Gragas being picked up for him.
Yeah, a secondary engage would be great for Team Flash. In game 1, it was mostly Zizou with the help of
That's
Coyote
it, right?
with the Karma, right? Zizou jumps in, gets the fight started, but like Otto said, if they have a Set, if they have a Darius, a Camille, then Team Flash will have an alternative option to jump onto Flash Wolves when they're not ready.
But Team Flash are always prepared to play like an entirely unique composition the
Ziggs.
moment you allow them to. I think one of the big issues for them was also locking Ziggs. He
Yes.
did a lot of damage, was able to kite away, and was able to wave clear most importantly.
Right.
The
Precision.
Ziggs was what won them the game, right? Those bouncing bombs were just chunking down Team Flash and it just randomly killed off the center, gave Flash Wolves an opening. But I think for Flash Wolves, they're not too worried. Like Jace and Yuumi is a must ban. I don't think they will focus on the Karma. We kind of go back to the Baron lane, focus on what the Shy has been bringing to the table so far, and make sure that Ysera has a good time with in
We'll
that
see
lane.
what the last ban will be, because the last time out it was the Galio. Camille being banned away here means that Galio is open, and Karma is still open, and those are the two champions that I'm looking at as first pick priority for TF. Could be the Jax though.
It could be the Jax.
No, but they go for the Senna.
Remember
They
what
go
we
for
say,
the
Otto?
Senna.
Senna is like a bait. Right? Most Senna games ends up restricting what the Dragon laners can do.
Yeah, and again, we're talking about MT. MT is one of those players that really shines when he has more resources. We saw it, we saw it on his Galio. I believe regional playoffs, it was 100% win rate.
Galio
now
is
they
open.
now they get Karma, and could still be a Galio Karma, or possibly a Karma Jax.
Here's the thing, I don't doubt that Team Flash could play the Senna, but against Flash Wolves right now, it feels like Team Flash are trying to force something into the situation. We love to see something different from these teams, right? We know how much effort they go into preparing these compositions, but against Flash Wolves now, I mean, you could lock top 2 position. Why not just go for it?
Wow.
And remember, the Galio going over to Flash Wolves is not the end just yet. Masters regions love these kind of late game calls, which means Shen now becomes a big threat. If they give Cookie a hyper carry in the jungle, I wouldn't be surprised if Ysera goes back on the Shen.
And they can't just go for like the Jax early because Olaf is still available.
Just do it.
Yeah, Olaf being available here for Flash Wolves, but if I was Flash Wolves, I would go for the Lucian now. Although they have a Jax, they need some carry from the mid lane, and I'm thinking that this is going to be a Galio Karma in the bot lane, and in where it's trying to borrow some plays from one team, in where they can flex the Karma and the Lucian.
Oh,
Or
the Olaf
just go for
comes
the
through,
Olaf.
yeah.
I'm sorry to say, but it was just that obvious, right?
it's brutal,
Olaf is a
right?
really good counter against the Jax here. But I agree with you entirely, between the Lucian, between the Ashan, some kind of hyper carry, especially since we saw that look previously from Bruce, between his Kaisas, between his Tristanas, he's willing to play anything in the mid lane.
The Corki has to be banned, right? I think Team Flash needs to have that in the back of their mind. We still haven't seen what Ysera is going to pick. We still have Cookie's champion, well, not Cookie's champion, Bruce's champion, and Flash Wolves will have to pick an alternative damage source, right? The Karma and Galio will not be enough. They have the early to mid game setup. Now they need someone to carry themselves into that late game.
Corki has been one of the best champions of Coyote in the mid lane, if in case that he doesn't want to go for the unorthodox picks. I mean, now Shen being banned away means that, hey, you know what, Ysera, that was a big problem last game out. Not gonna happen again.
There's still the Garen that Flash Wolves can go for if Garen makes it through, right? They have that first pick later on.
Right.
So focus on banning Coyote's champion. I think that's what Flash Wolves are going to
I would actually open up the Shen, because if you have a Shen, Galio, and a Karma plus an Olaf, you're too heavily reliant on the Olaf. But Singe being banned away here means that they really respect the tank mid of Coyote.
Interesting choice for them. Now, Team Flash, I think, still have a couple of things you might want to try and go for. For the most part, they've already locked in the bottom side of the map. And so I think with some flexibility with the Jax, now Flash Wolves, they want to just grab a strong matchup against whatever Team Flash might want to go.
Yeah, there we go. That's the Garen center of the rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah.
Garen is in the middle, so strong against the champions that Team Flash have. Yeah, sure, Jax jumps in, but if he gets silenced, he instantly pops.
Well, but here's the thing. The Counter-Strike blocks the silence.
Yeah.
So there is
some way.
There's a
There's
window. It's a skill matchup. And so now we actually get to see some counterplay from Team Flash.
Yeah, can block the silence but cannot block the ultimate.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the execution. And whenever I see a Jax versus Garen, I'm always looking at the window of how Garen will use the ultimate. And looking at the Team Flash composition right now, taking away the Lucia was actually very big for them. Flash Wolves now has to respond. They need damage. They need a consistent damage, possibly the Kaisa.
I mean, it's something they played a bunch of before, but it's gone for the Akali instead, moving away from the marksman, doubling down an assassin in the first game and assassin in the second.
Yeah, because we get the Lucian into Akali matchup mid, and Bruce has played an incredible Akali in the last series against RRQ. I think Flash Wolves are really comfortable. Now you have 3 members that can deliver the Galio into a fight.
Yeah, but remember, this is Team Flash that we're talking about, right? Yeah. It will be Coyote that will play the Darius, and the Lucian will go again to Shy. Back-to-back Lucian games for our top laner, for the Prime, or for the star player of Team Flash in the top lane. And we'll be going against Isera's Garen. Again, this is a Garen that, you know, is at the center of the rock paper, and scissors. But if there's one champion that can really stabilize the lane, it's going to, that can really destroy Garen in the top lane, it's going to be the Lucian.
What do you think here? Flash Wolves, is it worth lane swapping, matching Coyote in the mid lane with the Garen? Instead, Ysera goes mid, Bruce goes to the top side, matching Shy?
Definitely. You have to remove the kill threat of Bruce against the Lucian. Lucian has to pop off in this particular game and has to help Zissou really, you know, stabilize the game until the time that Senna is already scaled up.
Yeah, and remember, Shy is very vulnerable because Cookie is on that Olaf that can easily make their move up top with the Galio and Karma to shut down their Baron lane.
I mean, Flash will surprise all of us by picking up game number 1, turning things around at the 15-minute mark. We're looking to see if they can make it happen again in game number 2 as they toss it over to Outcasters.
Here's game 2 between Team Flash versus Flash Wolves once again. And this time around, Flash Wolves with the lead, which we have expected Team Flash to do well, but they've crumbled by that final fight. Now with an entirely new draft, Riku, what are your thoughts on Bruce finally playing on his Akali?
I know, the consistency of the draft so far, of second rotation of bans, let's remove the Garen, let's remove the Singed, that is basically spelling it out for Team Flash that they're going to be playing an assassin, whether it was the Ahri, and now this time it's the Akali. One thing to note though, for Flash Wolves' composition this time around, it's the opposite of what they're known for, right? They like their late game scaling compositions, but this time it's different, you know? Olaf falls off, Karma, Galio eventually, but Bruce is again going to be that strongest link where I don't care about your late game. I'm going to use something. I use a champion that will mech check you, and that's how you get over the hurdle of that scaling. But when you look at Team Flash, they have the Jax, they've got the Senna, they've got scaling, they've got early game with the Lucian and the Gragas, and as well as the Darius with the Apprehend. Everything is set, so now it all boils down to how Team Flash is able to transition to late game.
That's true, and when we take a look at this Akali pickup, I think it's a perfect setting when Team Flash have been going for these double marksman setups, so it's going to be easier for him to seek them out. And speaking of seeking something out here, Counter-Strike will force the flash away from Cookie while they will try to swing an axe on top of Bruce. He's looking for the chase though, tries to proc some damage, and he's been able to force Coyote to stay right underneath the turret, and now looking for a dive down bot.
Oh my gosh, they're setting this up really, really well. I don't think Flash Wolves is going to press on the issue. So now what I like to see from Team Flash, though, that this is, I wouldn't call it a freebie, but their biggest issue would be how do they go near with to Flash Wolves, because you've got Darius, who just wants to heal off of everybody. You've got Jax, who's going to use his stun and just want to whack at you. Melee range, of course. And the good news is Flash Wolves' composition requires you to go all in, requires you to be in their range. So I think that's a little bit of that light at the end of the tunnel for Team Flash, even though it's not the bestest of starts for their comp.
Yeah, they'll be able to scale very well, but when we look at the sort of setups that they have, Eason has to play a vital role in many of all these team fights. So my idea of how they want to stop fights, get Bruce to move right into the middle of it all with the perfect execution. Then you have that perfect setup for the heroes entrance instead. So that's one way to go about. So long as Bruce survives to tell the tale.
Yeah, I mean, in addition to that, something that will enable him to live is, aside from the hero's entrance, there's also the multiple shields coming from locking. Again, the biggest issue with Olaf comps is that how do you join the Olaf when he presses Ragnarok? How do you catch up? And usually the answer from year 0 was Orianna mid lane. But this time, we have the Karma enabling that. We rarely see Karma Olaf just because Olaf is always banned, Karma's always banned. So I'm happy to see this combo finally here in the Rift.
That's right. And also, I just want to give a little bit of throwback to the histories of these two teams, but I'll go back into that real quick. I thought that was a big scuffle going down bot, but into storytelling time.
Okay.
These two teams have grown so much.
Yeah.
Compared to the days in Sea Champs. So here comes that full massive dunk coming out of your Coyote. One more strike of the perfect execution secures first blood for Flash Wolves.
Oh my god, Bruce with a thumbs up as well. I mean, Coyote saw that, but Bruce with a barrier timing by being in the shroud, unable for Coyote to actually get a hit, and luring Coyote on tower range, meaning Bruce outplayed him so well.
Indeed.
Didn't even you have to use a flash?
He kept it all along, like he was timing it. It's like, okay, barrier, perfect. He didn't struck me down, so that's also because he didn't manage to get too many proc of the passive, right? If it's a full stack, then perhaps Coyote would have gotten it instead. Dragon for Flash Wolves, while they are going to be taking themselves a challenge into the jungle, Flash Wolves will not secure the Herald, while they will give chase. We won't be able to find any kills from here, but I was wrong. It's Zissou going down as Shy gets another trade, takes down Bruce.
Yeah, Bruce didn't have an exit path there. It was Shy ready. Although, we'll see if Eason is able to start a fight. But that's the thing, right? We saw how Bruce prioritized Morellonomicon, so there is that Grievous Wounds already on the board for a lot of these healing champions. There's so many. There's also healing coming from Ellie, you got MT, you got Coyote, and eventually with Blade of the Ruin King coming from Shy for a second item. So I think this buy is pretty worth.
Yeah, I absolutely love it. As Akali, the flexibility to the build is endless. You want to go tanker? Go for the Crystalline Scepter. You want to shred down some tanks and maybe not go for that full AP build. Divine Thunder is where it's at. Well, this chase won't last too long. So back to the story that I was telling you. Flash Wolves.
You know,
the best finish in Southeast Asia that they've ever had was a 5th to 8th finish.
Okay.
Whereas Team Flash, they didn't even make it through the plains back in Sea Champs.
That's true.
And yeah, full stop.
And look at that, yeah. Yeah, exactly right,
They've grown
Contra.
so
They've
much.
grown so much since the last time we saw them. And now look at them. Both of these teams are going to Icons. They've secured their spot into Icons, and now they're fighting for that straight ticket into the Icons Global Championships, because the 2nd and 4th place are going towards the play-in. So there's still a lot at stake. But at the same time, look at Flash Wolves actively looking for things in the map.
Ragnarok, and with the Mass Injustice, that will take out his foe. Noxus is down, so does Coyote.
You know, earlier while you were starting your story, I was about to say, Contra, I don't think you have time, because Flash Wolves, this is a composition that loves to keep fighting, and I think they're going to keep doing it. But you had a window.
My chance.
You had a
windows.
window. Yeah, you had a window, Contra. You're fine.
Yeah, so I just kept it short and simple. I guess that,
Good call.
That works.
Good call, because, yeah, someone died, basically.
Yeah, and we expect more to happen later on for the next trade as well, where there's so much more world prep. Now that you see those initial items, it's going to be looking pretty good for Flash Wolves right here, when they've already shown us that they can go for those long drawn-out skirmish just like back in Game 1. And these guys, they could possibly hold on to majority of the pokes, though they have double marksman.
But that's the thing, right? They're fighting from the back end, so it's a completely different scenario from game number 1. This is something that Ellie's going to scale. Zissou is going to scale, especially on this Jax. And we saw how Flash Wolves didn't even need an enchanter to make the Jax work.
Oh, he's leaping right in though. Zissou, not really asking for a death wish.
Whoa!
Oh, the cast that was!
Empty.
Draw them all the way back. The embrace will fall right in. While Eason gets a catch onto Shine. Nobody to follow up, and that's all they've got.
That would have been extra amazing from MT if Eason fell on that cast play done by the Gragas. But you know what? Flash Wolves at this point, I feel like they need to pick up the pace. I don't think it's enough for TF to have 0-2-0 on Coyote, because he's not what Flash Wolves should be worried about. They should be worried about Zissou. We saw how Cookie can come back from gold deficit, from dragon deficits. It's nothing against the Jax scaling into the late game, and this is almost a very similar setup. So I feel like Flash Wolves should pick up the pace. I wouldn't be confused as Team Flash decided to trade objectives instead, because again, they got the scaling.
That's right, and they're definitely making moves around the map while they are securing themselves that Drake, well, there's a little bit of challenge that will happen by the corner of the Herald Pit as well. Eason looking for the Justice Punch, be able to connect it, while Zisu just looking for that opportunity. Apprehend lands while they get themselves a little bit more target, while the rest of Flash Wolves, they will draw blood. Coyote's down. Same goes to Zisu as well. The chance of getting the Herald is close to none when it's a 5v3.
Nah, they ain't trading. Flash Wolves took the party to them. We're not allowing you to trade at all. Zisu, we know this is a point in the game where you're weak, so we're gonna keep hammering down. I talked about how Flash Wolves, they need to pick up the pace. This is another way to do that.
That's right. Now, the ball's on the court of Flash Wolves. Last time round, we see them losing so many objectives. Now on the reversal, it didn't really look too sweet for Team Flash.
This is just Team Flash not equipped just yet to fight them in a 5v5 scenario. We talk about Flash Wolves, early to mid-game, that's where they shine. A lot of these champions on their end will eventually fall off. That's the reason why this time around, their tables have turned. It is Flash Wolves now on a timer. And so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it reminds me of somebody you say that how the turntables have turned
Who
the
is
other day.
that somebody, Contra?
Somebody
Who is
on the
that?
panel.
Somebody on the panel?
It's been a few days, I forgot. not gonna name names.
There's 3 people on the panel today. Actually 4, including Grandin.
Right.
Are you sure you forgot? You just don't want to name drop?
Actually, I did forget.
Oh, okay. Oh, let's drop that then. Okay, top lane.
Back to the action while we have Perfect Taunt onto Eason while the culling will drop. Trying to go away with the hero's exit, but not gonna find any though. Now Flash Wolves with another push over mid side, they're at least trading it back.
There was so much damage from the side of Team Flash funneling over to Eason that I didn't even see Eason's body anymore. Like, disintegrated from the universe, deleted from existence.
Just like how they've been able to get some of all these Coke bottles popped up very quickly.
That's true.
And
That's true.
Yeah, as we are looking to see what magic happens here in the Rift, both sides playing this tug of war right now without those objectives being spawned up. So when it comes down to items, anything that appeals to you right now,
Anything that, I think it's so far is really pretty standard. Like, I guess for Bruce right now with the Rabadon's Death Cap and Zonia's, you can expect him to flourish. You can expect him to burst people down immediately and buy some time with the Hourglass when he goes in, even buying time for Eason to dive in as well.
Cass only hits onto one. They're chasing after Bruce. Here comes the Downing Shadow, chunking their health bars down.
Oh
Flash
my
Wolves, they're losing
gosh.
members one after another from all these scuffles that they've been taking, but they really want to draw more. Team Flash going in the jungle, but that's all they get.
Remember, they have no AD carry, so Flash Wolves, they have to decide on a target. They have to make sure that they're... Embrace?
Embrace not hitting onto anybody though. The exhaust is perfectly locked onto Ysera, where he can't do nothing. While they aim onto Ellie, Bruce almost gets a shuriken flip over with that as well. So it's just one pick after another. Team Flash are doing it again.
This is definitely not what Flash Wolves want. We talked about they're on a timer. 15 minutes. What's a sweet spot for Flash Wolves on Cookie? On the Jax, it's a different scenario now because at that time, Cookie had triple kill. He was able to get back into the game with the skirmishers. Team Flash, on the other hand, they're trying to force it. They're trying to replicate what Cookie did earlier. But the thing is, Flash Wolves, I think they're pretty good at slowing down the bleed. But the thing is, they still have to proactively find picks. They still have to kill.
Yes, they will have to, while Ellie getting chased down as well. Here comes Hero's entrance. While Locking will follow suit, while they will be all choked up in this corner. There's nowhere for them to run. They flash over the wall. Coyote gets out of there, but Zisu will drop 3 members down out of Team Flash. This dragon should be in the hands of Flash Wolves, but instead, they're calling for Baron.
They're going Baron. Again, this is so important for this team because the composition, without an AD carry, they're going to struggle so hard in sieging towers. So this is a huge boost for Flash Wolves.
Indeed, and Team Flash, what were they doing there? They shouldn't be so deep into the jungle. Now it's all down to Empty to find a way to steal this. He doesn't have the cast though, so there is no chance for Team Flash to get this in their bag.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate for Team Flash, right? They were roaming in the jungle, and it was so easy pickings for, you know, for Zissou, or rather for Cookie to just hack and slash Senna, because a Flash Senna is basically a dead Senna against an Olaf.
Right.
So Flash Wolves, they not only get the Baron, they can unlock this 1-3-1. The fact that Team Flash needs to be together, because these are the pieces that make up their composition. They need CC. They need damage. They need to get Zissou ahead. So therefore, the split that Flash Wolves is doing with the Baron is so good, with the Galio also going to be flying from downtown.
Yeah, they're just going to have turrets crumbling from left, right, center. While what's interesting to note is that they didn't even bother about that Cloud Break, right? It was left available, but this 2-2-1 definitely works better for your Flash Wolves, where they can just amp up on the pressure and look for that golden ticket, that pick of a lifetime to get themselves that match point.
Yeah, exactly right. Match point. Now after that, one game away from entering the grand finals. The Flash Wolves, it feels like they don't even have to wait for the BO5 or Game 5 win condition for them.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Husky's feeling pretty good. The only guy from the panel that's been voting for Flash Wolves. And you see, the wealth of experience definitely pays off here while Cookie tries to look for more targets. They will dive into the turret range while they have Redemption to replenish their health bars. The rest of the members of Team Flash, they're trying to keep Ysera back, but Top Wave's crashing right in as well. Well, they've done pretty much of a decent job with the defense overall.
Yeah, they want to maximize their Baron buff as much as possible, trying to draw attention in the mid lane to make sure that Bruce has a comfy push, but instead they're going to fall through, remove all the outer tier or inner tier towers, and then call it a day, because what's next for the next few minutes, it's going to be the Infernal Elder Drake, and that's the win condition, the Flash Wolves, to end the game, because we talked about how they're going to have a difficult time in the late game, but because of Bruce, that's what we initially said. He's going to be that anchor. Like, late game, what's that? I'm going to be ahead, and I'm going to just remove the squishies off of Team Flash.
That's right, and now they're just taking their sweet time, just like how, you know, on the off days I was just bringing auto-lose for a little bit of a walk. Well, a little bit is 30K steps of walk, by the way.
Oh my gosh.
We're heading to the late game, where Flash Wolves, they're just here taking a stroll around, bringing Team Flash on this journey all together, and you know, on these journeys, we have a little bit of shopping, and what's interesting to me is that instead of going for an Hourglass, we have Ellie, who's going for Twin Shadows instead.
That's so important against an Akali, right? When you hide around the Shroud, you need to find that. You need the spooky, you need the ghosts, basically, the Twin Shadows, to find and eliminate and punish Bruce. Because if Bruce doesn't have, what do you call this? Stasis?
Oh,
Cast?
big cast. And
Wow.
Millie, the cast onto Eason. Then the rest of Team Flash, they're racing right into the mid lane, trying to get those picks off. But the rest of Flash Wolves, they burn summoners just to keep themselves safe.
Okay, good news, Cookie is still alive. If Team Flash is gonna do Baron!
Whoa, body slam onto 2! This is where they get their chance to crumble off the defenses of Team Flash Wolves instead. It's a double going over to Coyote. And now the Baron is for the taking. Can Flash Wolf challenge?
Literally, the tables have turned. It is now on the side of Team Flash. And what did we say, Contra? What did we say? That Flash Wolves is on the timer. Zissou is going to be a monster on the Jax. And they will have no answer, because Cookie's going to fall off. Everybody's going to fall off. And the only anchor that can change that and defy that is Bruce, and he's dead.
Yeah, and even though they lost that very first Baron, we've seen them at least kept up to pace with 3K gold. And back to the fight, it was beautiful.
It was so good, the way that MT set that up. He caught Eason, then he catches the rest of Flash Wolves off guard, gets the Baron. Now they have lane pressure. Now they have the waves in their advantage. They have space to take this Elder Drake.
Yeah, they're working on their way, already dropping it to 50%. This is where the apprehend hits onto Gragas. Sarah will get a little bit more protection with the hero's entrance as well. But all of them are getting pushed right back. Team Flash wants to fight, and it will bring in pain. Instead, Flash Wolves, they have already taken down Darius, but the race is on.
Time.
Well, Locking's all the way in the back door, though. It's going to be Sarah that's still holding on to the GA. Oh, they will go in for the turret dive. It's Shy popping out of control. While they work onto the turrets, they don't need to take the Elder. They can find more windows of opportunity. But here comes a TP from Zissou back into the Elder Drake.
They're going to secure that for sure. That's their win condition. They're already at a point where Zissou is going to... Zissou was all alone, by the way, earlier in that fight. But let's take a look if there's going to be an attempt on a steal.
Sin leading the charge. Sarah has an opening right here. He can use the Justice and steal it away. Will they do it, though? Instead, Team Flash, they secure the Elder. And Sarah goes down. And this game will be reversed once more. Team Flash, they have the numbers, they have the advantage, they can push through.
Team Flash held on. They know that their composition will win 50 minutes and beyond. Flash Wolves tried their best to speed up and pick up the pace and see if they can get the early game advantage, but it wasn't enough.
And we talk about all these timers, and they're all on the ticking clock this time. Team Flash played the Flash Wolves game instead, and they will find their way into the Nexus. Still not having enough minions to work around with. Bruce only have a drop of blood left, while Coyote being forced back. Team Flash, they're already done with the Baron buff, so it's back to being even.
Okay, the Transcendent Embrace used to clear down the wave. At this point in the game, it's going to be on a relatively low cooldown. And I know we've seen games before where even though the team is able to get the Elder Drake, that's your win condition. That basically spells that we're going to win the game is over, it's done, GG, go next. But we've seen how, in an RQ match, it's different. Even though you have the Elder Drake, they can still take the game. And I feel like this could be one of those situations when they have a scaling answer. I feel like if Bruce gets a pick, that's the time they can take this around. And remember, Flash Wolf still has that Master Spirit. As the game progresses, they can take it back.
But it's definitely a struggle for this Akali in the late game to really look for that opening pick. As soon as you want to jump onto Shy or even Zissou, you got all these other PP boys running at you as well. So there's no clear-cut answer, but if he does get that pick, sure it works. And the macros for Flash Wolves have been looking impeccable. Now, another Baron is up.
How do they get a pick here? Because Team Flash, they're all together. They're all clumped up together. This is not what Flash Wolves want.
But this is what Coyote wants instead. Comes with the apprehend with a huge casket as well. Eason's gonna fall once more. Zissou found that pig, and he's looking for Cookie with the double counter strike. He'll be able to chase on, and the rest of Flash Wolves will be depleted. House of Wolves, House of None is Team Flash with a perfect ace, and now the scores will be even up in the series.
And we have a series, baby, 1-for-1. Team Flash is able to use the Jax, use it, hold on till 50 minutes, and end the game.
What a moment right there for Team Flash. We were worried for them in the early game.
Yeah.
They didn't really look like they were on their best. Compared to game one, they didn't have that same tempo. And Team Flash, those team fights, it looked beautiful.
Yeah, and the fact that they were so calm and collected. They know what their win condition was. They know that Zissou eventually is going to be a huge monster and no one can deal with them. And the only biggest problem they would have to face is Bruce on the Akali because he was in the lead. There is a bunch of squishies on the side of the Team Flash's roster. And I feel like that's their only fear. But eventually everybody else on the side of Flash Wolves are going to fall off. They only had to buy time. They just had to play the game.
Indeed they do. And I'm just looking at the 100% win ratio for a Jax pick in this entire series. Perhaps we might just need an investment in the ban. Like, get this removed, then this won't happen anymore.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter if you have the Olaf, you have the Karma, two of the champion picks that have been actively separated time and time again because it's so scary that an Olaf's just gonna run at you, plus the shields, plus the rest of the team following through. But this time around, it didn't work. Flash Wolves didn't get to hammer down their lead. They were getting early kills, but it's not enough. That's why we kept talking about they need to be more proactive about their composition because in the end, it is Team Flash that has the upper hand beyond 15 minutes.
That's right, and well, we're gonna get ourselves ready for game 3, but when we look into both drafts, so they have great ideas overall. If they're going to switch it up, are we going to see a double marksman Flash Wolves going back to basics once again? It's going to be predictable, though, for Team Flash, so I wonder what would be the answer. But I believe that the panel would have answers of their own as well. So let's get back to Brandon and the rest of the panel.
Look, I don't know about answers. I have a lot of questions. All right. First off.
Yes.
What?
Nani?
What? We just saw name tags flipped around.
Yep.
Right. 15-minute mark. For some reason, that's the point the teams just like to troll the game. Like it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm done playing to win. Right. I'm gonna walk in. We saw multiple points. I think Coyote did an amazing job picking off Eason. Right. Like that was. God. Multiple instances of them taking out Eason and then playing for the 4v5. I think Bruce nearly single-handedly carried that game, but his efforts alone are not going to be enough.
Definitely not, especially with what happened in the mid-game to late game and the champion that has been given to him. Akali is not really the best scaling champion in the game. Yes, you would be able to assassinate the targets in the back line, but you also have to remember that they have 2 marksman threats, the back line, right? If you dive in and you get caught with just 1 stun, imagine the amount of damage that Ellie and Shai can bring out to the table at that point in the game. And that, I think, is the reason why I was having second thoughts on that Akali pick. I was wanting a marksman, a more stable, damage dealer for them, but it was picked away right away when the Lucian went to the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, but for Bruce, he got off to a really good start on the Akali, and that's where Team Flash started to worry, right? I think for Flash Wolves, they got 2 Dragons, they got 1 of the Rift Herald, they were getting a lot of map control. I think they even got the first Baron. I was getting very concerned for Coyote because he completely got shut down, but he ended up being the trigger point for Team Flash to win the game. And picking off Eason in the last few moments of the game was brilliant because as much as we say Karma has a lot of shield, Karma is a safety net, Karma is a secondary safety net. Eason is the one who will start things off, will protect the team, and he will get the counter engage going.
You know what it reminded me of, Coyote? A microwave. Right?
A microwave.
Yeah, basically heats up the later stage of the game. There you go. You don't like the reference?
I don't see it. Okay, like I get it, but like why a microwave specifically?
I don't
like,
know. Maybe I'm hungry.
Maybe it could be like anything. It could be an induction stove. It could be an oven. It
possibly.
could be like it could be a fire. Like why not? He could be like a blazing fire. You know, it starts off with like a few cinders, a few embers, and then boom, it turns to like. Why a microwave?
I don't know.
Could be like a weather.
Yeah, we'll see.
I mean, we just saw an amazing game from Team Flash. They've turned things around again. They were on the back foot, but they're always up in gold up until a certain point.
Wait a minute. That's 100% kill participation for Ellie. 116, 17.
It's a setup. It's impressive, but it is a setup. And this is kind of the reason why they prioritize it so much, right? Like if you're going to first pick it, like I hope you have something in mind.
Yeah, again, secondary engage. What we want to see from Team Flash, and they have it empty on the Gragas. Compared to the Nasus, so much more utility to work with. There were so many fights where Flash Wolves wanted to get away, Flash Wolves wanted to get something going. One cast, you break the tempo, you grab Eason, you grab Bruce, and you instantly win that fight against Flash Wolves.
Oh wait, was that right? Did we just see full kill participation from Ellie and Empty?
Yes.
And we were like 1 off from like Shai and Zissou, right? Like those 2, that's impressive. Like to be
so Ellie's not impressive.
Not as impressive. Like you're Senna, you have an ult that fires
player,
anywhere
he's
on
the
the
champion.
map. Fire anywhere on the map. You know, you're playing Lucian. Like you have 2 guns. Like you're even shorter range when you're like in the jungle jacks, right?
Yeah. It's like, if you have a global ult, you better have high kill participation.
That's true. Okay, my question for you is: are you doubting them now, Flash Wolves?
No, I never doubted Flash
never
Wolves.
doubting?
Yeah.
Even after what happened?
No, it's still 1-1.
Okay.
I could say the same for Team Flash when they lost Game 1, you know. I think this sets up to be a great series. It would be a shame if we end with a 3-0. I think I want to see them go the distance.
Yeah.
Team Flash wanted to take Flash Wolves late. They lost it. But Game 2, it was the complete opposite, right? Team Flash did a Flash Wolf on them.
Yeah. And again, this is kind of borrowing some strategy that we saw Cerberus really played against one team. We know that Masters as a region really loves their late game, right? So how do you counter that? An even more later game, right? So you have an infinite scaling in Senna, and you also have a marksman in the top lane. And
the
not
Jax
to mention,
players-
you also have a Jax.
The Jax players just get all the credit.
Yeah. Game 1's Cookie Jax, Game 2 is Zizou Jax. Apparently, what the caster say, Jax is a 100% win rate.
At least for this series.
For this series, I agree.
100% in 2 games. That's good.
100% in 2 games.
That's good statistics right there.
Yeah, very good.
Sample size is a myth.
Well, we'll see. I don't think Jax is really a problem right now. I feel that he's being given much more space than he should be. The Garen at one point got destroyed by Coyote. And that's where we go back to, right? The trifecta, the Senna plus whatever you pair with Senna, and then have a Darius with him. That's basically the theme that we've been seeing in WCS finals. That if you have those three, you have a decent engage and you also have a decent cleanup as well.
Look, we had a lot of impressive moments in this match, and you mentioned how you thought Coyote was like a microwave. I don't know how much I dig into the heat up analogy, but what I do dig into is him turning it around. Oh, there we go.
There you go.
There we
So
go.
you have to have it up.
Yes, he's turning it around. He's turned it on Flash Wolves. And break it down for me, guys. Like, what happens? How is it the 15-minute mark looks so good for these teams?
Yeah, it's all about managing your vision control is the way I see it, right? If you are able to maximize the Fog of War and have a very good engage option from MT, this is actually it, and have a follow-up with Coyote, things will go your way. Doesn't FW, again, has to have Garen or Isera being the one to face check. But we saw Eason being the one to face check. Normally, Eason's Galio is tanky, but against a double marksman and Shy being able to build Cyrilda's Grudge right away, shreds the armor of Galio right away.
Yeah, and also you have that, you have the Black Cleaver, I think triple Divine Sundra. That is a tank killer right there. And there are certain compositions where this Galio doesn't want to be in front, and this is one of them, right? You walk into Team Flash, they instantly just shreds you, and there's nothing that the rest of the team can do for you. The Garen can run in. Ysera built a Proto Belt. He's not going to tank up. He can't run in. He's going to Proto Belt in, and he will die with his team.
Exactly, and again, if we talk about Galio, Galio, as a champion, was known to be the anti-mage just because of the magic shield of the passive, right? Against Marksman, no magic shield for you.
Not so much. Like that wasn't that same amount of value, and Easton had a difficult time getting into the fights. Like he wanted to join in, he wanted to use his ultimate, but more often than not, what we saw happen was Easton gets caught out, the rest of his team plays the 4v5, and they don't win the 4v5 because naturally you don't win when you're a man down. So I feel like now suddenly, hey, giving the Galio over to Easton looked good on paper, but actually in practice, it's not going that well.
Yeah, there are answers to the Galio, right? He looks vulnerable now. He's not godlike with that support pick. And I want to just quickly bring up what Otto said. Otto mentioned that these two teams are really good. They're at the top of the game, but what separates them is who can press their lead further. And Team Flash did impeccable on that. They win the team fight, they set up lane wards, and they were able to follow up subsequently with more ganks, right? The double body slam that we saw from MT was kind of what put the nail in the coffin. And without those lane, you only get to set up those aggressive lane wards when you have full control of the map, and that's what Team Flash got.
Yeah, Team Flash is so deadly in pulling off that trigger. Remember, that 1 point vision control, millisecond of decision making coming from MT really opened the game towards their favor, and we saw Baron being secured by Team Flash from that point, Elder Dragon being secured as well. Just the crisp decision making to back up their already impressive mechanics is what Team Flash makes Team Flash really on a different level, at least for me in this series. I'm sorry for your fans.
No, it's okay. I mean, may the best team wins, right? And I'm happy that Team Flash put up a fight, but it really came down to vision. Mid lane, Team Flash got the kills because of vision. Close to the Elder Drake pit, it was also because of that one vision ward that caused Eason to be picked
So
off.
let me ask you guys this question then. Is it not so much about winning that it's easier to win a fight in 15 minutes, but more so that if you win a fight in 15 minutes, there are more objectives available for you, i.e. the Baron, the Elder Drake, that make it easier for you to win games, which is why that 15-minute is such a pivotal point.
This is still a special trait of these two teams. You know, this is not something common. This is us giving them the credit that they can fight from behind. It's not easy, guys. All right, even in our solo queue, we see the importance of early game, but it's just that these teams know how to find openings that normal players wouldn't. or normal teams wouldn't.
You want to stop the bleeding. You don't want your enemies to run away with the lead. And in the case of these two teams, they are finding little windows to punish each other so that their enemies won't run away with a major objective like a Baron or Elder Drake. And in this case, it can be something as minute as a Vision Ward.
I feel like you talking about your solo queue games. Maybe you can talk about your own, but like I don't see that. I don't see that. I don't see that in my solo queue games. No, I'm saying you get good games. I'm saying you get good games, Otto. My solo queue games don't go that way. I am the early game. I run around and I'm tapping buttons.
I'm gonna talk to Omo later.
No,
I think we can connect.
No, you can't talk to Omo. He's gonna flex his rank or something. Otto, you should understand this. We can't let him dominate the
You can do that. I can flex
You
my
have to understand. I played 3 games with Omo. I lost all of them.
So what are you saying? Omo is
almost
jinx?
Wait, so
Omo
you're
is
saying
bad?
this doesn't look good for you, Husky? You're just saying it could go both ways. He could be bad or you could be bad.
I think we're both bad.
Oh, if you're listening right now,
I respect that.
Husky.
I respect that.
Husky is
I have the
telling you're
courtesy to
bad.
admit that I'm not that good.
Like he'll pull, like Husky's like pulling Omo down with him. He's grabbed on at the waist. Like they're in the water. He's grabbed on at the waist. It's okay. Just stop kicking. We'll go down together. Well, I can't say the same for our two teams here though. Flash Wolves and Team Flash still have a long way to go. This is only game number 2 of this series. There's still much more to be had from these two teams. That being said, both have managed to turn things around. I'm curious what the game plan is going into game number 3 because this starts to be that turning point. We've seen how dangerous it is for Team Flash when they go 2 games down. We've seen how comfortable Flash Wolves is playing when they are 2 games down.
Again, if this goes to game 5, chances are I'll change my prediction. So for Team Flash to really win this convincingly and without having me, jump ship from one point to another, they have to finish this in 4, right? So they have to win the next 2 games, and I believe they're poised to do it, right? Looking at their draft, they have corrected one thing that I saw was lacking from them game number 1, and that was, being able to control the tempo from the Lucian pick, because the Lucian pick in game number 1 didn't do as much. On game number 2, it was effective because you take it away from Bruce. And that's what I really loved about that draft.
Yeah, in game 1, they were more forceful because of the nature of that draft, right? They were relying a lot on the area to jump in, but at the same time, the Senna Nasus was also trying to jump in.
That's
we see
true.
Shy flashing aggressively to get pickoffs, and that was the turning point for Flash Wolves. But in game 2, they were a bit more control. They have more resources to pull those exact moves off without getting punished, and that's why Team Flash were able to control the tempo more against Flash Wolves.
Okay, I have a question for us.
For us.
Yeah, for all of us. Do you think Jax will be banned game number 3?
No.
First
No.
rotation. No? I say yes.
All right, let's find out.
Let's
Game
find
number 3
out.
picks and bans starting here again. Team Flash will continue on the blue side.
First
They get to
rotation.
determine how they want to
Team
go
Flash
for
will still have, Team Flash will still have first
They get
pick
first
here.
pick. They get to decide. If Jax goes through, this could be that opportunity again. I mean, we saw how well it was able to play for them once they started turning things around in the mid to late game. But before that, I mean, honestly, it's struggling against the high tempo options that the opponent can pick up.
Yeah, Team Flash picked up Senna first pick in game 2, right?
Oh,
And
Shen
it
again.
opened up a lot of different options for Flash Wolves. They went for, I believe, the Karma Galio, but in this case, with the Shen ban now, I think Team Flash have identified that you don't want to give Ysera that cross-map option. That's what Flash Wolves have been really dominant with against RRQ and Cerberus, is Ysera's ability to join those fights
Camille is
globally.
open. Camille is open. Will this be a Camille first pick or a Senna first pick? Again, Team Flash loves their Senna. Senna first pick. And no ban on the Jax, so I'm wrong.
Graga is going to be picked, right, for Flash Wolves.
And surely not. I mean, it's a difficult spot. If you try and go for the Jax too early on, right, the opponent gets to pick up Olaf. We saw how that goes. So Flash Wolves will prioritize this powerful bot side duel.
This is a Galio Camille angle.
It could really well go into
This is actually a really strong Galio Camille angle.
Yeah, this is Senna Galio Camille angle, right?
It has
and then
to
Flash
be
Wolves
that.
would have to go for Olaf, maybe.
I think it has to be that Galio Camille. You're opening up. You have literally the best window right now.
Please.
So you think about what the team does. You have the Galio, it comes in, it sets up for the ultimate when you have the Camille already on your opponent. The Senna is in your backline, constantly healing you. You have so much sustain in these fights.
Exactly.
What if they pick Olaf? Just to throw it out there. That could be a minor curveball, right?
But
Oh yeah, so they picked the Olaf instead. Camille now is open for Flash Wolves.
I think Flash Wolves have
They
to go
have
for
to
this.
take
If they don't go for this, they end up giving it over.
Or
That being
banning
said,
it away.
it might be a case where Isara is not comfortable playing this matchup against Shy, considering what could happen when you go
Right.
for the Camille. You could go into a worse matchup if Shy wants to go for an aggressive
We've
pickup.
been seeing that Shy's champion has been on the second rotation, so they are open in the idea of having him at least have that counter pick. Now with this Fiora, we know that Fiora is, can stand toe-to-toe against Olaf. One of the champions that can stand toe-to-toe against the Olaf early just because of the vitals.
Yeah, and Fiora Jungle has only been played once, and it was by Flash Wolves as well. Twice. It was by Flash Wolves. I remember the most recent one was Game 4 against RRQ. That was the game that they won in a very convincing manner. I think Flash Wolves right now, you want to ban out champions that can prevent those mobilities. The Cinch is the one. Is one. You can open up the Camille if your Sarah wants to go for it. This is most likely a cookie Fiora Jungle.
Possibly, yes. I don't see it being flexed over to the Baron laner, etc. I feel that Flash Wolves right now has shown their hands that it will be Gragas support, Varus as the AD, and you have a Fiora jungle. Not too shabby, as I would admit. It's very strong.
A lot
It's
of
very
catches.
strong.
So here's what I'm looking out for from Flash Wolves now. We've seen 2 games with Bruce and the Assassins. He's gone for the Ari in one game and the Akali in the second. Really helped his team get an early game lead. Helped them secure tempo in the early game to start snowballing. Are we looking to see him do the same, or is he going to move finally over to the marksman?
They still need a playmaker. For me, in this particular draft, in where you have a Fiora, you have to have a perfect partner for the Fiora in the jungle. You cannot leave her alone. If you draft a marksman here, no playmaking potential.
What about the Diana? Something that Bruce has played before,
Possible,
right?
yeah.
Diana, you go for the Rala of Ages, Crystalline Reflector, and you get a stasis. That can give Bruce some way to make plays. They already have utilities.
Possible, of
The
course.
cast, Chain of Corruption. If you add on top of that with something like a Camille and a Diana, I think it really allows Flash Wolves to make all those early moves
Camille
against
is still
Flash.
open, by the way, and Flash Wolves can still pick it and be the engager for their squad. They have a disengage option in that Gragas. The question is, Camille is going to be picked up here. Can still be flex in the mid lane.
Well, it would be a little surprising to go into the mid lane, but I suppose that is a possibility, especially with the Fiora. The Fiora could go over as well. So still some flexibility with Flash Wolves. We'll have to see how Team Flash want to try and address these issues. Now, they've already shown us the Senna, Galio, Olaf, some really powerful combos there, and we've seen how they went for their last picks. Previously with the Irelia and with the Lucian, some very strong pickups to round off the scaling that they have.
I would still go for the Lucian here, just because Recton is still a flex pick. Could still be flex mid lane and could go stand toe-to-toe against Camille in the early stages. Now, come late stages, that will be another story. Twisted Fate, alright. Coyotes, Twisted Fate.
Doubling down on the global presence, right? While tripling down, you have Senna out, you have Galio out, now you have a Twisted Fate that allows you to make cross-map plays.
It's your drawing.
It's a drawing. They're doing it. Which card would they pick?
Echo.
They've got 3 cards to pick from, right?
Yeah.
But it's about which card you pick and how you set up for those, because Coyote is going to be such a massive playmaker for his team.
Oh, they actually went for the Corki. I was thinking of the Diana. I still prefer having that playmaker, but I suppose Flash Wolves have 3 avenues already, right? You don't want to overload it with too much.
Yeah, exactly. It was already solved by the fact that they already have a Camille. So Camille and the Fiora can be the tag team that is really going to push them over to the mid game, late game. Meanwhile, Varus and Corki, a double poke setup here. The engagement from Team Flash, though, is still very scary because you could have the Twisted Fate and Olaf engage from all angles possible and still have the backup of Galio, Senna from a mile away.
So I asked you this question earlier, Otto. If they were going to go for an assassin, the answer is going to be no. They're going to go for the Corki instead. You said they needed a playmaker. Do they still have that?
Yeah, the Camille in the top lane. It will be at the hands of Isera, though, not Bruce. So if you actually ask me right now which draft I'm liking better, definitely Team Flash.
I have to go with that. I think Team Flash just has a more robust draft overall, easier to execute compared to what Flash Wolves have.
I mean, Flash Wolves have gone into this, the first game, they lost early tempo, but were able to find a miraculous fight. The question is now for me, can Team Flash hold on to their lead securely, not give space over to Flash Wolves to find a comeback, especially with the Varus, especially with the Camille, the amount of pick-off potential that they have going into game number 3. Well, a lot of questions to be asked, and we need to find out those answers. How does this change for you guys now that game number 3 is shaping up, and we've seen the adaptability from Team Flash, but the insistence from Flash Wolves?
Most important game. game number 3, because if game number 3 goes over to Flash Wolves, and that's a minimum of 5 games, right? And again, that's where they shine.
But
Yeah.
both series that Flash Wolves won, they were down 1-2. So there is still some remnants of that, right? In fact, Flash Wolves are demanding another mech check with this draft.
You think?
I
With
think
Varus
so.
and Corki?
Well, Fiora, Camille, I'm looking at that too, right?
Yeah, that on the top side, yes.
Cheeky.
But for Varus and Camille, though, Varus and Corki, though, it will just be a very straightforward poke type of thing, right? So in Flash Wolves' strategy here is to whittle down their opponent, find the right opening for them to, go for the lethal blow, because then again, they have poke. Now, if you are Team Flash, you want to find the right window for the Olaf's Ragnarok, for the Galio ultimate, for the Twisted Fate even, to make the proper engage, to pin down the Varus and the Corki, and if Varus and Corki goes down, so are their chances.
Normally, Flash Wolves drafts have a very unique characteristic, which is they have disengage, they have re-engage, they can play that push and pull, but this draft doesn't really allow that. You only have the Gragas to disengage, and once the cast is out, that's it, you are committed.
And we oftentimes talk about these kind of keywords, this terminology, right? An idea of like poke comp, the idea of an all-in team fighting composition. But what makes a poke comp good? What does a poke comp actually do?
Whittle down the HP bars of your opponent. In other words, in street fighting, it's dirty fighting, right? So okay, in mixed martial arts, it's going for the low blows. Right?
The low kick, right?
Yeah. Low kick, leg kicks, I think, is what you just continue to try to gas out your opponent. And once they're low enough, that's when you try to go for the killing blow of having that Fiora and also that Camille engaging from the sides, winning that team fight over to your side.
And what's an engage comp, right? What does an engage comp actually try to get done?
Engage comp is finding the right opening, forcing the enemy to react to your engage, and just having all your members win that fight through the team dynamics, through your skill rotations. I think what the engage comp wants to achieve is you want to force the enemy to react to your actions. You want to be the one to start the fight first. You want to be the one that dictates when it ends.
Fighting analogy, the boxer, right? That will try to open up the defenses of the other players. So we have a very technical team on the other side, the poke team, and the other one just wants to go for the haymaker right away.
So in a confrontation between these two styles, I mean, what kind of happens here? Let's say what they're playing around an objective, right? They want to play for the dragon, they want to get the Baron, whatever it is. How do they start to play that one out?
Okay, so if it's a dragon fight, the all-in composition should be the one starting the dragon. The poke composition has no business to start the dragon because it makes them very vulnerable from engages from the opposing side. But then again, if you are the poke composition and you are not being put the position to really poke because of the very early engages, that would just make things miserable for your part.
Yeah, in this case, I think it gives Team Flash some advantage, right? Because normally we see Flash Wolves being the first one to be at the objective, being the first one to set up this perimeter of this Area 51 that the enemies can't enter. With this draft, it becomes so much harder because if you are the first one on the site, Team Flash can just surround you from all angles.
Okay, so let me get this straight. We got the poke coming through from the Varus Corki, and then when you get them low enough, you get the engage out from the Camille, and that's what a poke composition wants to get done. That's how they want to go for the fight.
true.
Well, we've discussed enough about these drafts going into game number 3. We're going to toss it over to casters to bring us into the Rift and out for more action.
Well, Riku, you've heard from the panel. It's Area 51. It's a street fight. What do you think this is?
It's a street fight. Like, Team Flash said, I'll meet you at 5 o'clock, okay? Fist to fist. And then Flash Wolves answered with, okay, sure, I'll be there. And then they suddenly break some bottles and then they throw it range.
Wow, that's a lot of
That's
range,
a poke composition, Contra. That's how I envision a poke composition would go.
All right, so hopefully nobody steps on
Broken glass?
broken glass, shards of it. After all, we have a little bit of that street fight going over on mid between Bruce as well as Coyote. Both range matchups going toe-to-toe. So it's interesting to also see Twisted Fate in this matchup. Sure, there's a lot of pickoffs that Team Flash is aiming to do for this entirety of this game.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times before, right? You use the mist to shroud the Twisted Fate with you, and then boom, movement speed, gold card, surprise. But Flash Wolves have seen has seen this from a mile away because we've seen it from the beginning of play-ins up until now. It has been popularized for the very first time by Final Adversity. So Flash Wolves is very familiar with this approach already.
That's right, and I'm seeing that there's a Ruby Crystal that's being built by this TF. Either he wants to lead into Rod of Ages, or could it be that Hullbreaker that we've seen? Could it be?
Could it be? I mean, we'll have to check out, right? Because when it comes to TF and they have to face a poke composition, what they're going to lack is HP. They're going to get whittled down if they don't engage immediately. So I am not surprised they go for more of the sustain route.
Oh, they're going into the back alley right now to pick onto Eason. Well, they'll be able to hook them right back, so it's not going to result all too much, but take a look at Zissou. He's in a really dangerous spot. Here comes Cookie as well, forces the flash away.
Oh my
Still chasing in, looking for the vital procs. The exhaust being dropped right onto Cookie. Forces the flash, body slams perfect, but none of them have fallen. Oh, that was close, so close.
Oh my gosh, I mean, the way Cookie responded with that, like he immediately moved towards the bottom portion of the map to catch Zissou, to catch the gang from Team Flash. And Zissou was so incredibly low that he was forced to use a flash. That means Olaf, very vulnerable without Ragnarok, without Flash at this point of the game. So Flash Wolves, I think that's a very nice window that they'd like to take advantage of, but I don't think they're going to meet anytime soon. Scuttlers are already taken.
Yeah, and even though with all these submarines burned, there's still so much crowd control on that Dragon Lane for Team Flash, so they'll be able to hold up fine.
Destiny.
While we have Destiny being popped right here. Where is it going to land, though? Well, let's just find a river. Trying to secure that scuttle, perhaps, but instead, receives a little bit more beating coming from him.
Yeah, it was that big announcement that, hey, I see you. Don't 2v1 shy at the top lane, okay? That's
Warning
basically the PA. So, usually when we look at Twisted Fate, year 0 of Wild Rift, it was mainly to play around your top side, use Destiny level 5, then give kills to your top lane, which works so well when you have a Renekton that when they get ahead, when a Renekton gets ahead, it's so hard to stop. Look at Flash Wolves. They've got a lot of scaling on the board, including the Corki, Fiora, Camille. Everything says scaling, everything says Flash Wolves signature. So TF, Team Flash, with their Twisted Fate, they have to make proactive moves around the map.
Oh, they are. Well, they are just having some small little windows of trade overall, but Flash Wolves, like you said, once they do get the window of activation, you expect those full-blown fights, 5v5s, where you have this Camille with the ultimatums, locking them in pace, sets it up really perfectly. Now, we're already seeing Flash Wolves initiating on that Herald, and there's only going to be Shy right there.
I'll have to see if they're able to stall it out, right? Because that's their plan. They need to get this.
They really have to get everything in the bag. Shy will have a little bit of
so
assistance.
low!
And with the cast, it will knock him all the way back. Shy gets a little window opportunity while the rest of Flash Wolves fighting them back.
Oh my
Here
God,
comes
he's
the package,
trapped.
cutting their exit points as well.
He's
Bruce
still
is going 1v1. The Hera's still up. Who's going to get it? It's a double going down for Zissou. While if Lucky ends up hit, gets Cartered off. Red card it is, while Coyote goes standing toe-to-toe. Shy secures it, and Team Flash, they walk away with 4, and also with the Herald.
Seriously, whenever Team Flash and Flash Wolves fight, it's literally like dirty fighting down in the mud every single time they meet in an early objective. And in the end, Team Flash is able to win that because number 1, they couldn't eliminate Zissou right away. He's able to still get a double kill, and on top of that, forcing Locking to flash into the pit to just secure a kill, and then he falls after. They also get the Rift Herald. So at that point, of course, an Olaf getting the lead, that's a pretty sweet deal.
Indeed it is. So far, looking great for Team Flash. Well, Flash Wolves, they're the ones who started the Herald. They didn't manage to get things done. I want to see what really went wrong.
It's all about buying some time, right? I mean, the mission there was to eliminate Shy, make it a 4v5. They have the capability of doing so. And the thing is, Camille, even if part 2 of the fight,
here goes, part 2 it is. Gold card, and it's Zissou once more. Securing it for Team Flash, chasing away the rest of Flash Wolves. Well, he has very little health bars. Will Flash Wolf challenge once again? He'll be able to hold them all the way back. Eason now has no mana. They will drop onto him. Flash gold card, and that's Eason down. Another kill onto that Team Flash.
Tell me I was imagining things. Was it a 1v2? Ellie was in the middle, was basically sandwiched by Ysera and Eason?
Yeah.
And yet, wow, Team Flash have full control, very confident. You know what Husky said about the perimeter? It was basically Ellie securing the perimeter. You shall not pass, you may not pass. Do you have a ticket, sir? No? Then this is it. This is where you stand.
Well, I don't know what kind of pass that is. Like, is it a golden ticket?
I don't know, but
Is it?
it could be just
to
like
the
a dragon
chocolate
pass or
factory?
something. I don't know.
Well, let's ask Husky later.
Yeah, we'll ask him.
Okay, so more of the objectives getting taken up, while Flash moves, at least they secure the mid lane turret, opens up a little bit of the map, but they're being sandwiched in between. Chamber Archer lands. Here comes Hero's entrance. Knocks Eason into place, but they get that pick. Locking's down, and so does Cookie. Nothing much left for Flash Wolves to fight against.
The counter to poke compositions is heavy engage. If you do not have disengage, which was absent basically because the cast was on cooldown, and the fact that Team Flash had a very nice entry from the river, Varus cannot run, Locking cannot run, Bruce cannot run.
Yeah, and they really committed to that turret, sure.
Well, he did run away. He's fine. He's safe.
Yeah, probably had a little bit of jog in the early morning to get the tempo right. Anyways, now going into the mid game, it's Flash Wolves currently so behind. That's about close to 10,000. This is the first time I'm seeing Flash Wolves being so below their usual standards in the early game.
Remember, Flash Wolves, this is fine for them. We talked about how no matter the gold deficit, no matter the dragon deficit, they know that their composition will shine bright in the later stages of the game. We talked about the 15 minutes and beyond. This is it. This is the composition that shines with that because Team Flash, their composition is so squishy. And we talked about how there's so many answers to get picks. Chain of Corruptions into Hextech Ultimatum, vice versa. And they have the explosive cask. As long as the cask is used defensively, Eason has to hold it in, make sure that that ult is available in case TF presses the go button.
Yeah, and we're also seeing double sunders from both sides, so it's like in the fights, they can still easily melt down tanks as such. Now, Hullbreaker onto Corki once again, like, I know some panelists say that, you know, this may not be the best item for Corki as a starter. I talked to a few pro players and they say that...
What'd they say?
Well, they told me, well, I'll hold that for a bit. Well, they have another fight traveling down bot. Well, they have the Grand Challenge already being utilized. It's going to be the Destiny Gate. Where is it going to go?
Oh.
It's going to cut off Eason. He just body slams away into safety. And now, here comes Shine, cutting them all off. And that Hero's entrance won't be able to work their magic, but they will still draw blood. It's a killing spree for Zissou as they hunt them all the way down to the tier 3 inhibitors. Locking still survives though, and all they could do is poke back.
Oh my gosh, this is it. This is the counter. Just heavy engage. The fact that Flash Wolves can't even kite back because their escape has been cut off by the rest of Team Flash. I was about to say Twisted Fate, but we'll see though if they're able to get an exchange.
Oh, you get a little bit of good route though. Secures the exit for empty, but Sarah's still on the hunt.
Props to Team Flash, honestly, Contra, because the way that Team Flash prevented a tower kill, because Flash Wolves decided they want to trade the tower versus the Rift Herald, they decided, no, we're not going to give you anything. And that's why Flash Wolves is pushed down further into the mud. But take note, Flash Wolves, we've seen them come back from a deficit like this from before, so I wouldn't call it over just yet.
Yeah, and there's also an opportunity for them to go with double split pushes as well. You just look at their entire comp. There's high mobility, except for, you know, the Varus. Couldn't really run too far, but I think that is a good opportunity heading into the late game. They just play the map well enough. Things should be good for them. But Team Flash, they're forcing it down mid while they have that TF pushing bot.
Yeah, they're like, fine, we don't respect the first. They have to respect the first item hull breaker from the Corki. It's so easy to shred down towers, but at the end of the day, Team Flash is able to get a better trade because they removed the inner tower versus just the outer tower at top side. So this is looking really good for Team Flash.
Yeah, and but that you brought back up the hull breaker because, like, yeah, back to that conversation.
Oh yeah.
So Corki does mix damage, right? So
yes.
There's a little bit of AP as well as AD as well. it's one of the few champions in the game that still is some sort of mage in a way that can actually go in with strong pushes. So Hullbreaker, pretty much perfect on that Corki. Gives it more survivability as well. You can just bounce her away. Now, back into what they're trying to achieve here without those huge objectives up, and with so many of these waves shoved off, Team Flash, they're regaining control. And it's down to Flash Wolves how they turn this around.
It's going to be a 1v2, 1v3 actually, but that's the difficult part. They got Cloud Drake on their side, so easy to roam with the mist from Senna. So Flash Wolves can't!
Hard onto the Corki, forces him to Valkyrie away. Coast is clear for now.
Yeah, I wanted to say that Flash Wolves can't immediately jump on people from Team Flash because the mist plus the Cloud Drake makes it so easy to respond to the side lanes.
Yeah, and just look at the control that Team Flash is establishing.
So
just
much.
Splitting up Flash Wolves. Do you want mid? Do you want top? They're just gonna pull them all apart. 4-man commitment coming from Flash Wolves over top side. Well, they have this Olaf going on. Ragnarok running directly into the fight. It will have them all taunted up.
Oh
and this is where Team Flash, they will run right into the Nexus. And it's gonna eventually be an AC Sarah does survive. Flash will buy a little bit more time, but 1 against 5. How could he hold on? They're just partying with him.
They're zoning away instead of zoning minions. Oh my gosh, the Sunlock.
They got him.
Oh, one more.
Not yet.
The Fountain Heal. Oh my gosh, it's so difficult. But look at that Contra. They're ending the game.
And it will
Or
be
not?
Team Flash.
Not yet.
Well, yeah. You kind of fooled me there.
I did. I baited you a little bit. You know, I saw Ziso like pulling back. Let's take a look at that again because this is a composition that is very strong. Early, we talked about it's a counter to heavy engage. You know, what do you call this? Isera and Cookie will shine later. But now isn't later. That's why Team Flash is so confident in these fights, and they know that top lane is open. That means they've got natural lane pressure pushing top side. And I'm sure they would like to have Baron to have a cleaner end.
Yeah, and the panel's right. Like, the street fight, and you bring up the bottles. Team Flash, they went through the alley, they got all those broken bottles, like, yeah, I'm ready for this fight.
They're like on the top of the buildings, and then they see them with the ranged bottles ready to be thrown, and like, no! And then they jump from the building. Well, no. They jump from like Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Okay. So you're saying that they're heroes after all, right?
I think so. I think both of them are heroes.
True.
They just pounce on you.
I thought you were
That's
paying
the end.
the Flash Wolves to be some big bat wolf of sorts. And
The Wolves are surprised now by Team Flash's flashy way
they're
of attacking
Wolverine.
them.
They're heroes of their own, I
That's
guess.
true. That's true. X-Men.
And let's see if there's going to be X Factor onto this. Bruce absolutely is on the way, getting caught out while they have locking the next one on target. Exhaust will only hold Cookie slightly, while Team Flash, they're breaking their base apart. And Team Flash aiming down mid lane. Let's see what could Team Flash do. Flash Wolves do. Here comes Hero's entrance, dropping in. Well, they don't have the minutes to make the work done.
There's 20 seconds for Bruce to stay alive. They have wave clear, but they remove Qeon.
My goodness, he just went off in the blink of an eye. And here comes the Tondel. They will match to take down the Galio. While Team Flash, they stuck on for far too long. Flash Wolves will chase them all the way back. Well, Lucky flashes over the wall, looking for the snipe. It won't be able to get Zisu instead. He turns it around with the axe. Zisu, you can't do this.
Oh my god, the undertow kill locking just wants to get Zisu's head. And in the end, it just they turn things around. And we talked about the overstaying. Team Flash knows they're still in the lead. They have a humongous gold lead in their hands, and that's why they're so confident in pushing that tower and overstaying.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's actually any good for themselves. Sure, you bring it to an ultra late game fight, it's gonna be Flash Wolves taking over.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, this is air quote all according to plan. It was a 5v5 scenario. They were in their tower, but they couldn't eliminate the relevant targets, which was locking, which was, they eliminated Bruce, but look at them starting the Baron right now. Zisu has his Ragnarok.
They're so far away, and Bruce is nowhere to be seen. He's over down bot. Easton getting caught, but instead he will bot slam away.
Teleport.
And here comes Destiny Gate, takes out the Gragas. Easton's already off. Well, Zissou will just want to run right in. Coyote comes in with Proto Belt Gold card.
Oh my
That's all that they
gosh.
need to close them all off. Still, no minions to close off the game.
Yeah, no minions. Bruce is able to buy a little bit of time. Look at him canceling his port back. Instead, he's going to continue pushing. Remember, he has Hull Breaker. He can melt this down immediately.
Man, how much more
That's
work
so
can
many
he
cannon
do?
minions, Contra.
Oh, let's count. 1, 2, 3. I see 5.
5
Is there
cannon
more?
minions. Who's going to go back?
But there's going to be a fight, though, over onto the tri-bush where Cook
Oh
is
my
locking
God!
it. Song
This
is
is
in.
following
This is
Baron!
the chance, but the Barons already secured by
back.
Team Flash. They will chase them all the way down. The Renekton holding them back, though. Bruce has to do a 1v1. Ysera getting caught out as well. Now, it's the Rays being on while Team Flash, they've already gotten everything in the back, and this is where they will push it into the match point.
Oh my God. Flash Wolves, they wanted to hold on, and see if they can get Bruce to split push, but in the end, it was Team Flash that was able to secure the Baron, secure that fight, send Shy back home. You'll be the guard. You'll make sure that Bruce doesn't melt any towers, even though he was escorting 5 cannon minion waves. Cannon minions, rather, not waves. So at that point, so well played by Team Flash.
There's so many risky plays involved in this matchup, and this is the side that we haven't really seen too much out of Flash Wolves. And desperate time calls for a desperate measure, but that does not deter Team Flash. They're so well coordinated in all these team fights, and like you said, man, these bottles working out for them.
I know, it didn't work out too well as Team Flash was able to destroy the poke composition that they said they basically close the gap of that range, make them fight in melee range. That's not what a Varus wants. That's not what a Corki wants.
Yeah.
And it worked so well with this Twisted Fate, with the Mist, with the aggression. And it all started with that Rift Herald take where Zissou had a double kill. And I think that what started the tempo that Team Flash was waiting for.
That's right. It's pick-offs, and pop-offs in team fights where we saw them having so many variations of ways to enter the fight as well. And it wasn't really much of a trouble for them to have their Olaf to start things off and then just slowly get the ones that are on from the front line all the way to the back end. Like, they just made it look way too easy. The ease of execution was perfect for Team Flash.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the gold card, missed, just everything just fell through.
That's right. So with that being said, now Team Flash will be on match point. They need one more game to lock themselves in for the grand finals. But before we get there, let's get back into the panel to let them elaborate more on what happened in the match.
Out from Game 3, we just saw the most dominant match we've seen from Team Flash thus far. And I have to say, they started that one off controlling the tempo of the game. They got a bunch of early kills. They got an early lead. They managed to get a huge gold advantage. They got objectives across the map, and they were this close to closing it out even pre-15 minutes before they got, like, what'd you call it, a golden nexus?
A golden nexus. So it's a feature in Wild Rift alone that basically it fortifies your nexus, makes it more sturdy to physical attacks. But more to that later, as I just would like to emphasize that this game has been about our junglers, right? Zissou versus Cookie. Games number 1, 2, we saw the winning team having the better jungler overall. And game number 3, legendary Olaf performance coming from Zissou here.
Yeah, it was a spillover from one Rift Herald fight to the game ending. I think that's the easiest way to describe what happened in that game. After that initial skirmish, there was nothing that Flash could do to stop Team Flash. They were so far behind. Team Flash started making cross-map plays. And sure, there were some moments where they got overzealous, they got picked off, but it didn't matter in the long run because they had like, what, 8,000 goal lead, 6 minutes in, insurmountable.
That's okay.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm impressed by Team Flash. No, but for real, I think, you know what they say, I just thought of something. Sticks and stones may break your bones, but they cannot break the Nexus.
We just watched the Nexus explode though.
Don't feel like that's,
Flash Wolves.
I don't feel like that's entirely accurate. I'm pretty sure like half of the composition from Flash, like, okay, Olaf has like a combination. His axe is effectively like a stick and a stone attached together.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, the gold card. You have to.
Yeah,
you
we
know
saw
what?
the fadeaway kill, right?
Yeah, we saw
Yeah,
the
we saw the
fadeaway
fadeaway kill on the
Zissou.
locking, right?
Does not need to look back.
That's okay, dude. Missing out the arrow, that last second, and then Zissou turning it around, throwing out the sticks and stones. That doesn't hurt your bone, right? Is that right?
Hurts my feelings.
All right, but well, very well controlled. Looking at the team fight participation right now. I'm still looking at the team fight participation because that's really what I think is one of the most remarkable stat in Wild Rift. And we saw here Ellie and MT again tag teaming above 20. Right, so above 80%, above 70%. And that's what their composition is about. They wanted the early game because come late game, Ysera will be a problem, Cookie will be a problem. Actually, the scaling of the double marksman, plus these two champions that they had on the top side for Flash Wolves will be a problem for Team Flash. And what they did was to go for the Haymaker right away, right? 4-1. Rift Herald fight, hours, and then, from that point on, it was just a march.
Yeah, it was just the red carpet, right? Roll it out, run to the Nexus. And that's what we kind of set up before we went into Game 3. The poke composition and the hard engage composition. Team Flash wants to dictate how the game goes. They want to dictate how Flash Wolves fight them. And they did it the entire game. Flash Wolves were just reacting to every single move from Team Flash. And yeah, the rest is history.
But here's the thing that caught my attention, right? More so than the ability of Team Flash to be proactive and make plays, there was also someone on the Flash Wolf side that felt like we're making it easier for Team Flash to capitalize on. Down the bottom row, down the bottom side of the map, Eason, his first game he popped off magnificently. Second and third game, now he's not looking so hot.
Yeah, it's kind of like the restriction of the draft that Flash Wolf has because Eason is kind of the one and only bastion for the team. He's the one that would engage, he's the one that would disengage, and without him, Flash Wolves can't fight Team Flash. Zissou once more second MVP.
Back to back.
Back to back. Jax and Olaf.
You want me to go for a prediction here?
Go ahead.
It will be a back to back to back.
Back to back to back.
Yeah. Because I'm calling it right now. It's a 3-1.
I don't doubt
Team
it.
Flash. You're not doubting it right now.
I don't doubt it.
Welcome to the
my win condition is we have to go Game 5.
Okay, well, that's true.
If that doesn't happen, then I don't doubt your prediction.
I feel like Husky, you're giving up a little too easily to honor right odds.
I'm getting pressure.
No, don't get pressure. Fight back. You fight back against the hate. Words can never hurt you. That's how the expression goes, right? Sticks and stones, but words can never hurt you. Well, let's take a look back at this match again. One of the key things I have to watch out for, Eason, he was trying desperately to be a playmaker for his team. But despite his best efforts there, he encountered multiple issues trying to get the initiation off. There were no good targets for him to immediately start the fight with. And another big part is also the fact that Bruce is now on a marksman instead of an assassin.
Yeah, exactly. The playmaking Bruce that really helped them stabilize during game number 1 is nowhere to be found here because it's all on Ysera. And you know what makes it more difficult is Ysera is stuck on the side lane with Shy. So now Bruce and Cookie has less tools to work with, and we are seeing right now in the replay, no golden nexus moment. I'm sorry. I was waiting for the golden nexus just so I can explain that bit. But I think we are nearing the fadeaway kill here.
Yeah, we are, I think, 20 seconds away, right? This was where I think Team Flash got a bit too overzealous. Coyote got picked off.
no,
we don't even get that.
We
We don't even
dodged
get
that
the
too.
fadeaway. But there were a lot of minute details in that first Rift Herald fight that accelerated the game pace so fast that Flash Wolves couldn't keep up.
I looked at that team fight alone and I saw Zissou prior targeting Cookie. He went for the second skill, eliminated Cookie right away, and Cookie wasn't even able to smite the Rift Herald. And I think that's where, that's where the composure of Zissou comes in. He knows when to target the champions or the objectives at the right timing.
Yeah, he got the center ultimate shield as well, and I think Flash Wolves thought at that point of time they have enough, and even I thought that they would win that fight, hands down. But they did not have enough damage. Bruce was so far forward, he was so hungry for some crocodile meat, didn't get the kill on Shy, and his team got wiped by Zissou.
Wait, so have you tried crocodile meat?
Crocodile meat? No, I've tried stingray.
I have.
How does it taste?
It tastes like fish, but it was much chewier. Like, it's very rubbery in texture. But to me it tastes quite like fish.
Wait, so how was it cooked?
I just had it like pan fried.
Pan fried.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a shop here in Malaysia?
I don't know. We have to look for it. I've seen a lot of videos on crocodile meat on the internet, but I've not tried it myself.
I got hungry for a second.
Otto's come into Malaysia and he's just ready to eat anything. Like you put something in front of him, he just goes, all right.
Okay, all right. So coming into Malaysia, my thought process was, maybe I'ma lose some pounds because I might not, be compatible with the food here. Turns out this is the land of food, baby. And I'm like, I'm so wrong. You have everything here. And maybe, the crocodile meat is not going to be, that far off.
The only way for you to effectively lose some pounds is if we serve spicy food every day.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. He can't do spicy food.
Yeah,
it's not stopping me though.
I like that you gave us like a little bit of context at the end. It's just like, Otto can't do spicy food, but
it's not stopping me.
So you've experienced the Malaysian hospitality, right?
Yeah.
You've experienced Malaysian hospitality. How's Filipino hospitality different from that?
We are even better.
It's a
fight.
fight.
Right now, I mean,
Fight.
we're snapping right now. We're even better. Like, we're going to serve you from breakfast till dinner, or maybe even till supper. I tell you right now, go over to the Philippines and we will let you experience the full Filipino hospitality.
You are my motivation and reason to learn how to cook.
Okay.
Next time you come in, I will cook you a full meal.
Okay.
Okay, but that's like still one meal. Like Otto is prepared to bring you to his household and he's gonna feed you breakfast, lunch, dinner, high tea, supper. He's gonna feed you like 5 meals
I'll
a day.
be your chef for a full day, Otto.
Yeah. Free Wi-Fi included.
Okay, yes, free Wi-Fi included. Anything.
No walking, by the way. in the Philippines, you cannot.
I won't make you walk. You need to walk it off,
We'll see though. But yeah, fun times. Game number 4 is going to be the last game. I believe that. And I strongly have, feel that Flash Rose is going for the jugular. That's your favorite term, right?
It's his. Don't look at me. It's his.
That's yours. That's yours.
Yeah.
Oh, jugular.
You mean Team Flash?
Team Flash.
You mean Team Flash, right?
Yeah.
You say Flash Wolves.
I'm sorry.
If you want to side me, it's okay. I have a free ticket.
Okay, you have to give me that pass. That was the first mistake I had for the panel for Team Flash and Flash Wolves, and you have to admit it's confusing.
I agree. If you want to be neutral, just say Team Flash Wolves.
No, but that's still Flash Wolves. That's still Flash Wolves at the end. It wasn't that try. It wasn't that try. I was thinking about it for a second. I was trying to think about it for a second. Right. Well, so we've had a lot of fun here. Let's start thinking about win conditions for game number 4 because as we go into picks and bans, those matter more than ever. Jax was left up, Olaf was left up, but it was the Olaf that came up to be more successful this time around.
Exactly. I mean, you give that champion to Zissou, he will open up pathways to heaven, pathways to grand finals. So I don't think Flash Wolves would go for that once more, especially if you're drafting a Gragas that can easily be countered by that champion.
Yeah, I think for Flash Wolves in Game 3, it was pretty obvious, right? Very mechanically intensive draft, only have Eason to rely on to get things done. I don't want to see Flash Wolves on that draft again because I think it requires too much. Meanwhile, for Team Flash, ease of execution, run at you, start fight, win game.
And Flash on the blue side again for the 4th time in a row. We'll get rid of some champions that have been particularly annoying. The Ziggs, the Shen, they banned Karma last game, and I'm gonna do it again.
Karma. Camille is still open, Galdio is still open, and still Olaf. The problem on game number 3 is still open. So we'll find out what will be the priority here for Team Flash. Senna still. Vietnam really loves their Senna.
In fact, I just noticed that Team Flash has a lot more freedom in terms of the ban because Flash Wolves have banned the same 3 champions in that first phase for the entire series.
Are you ready for this? Are we going to see the same draft? From game number 3?
Doubling down. I mean, nothing's changed, right?
Yeah.
Why move away from
God.
Galio Olaf again? Get the Galio again?
My God, this is so scary. Okay, I think this is the time that you go for the playmaker for Bruce, right?
Yeah, like
go for the assassin, go for Nari.
Well, what do you go for in this pick first?
It's still the same.
It's still the same, dude.
Exactly.
Like Garen is going to be banned, and then you would see Ysera probably on the Camille again. I think Flash Wolves can't deviate too far from that, which worries me right now.
Yeah, what they're saying is that team fight on top lane was winnable for them.
Like, that was the only reason they lost.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
That's effectively them saying that was the only reason we lost. If you had this composition, that team fight did not happen, we win that series.
We win that game. That's what they're saying. Again, we're talking about Flash Wolves here. the organization that will have 1, 2, 3 coaches, an 8v5 when it comes to strategy against Team Flash. But so far, that strategy is being trampled upon by the mechanics of Team Flash. And not just, their mechanics, but also their willingness to pull the trigger.
Yeah, this is the third time the Flash Wolves is put in this spot. So the only difference we see, instead of a Darius last ban, is the Twisted Fate, right? Team Flash has so much global presence with the Galio and Twisted Fate. Flash Wolves could not handle it. Now you eliminate one of that factor, at least Flash Wolves can have more room to breathe. And
now Flash Wolves does not have any choice. The Playmaker AP champions in Akali and Ari has been banned away here.
Has to be Diana,
Flash, right? Yeah, well, that too. There still is an opportunity for Flash Wolves to go for last pick Diana, but we are seeing now that Camille is again gifted over to them. Will we see Sarah again on this champion?
I mean, if Shy gets to have a strong pickup in the Baron side, we still see the exact same issue that Flash Wolves have, right? That you'll never see the Camille in a fight. The Camille will never be the one to initiate for you. So you're always just playing as if you're playing a 4v4, and Team Flash have the stronger 4v4.
And it doesn't seem to me that this is going to be the same, except for the Twisted Fate. So what will they
There's also the Corki, right? You mentioned that for Team Flash. They can take the Corki if they want.
They're very strong 4 minutes if they take the Corki, just because of the package.
Okay,
Lucian.
so they go back to Lucian.
Makes
Still
sense.
doesn't reveal where the Renekton is going. I think this is good for Team Flash. They're keeping Flash Wolves in the dark. What I'm worried right now is that last pick. Again, in Game 4 we say that they have enough Playmaker, that's why Flash Wolves went to Corki, but I feel like they still need another layer on top,
right now. They have to go for a champion that is least expected by Team Flash.
Okay,
and that's the
we completely
well, I mean,
forgot
surprised to all of us.
Yeah, we completely forgot about the Garen. Garen into Lucian. Potentially, right? We get the Garen Lucian again. Either way, I think this is probably one of the safest pick the Flash Wolves could go for. They have enough Playmaker, now they have a secondary front line to move around with Eason. They have that execute that they can always click onto any target, especially Olaf, who can be very vulnerable when Ragnarok is online.
Yeah, it looks like that we have Bruce to be the one playing the Camille this time. And Sarah will be the one on the Garen duty.
So here's my thing. Here's my takeaway from this. We already saw how Team Flash plays this composition. They have the Olaf. The Olaf's going to run them down. It's going to get the Galio into the team fight. But now Flash Wolves, well, they changed things up a little bit. They now no longer have the Corki. Instead, have the Camille to be the initiator, be that playmaker. How does this change for Flash Wolves?
They actually lack damage now more than ever. But if there's one thing that you cannot counter with a Ragnarok, that's death, right? The ultimate crowd control is death. And that's what Garen possesses right now. He can easily pop Zizou on that Olaf. I would say a minor counter to the Olaf is a Garen just because of that ultimate.
Yeah, pickoffs become so much deadlier from Flash Wolves. They lock you down, Garen ults, and that's one member removed from the fight.
And one good thing about this is that now Bruce is back into playmaking duties, not the passive one that we saw from Game 2.
Well, upper bracket finals, this could be the end of the series. It could just go over to Team Flash. There's only one way to find out. Casters, take it away.
And we're here into Game 4. It's match point for Team Flash. One game away to get themselves to the grand finals.
I know, it's crazy. You know, there was the panel was so divided. We're not divided. We think that Team Flash is going to win, right? But there's Husky being in that middle ground for that Flash Wolves. And we've seen how if Flash Wolves get to Game 5, they can turn things around. But this is where Team Flash should really stand their ground. They have a similar comp. The same goes for Flash Wolves. And I want to look at the differences now. It's not going to be Coyote on this Twisted Fate that is able to initiate for the team. It's so more of damage input, basically, because you see 4 melee champions there, we're going to kite them. One thing that Fiora hates after the lunge range changes, you lack the range. You can't reach a lot of these, like Lelouch and the Senna. So I feel like early game Cookie is going to have trouble again reaching these targets.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of adjustment when it comes down to the patching of the adjustments of what Fiora could possibly do. But the damage on the bottles definitely hurt a whole lot more now. So now we're running up against tanks. It makes it a lot easier. And I prefer seeing Flash Wolves on this particular matchup over a mid lane as well as the Baron lane. I think they could win those fights.
I think so too, but I think the greatest equalizer.
Oh.
Again!
Sisu getting caught by his own. The exhaust should be able to
He's
do the trick, but he's
alive!
still alive. And it's first blood for Team Flash yet
Oh my
again.
gosh.
And they've taken out Bruce.
Cookie!
It's a double. Make that a triple. Can he get more? Is it going to be an early game quad? It
Run!
looks like it. The Honey will not give
my.
them much. It's a quadra kill for Coyote.
Literally 2 minutes into the game, we get a quadra kill from Coyote. What a player, what a setup from Team Flash there. And it was all according to plan. It felt like Zissou was becoming a bait because literally what happened the game prior was Zissou almost getting caught out. But look at that. It is a different scenario where Coyote gets the kills instead.
Yeah, to me it baffles the likes of us where Zissou getting out of that sticky scenario and still opening so much more for Coyote to just get activated. Now, this Camille's gonna suffer. I really want to take a look at the items. Has he gotten something big right here?
Let's take a look at a replay first. And it all started with this big key taunt. And look, Cookie wanted to reach Zissou at least to get an exchange kill. But again, the range and how Zissou was already pretty much far meant when Coyote untouched, that means he can just play cleanup. That's exactly what he did. He's 4-0-0 right now. That is something that you would love to see as a Lucian with your teammate.
You come back with a BF sword, man, this guy's gonna hit
Ouch.
so hard. One culling, I think this Camille doesn't even have time for that ultimatum. So, yeah, things looking pretty rough as Flash Wolves, they run the comps right back, but is it working? It's too soon to tell, but I guess there's a little bit more hope into Husky for now.
Husky's face is like, huh? What are you talking about, Contra? But that's the thing, right? How does Team Flash take advantage of a 4-0 lead right now? They have so many answers. Bruce has Hextech Ultimatum. You can immediately get a cash in. Look at the giggles coming from Coyote, though. He knows he's in control. But the thing is, he's a Lucian. I know that MT can fly across the map and use Hero's entrance to make sure that he's guarded, but there's still a lot of things that can kill him. There's locking, Chain of Corruptions.
Oh boy.
Not
We're
until
gonna
he kills
damage
Bruce
once again.
first, right?
The culling,
oh my gosh.
tickling down the health bars of Eason. That ain't no back massage. It's a full skill damage. And oh,
My
the ignite
God.
will take out Bruce once more.
5-0-0. If you cannot pull the trigger, you're going to get kited for days. He's so confident he can take tower hits because he knows he's 5-0-0.
And now another fight going to break loose by the Herald Pit.
Dominus.
Here comes the Hero's entrance
I've
as
seen
well.
this before.
Shy's going to lock onto the Kraken instead. Eason body slams, but he will get taken out by Shy once again. Well, Shy tries to evade it. The justice was not enough to clear him off. Ysera walks away alive. Herald's still up for the taking.
I want to say I've seen this before, but it's a different scenario where usually Zissou, usually the rest of Team Flash is just going to buy some time. Zissou's going to clear that dragon, secure that dragon rather, and then join the fight, make it into a 5v5. But Zissou had no pressure, he didn't have to hurry at all. Storm Razor already picked up for Coyote. This is a really nice big item spike, really good in the early game, especially if you're in the lead. So it just meant that Coyote's presence in that fight meant that there's an extra person with him. That's how strong he is. It was a 5v5 all along.
Yeah, and now with Zissou running in as well, it's going to set up all
Look
super
at him!
Coyote, he doesn't care if it's a Gragas or it could be anybody out there, he can take them on. So now they've switched up the lanes for a little bit, and Flash Wolves decided they couldn't get the Herald, so just leave it be.
Yeah, that's the Flash Wolf signature, right? If we can't fight them,
well, they still will fight them nonetheless. We're outside. They finally get those juicy shutdown goal onto Coyote. Well, MT will try to hold his own. He gets a Justice Punch, but we'll have a little bit of flashy plays out there. The kill still goes over to Cookie, though.
that's exactly what we're talking about, right? Like, Coyote is not invincible. There's so many answers from Flash Wolves that can easily destroy him because number one, he's squishy. Number two, still no stasis enchant yet to buy time for the rest of the team to join them. And with Chain of Corruptions into Hextech Ultimatum, that is the easiest formula, ease of execution to eliminate a problematic member on the side of Team Flash, which is Coyote. You kill Coyote, then you have a more comfortable fight.
Yeah, and eventually this solution's going to scale off as well in the late game. And now it's more about how much more time to be bought here. We do see some of these items coming back up. It's only about 4,000 of the difference in gold in this early game. Still not too shabby for Flash Wolves to come back from.
That's still a lot. Most of the gold that we see right now.
Culling.
A fight might start. No.
this time around, even with Ignite. They managed to take him off. Well, they would still have a lot more pressure heading down to the bottom side. Look at the Gallows on his way.
Yeah, it's really difficult, right? Hextech Ultimatum is going to be up soon, so that's the green light.
Yeah, Eason got to go out there though. Cookie this time around takes charge to keep the minions off, as they won't be able to break it anytime soon. But here comes Zissou. Just gonna hold some members off from Flash Wolves for now.
Yeah, they gotta respect the fact that without Bruce to start the fights, they can't hold down Coyote, who is incredibly scary right now. There's a little bit of 1v1 happening on top side though, but it's possibly...
Whoa. And here comes the ultimatum coming in as well. Eventually, Bruce will be able to secure it though. And now, tides have turned. With only one pickoff, it still doesn't really result to all too much. We still need Flash Wolves to really get more of these picks.
Yeah, the biggest question is now that they've seen Coyote on an early lead, a humongous lead, how do you stall out the game? Because we talked about how Zissou is eventually going to fall off. Renekton, the same thing. Coyote has a really good head start on his champion, so he can possibly match toe-to-toe. Eventually, you'll reach a limit, though. Cookie is going to hurt really hard in the late game. Bruce as well. They're going to unlock the 1-3-1. And I don't think Coyote can afford to even go 1v1 on any of the two. So again, it's a tale of that 15-minute mark. But I feel like that quadra kill early game makes it, and maybe pushes it back to 17 minutes, around that.
Yeah, that takes it maybe even 20, right?
Yeah,
Like,
maybe even 20.
At this current point in time, you see the Essence River being built up as well. Here comes the perfect time flash coming out there. They will try to get the catch onto Eason. They overcommit. It's going to be Zissou to take him down. Well, they have Hero's Entrance, knocking Bruce up in the air while they have the Culling dropping onto locking. Instead, Hextech all sets him in place, and they will secure a killing spree for Bruce. And Flash Wolves, they're here to take them all down. But Bruce is holding them back. They're watering down the HP bars, and the justice, once again, set by Ysera, will find the member of Team Flash. Flash Wolves are looking impeccably strong as they draw them out of these long haul fights. Ellie, one more auto again. And it's Assassins that saves his life. Not for long. It's just Sarah takes him down. Flash Wolves turn it around.
And I feel like Team Flash has been in this situation before where they wanted to bait a fight, knowing that they're in the lead. That's why they're so confident. But look at that. Flash Wolves turns things around. Okay, they're able to eliminate Bruce. More shutdown gold. But that cannot happen again. I feel like Coyote has a huge demand to get Stasis to buy time because the Hextech Ultimatum automatically is going to be all the time towards Coyote because he's the richest member, he's the strongest member of the team. If you eliminate him right off the bat, make it a 4v5, you win the fight, like what we saw earlier.
And he shouldn't have overstepped. Like, he went all the way forward, trying to get the full proc of the culling channel. It's too much of a risk to take.
Yeah, I was separated from the team, but you know, this proto belt, it's just saying that, no, I know in the end we're going to win, we're going to mech check you. Flash Wolves, you can try to Hextech ultimate me, but I know MT is going to Hero's Entrance onto me, and I'll be okay.
Yeah, and speaking of mech check, this might just really a little bit of set coming in.
Oh my gosh.
And immediately it's going to be the Mass Injustice taking out Ellie, while they have the Elementum with Zissou locked outside of the Baron Pit, while the Culling will hit nothing this time around. So Flash Wolves, they regain control inside of the room, but it's gonna be Cookie flashing away. Here's Sarah caught in between the Hero's Entrance as well. But here comes Bruce. He doesn't have his ult, but they managed to get themselves caught in between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, it's so risky to dash forward, right? Like around the corner, you get to see Coyote just flash forward, and then who meets you there? It's Ysera. If you get silenced, you cannot do anything. Take a look at that again. See? Then surprise! Ysera's here, gets the silence. Coyote is still very squishy. You're squishy against the Garen. Garen is known to be an answer against assassins, and it's also known to be against carries because you just stick to them, you spin around, and you have enough burst to shut them down.
Yeah, I've been using a lot of Garen in my recent rank games, and it's all thanks to Ysera, man. Like, he looks too good. All you have to do,
Garen.
just build a little bit more bruisers type of build. Yeah, you get the steroids, you get your Black Cleaver, you're all set. Now go for a full full armor, full MR for all you want. In this case, yeah, he's going to be able to survive for a really long time, and that's my concern to Team Flash. In these long haul battles, they didn't look all that good.
Yeah, it was, 4v5. Ellie was eliminated immediately due to the chain of corruptions done by locking. And of course, if you're in the lead, why would you play defense? Why would you pick defensively?
Oh boy, Zisu. He didn't even pop the Regum out early. Now he has to face the wrath of 3 wolves.
Are they gonna fight?
Just walling him down while Coyote gets spotted out. Locking has been able to send an arrow to its way, not to the heart though. Now the chain of corruption locks in place with the cast as well. That will be able to buy a little bit more time. Try to turn it all around, but it's only 2 members of Team Flash to hold them all the way back. They managed to catch Cookie. Now they've tried to chase right back. Coyote flashes in! It's the ball slam that holds him back. It's a double kill still. And can he get more? He's looking for the triple, and that is going to be a little bit more tick of health. He does get the proc though, and they get the bar again. Is this the first Pana? Won't it be? He's under turret range. He couldn't get it. Ysera survives.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Ysera still has flash, so he can flash silence. It's too risky. Coyote is able to get a lot of kills. That's a second quadra kill contra in the game within 1 game.
For the same player, Coyote, he's a monster right now. And I don't think anyone's going to be able to stop him. Not even Ysera. He's going to chase right in. It's like, I didn't get the panda, but I'll still get you down.
That's the unofficial penta for Coyote. He wants it. Chain of Corruption's not gonna hit. They want to lock him down. He's so slippery. Proto Belt can be used aggressively, but it can also extend the gap between you and the enemy.
Wow. This game is explosive. 13 minutes of play. And look at the numbers. We're almost reaching 30 kills. 29.
Insane, because it's match point already. If Team Flash wins this, then they move to the grand finals. Look at Coyote's confidence right now. Crazy.
We've never seen peak confidence coming from any players of the WCS in the upper bracket finals. Not like Coyote.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, here we go, and their fight breaks loose. Shy will have a little help coming in from Empty, and this time around, Cookie won't be able to survive, but they've brought more members. Flash Wolves, they have to win this fight. They are peeling all the way back, though. Empty will get chunked out from the back. Here comes the elevator from Bruce as well. 2 members off of Team Flash, and they managed to defend perfectly.
I just want to say that for most of the part that we've seen Team Flash, we've seen Coyote being the equalizer. He's always going to pick something that makes sure that his enemy laner doesn't get kills. He stabilizes. He's the middle ground, literally. But this time, he's different. He's the carry
He's
now.
built different. Absolutely. Like, nobody can match his damage numbers.
No.
By the end of it all, I wonder what the chart's going to look like, but here comes Eason, though. Does he get the cast? No, not just yet. He's just buying enough time. Body slam's good enough for him. Catching on to Ellie. Ellie will be sacrificed for the moment. But look at the TP. They're doing Baron. Oh, only 3 members. And this is the bait that they've all set up. Cookie's here, though. They will have the culling drop onto him. Cookie, can he survive? He will have to flash away. Baron is for Team Flash. And they will walk away alive.
What a play coming from Team Flash. They immediately grab attention at the bottom portion of the map. And it was a bait all along. I mean, Zisu dies. But in the end, Team Flash is still able to get the Baron. Ellie also falls as well from the bottom portion of the map, but it doesn't change the fact that there's 3 members with a Baron bomb.
And just look at the numbers, it doesn't make sense, right? Like,
yeah.
Sure, Flash Wolves were getting battered in the early game, but they managed to still chase the numbers all the way back. And it's only about 5K of a difference between the two. Coyote now all alone. It's a good setup. Ysera's all the way from the back though.
Hero's entrance.
Here comes Hero's entrance. Ultimatum locking in place.
Oh my god.
Coyote, he's doing a 1 versus 2.
What a madman.
Can he actually do it once again?
Oh!
He's tickling down the health first. Cookie's going to be the next one to challenge him. Well, he will still go godlike. But finally, Coyote, he goes down. But here comes Shido. Locking is already all alone. No way for him to survive. While we have them chasing all over the map, Eason will eventually bleed out.
What just happened? Coyote played like a madman. He held on for so long. The rest of Flash Wolves wanted to dive him, make sure that he's dead, make it into a 4v5. But he bought so much time. And now They're gonna get to the finals!
This is where they will push Flash Wolves all the way back in. And after all these trials and tribulation, matches after matches, back in C-Champs, they didn't match to qualify. Finally here, they make their way for the first time into the grand finals of the WCS. But there's still one more fight to go. Then it will drop into ultimatum eventually. And the grand challenge is already utilized. Bruce has to flash away. Team Flash, they will make their march as they will eventually close out the game. Cookie is still surviving. There's still too much minutes. Now, Flash Wolves, they're fighting right back. The Nexus will blow up. Team Flash, the first team to book their tickets into the grand finals of the WCS.
That's so wild. Again, the story from Team Flash is just insane because when we look at the way, you know, Coyote was definitely the star of this last game. Imagine he's been playing a lot of these picks, like from Darius, he's Apprehend bot, like from Camille in the mid lane, Hexec Ultimatum bot, basically just to enable the team. But this time around, not a Twisted Fate, not a gold card bot, but instead something that carries, something that plays so flashily. That's the word Contra, and I love the growth. You love to see Coyote shine bright here. Double quadra kill in one game!
Double quadra, that's all to be said.
Unofficial penta!
Unofficial penta as well. But they definitely show strokes of brilliance. And of course, the flash of light definitely has blinded up the Wolves. And my goodness me, we were expecting 5 games to go through. Team Flash, they just went rapid fire all the way through all these matches, and it leaves us almost breathless.
Yeah, they were so confident. They were doing, it's basically a similar draft with just one teeny tiny difference, right, for both of these teams. And Zisou still basically did the same thing. Go to the blue buff, the enemy blue buff, and then Flash Wolves read that correctly. And after that, boom, Coyote had so much space to work with and everyone get a quadra kill. And it all began there. And that's why Team Flash is in the grand finals.
That's right, and congratulations to them for advancing forward. Meanwhile, Flash Wolves will have to battle it through the lower bracket, so for the fans of Flash Wolves, there's still a chance. But for now, I guess that's all from us. Riku as well as Contra will be signing off for now, and let's head back to the boys of the panel.
And Team Flash will be your first grand finalist locked in as one of the top 2 teams in the WCS finals. And Husky, what do you have in your hands there?
I have a golden poro right here in my hand. Team Flash, they have captured my heart, they've captured my soul, they've converted me into a Team Flash fan. I still think deep down that Flash Wolves is an amazing team, but in this bout, I have no doubt that Team Flash is better.
And I feel so good right
now. It feels so good.
Otto,
I can't deny.
You got it down to the score, right?
I know,
yeah, you got it to the score. Told you the only condition for Flash Wolves to have a chance is if we make it to Game 5. Never happened.
Never happened.
Never happened. Golden Poro, Coyote deserves this.
And for you guys that maybe still not so aware of what the Golden Power is, maybe you guys are tuning into the WCS for the first time, well, each of the on-air talent have one use of the Golden Power to set the tone for what they think is their favorite moment in the entire competition.
Yep.
Some of them use it early. I used mine super early on in the competition. Some of us have saved it, and we're down to the last 3 days of competition. So, well, if you're not going to use it now, when else are you going to use it? And in the upper bracket finals, a good choice here, Husky, a good choice.
Thank you. It's well-deserved. I think that even though we have a lot of amazing games, this is one of the moments where Team Flash was able to show their identity. Coyote, we talked so much about him being the enabler, right? He's going to play Singe, Darius, he's going to enable Shy, but not for Game 4. He took matters into his own hand and he ran all the way down to win the upper bracket finals.
Aha! That's and then again, it's, yeah, we've been talking about Zisou for a lot about game number 2, game number 3. I even predicted a back-to-back-to-back MVP. Well, I think it's plain and obvious that it's not going to happen because Coyote just had 2 quadra kills, right, on separate occasion on the Lucian champion. And again, we're going back to what Omo was really triggered about Masters region, right? They're the team that is not going to look at the draft and say that, you know what, guys, we lost that draft. We have to do something else. in Flash Wolf's eyes, the change was very minimal. The change that was needed was very minimal, and they rolled with it. Unfortunately, they gave another early advantage to a team. That's very scary.
If the best team in the world played our draft, would they have lost that game? And Flash Wolves, apparently the answer is no in their minds. So draft not the issue. They will adjust a couple of minor details, mostly because of what Team Flash did, right? Team Flash banned away some different champions, which is why they've had to bring a Qeon.
40,000 damage. My God, Coyote.
That's like, he's 2 of his teammates combined together.
I know.
Yes. He is 2 of Flash Wolf's carries combined.
You're good at math, brother.
I'm just running up the numbers.
You're
Thank
so
you.
convinced at this point. Like, all right, I have to say, both these 2 teams, right, Team Flash and Flash Wolves, are going to be representing Southeast Asia, the WCS, in the Icons Global Championship. I feel very reassured if either of these 2 teams go in as our first seed, right? If they go in our first seed, I feel very assured about their performance against any of the other regions in the world right now.
Yeah, we've seen, strengths. We've seen some vulnerabilities from these 2 teams. And one thing that we cannot take away from them is that when they are at their best, when they play a strength style, we get to see it on full display, right? Flash Wolves, if you want to go the late game, if you want to play a calm, cool, and collected game, you want to be systematic, Flash Wolves is your go-to team. You want a team that can push the tempo, you want a team that says, go, 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 we end the game, we win the series, Team Flash is your representatives. And the best part is they are both going to Icons. I'm very assured right now.
I am too. Again, we're talking about not just these 2 teams, but also the second series that we have, Buriram United and RRQ. They also have a different identity that they bring to the table. That just makes, Southeast Asia really a scary region overall for the whole world of Wild Rift.
And our player of the game, Coyote, obviously, I don't think anyone can contest this fact.
Oh my God. 2,354. I think that's the highest.
That's the highest we got.
That is a pretty insane number. And considering what we saw in the game where Flash Wolves very willingly took some early exchanges, fought off against Team Flash, I mean, Coyote put them in their place. I mean, he showed them what's up. He showed them who's boss.
It completely flipped the script of Team Flash willing to give some room up in the early game. This was definitely not the case. They want the room and they would take everything. Flash Wolves, they did have some moment of brilliance, right? They were focused on Coyote, they were ganking him, 3-man, 4-man. But again, that lead that he got for his team basically extended the lifeline for Team Flash. The timer is a bit longer for Team Flash to work with, just based off of that one early quadra kill, Coyote single-handedly won the game.
And I think I'm okay with that, right? Because with that lead that you already have, you go full aggression from that point on. If you would, be a bit hesitant, the lead that you have won't balloon into the lead that TF needed to really just put down Flash Wolves game number 4.
My goodness, I feel so bad for Locking here. He's looking at a number of kills that he could have picked up, but unfortunately just out of arm's reach. And we saw throughout the game, it looked good for a little while as we still had Bruce able to lock down Coyote and was able to kill him in most occasions, especially with the help of Cookie. But at some point, Coyote went in there 2 versus 1, was able to kite them, was able to out DPS them. Like, you were not trapping Coyote the Hextech Ultimate, you were trapping yourself with him.
Oh my God.
It's like the call an ambulance, but not for me.
I wanted to use that bit, but I feel that we have used that dude so many times already, at least in this tournament. But for Team Flash, again, this quadruple, almost a pentakill. It wasn't an official pentakill because at the end of, at least, I think,
he killed Sarah when he was
he was still able to kill Sarah.
Yeah, but even when Flash Wolves were playing from such a deficit, you can't deny that there were moments where they identified the main threat, right? It was Coyote all along. They were killing off this Lucian over and over again. But they had to expend so much resources, right? Just minor adjustments from Team Flash. They found out that, okay, we just need to protect our Lucian. And that's what they did. Flash Wolves stood no chance.
I'm confused here because there are so many highlights for Coyote. Which of the 3? Because I'm thinking the double quadra kill, separate occasion, of course, could be a golden portal moment. And there's this 2v4 thing in where Coyote was doing some backpedaling, moonwalking while doing some gun dance. So which of the 3 is your golden portal moment?
I was thinking of the second quadra.
The one up top side?
The one up top side.
Okay. Like what about it? Like
I think
really sold you there?
So well, the level 1-1 was I feel like it's a bit more mild compared. We didn't get to see the full extent of the mechanics, right? But when we look at the top side quadra, it was just how Flash will started the fight. Team Flash joined, Team Flash counter engaged, and we see Qeon, they just picture perfect positioning, was able to run down the members of Flash Wolves. He did not allow Flash Wolves to even get on top of him, and it was just him pushing that lead that he got from the first 5 to 10 minutes.
Indeed, a wise choice. You get the reference?
I get the reference.
I get the reference.
I get the reference.
But he's not even in the game yet. How is
He's not even in the game yet.
Foreshadowing, dude.
Wait, but he was in Arcane.
Yeah,
it wasn't yet.
He was in Arcane, so I guess, like, we'll give it to you. We'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. And honestly, like a really good showing from these teams. There's a lot still to be done. I think here for the Flash Wolves. I think Flash Wolves want to go back, prepare themselves again because now they have to play through the lower bracket. But we're gonna be celebrating our victories because we have Coyote from Team Flash joining us for an interview, talking about their win and locking their place in the grand finals. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Well, you guys just locked yourselves into the grand finals. An amazing win at that. How do you feel? I mean, with your Lucian performance, you really popped off and gave us a really good show.
Thì team mình vô được chung kết tổng mà, thì họ hỏi em cảm thấy như thế nào về màn trình diễn Lucian của mình vừa rồi?
Em cảm thấy nói chung thì em khá hài lòng về màn trình diễn Lucian của em thôi. Chứ chưa có mắt bình lắm.
Like Coyote, he think that he satisfied with his Lucian performance, but like not like 100% satisfied because he believed that he can be even better. That's not his peak Lucian performance.
Gets a golden Poro moment, but still not peak performance. That is greatness right there, Coyote. I want to ask you something. So you guys have played 3 different teams in the playoffs thus far. You guys played FLA, you guys played Buriram United, and you guys just finished off Flash Wolves. Which team do you think gave you the hardest challenge thus far?
Thì anh hỏi là mình đã đối đầu với 3 đội rồi là FLA, Buriram với lại Flatwood trong con đường đến vào chung kết tổng á, thì trong 3 đội đó em nghĩ đội nào cho mình cái trở ngại lớn nhất?
Thực ra thì trong 3 đội mà cho tụi em trở ngại lớn nhất thì em nghĩ là chưa có. Tại vì là đa số là tại tụi em thôi chứ không có đối thủ, kiểu em thấy không có mạnh hơn tụi em được.
So amongst the 3 opponents, he didn't like he don't think like none of them is the anyone that create any difficulties for them, because like he say most of the loss is because of the team mistake and they already corrected it. Like they only need to perfect themselves to win this trophy.
Wow, talk about confidence there. And since we're already on the topic, Coyote, you are now waiting to find out who you will be facing against on Sunday for the grand finals. But amongst the 3 teams, who do you think will advance to the grand finals?
Thì bây giờ mình ở chung kết tổng rồi thì trận sau sẽ là trận giữa RQ với lại đội một đội nữa, sau đó là đội đó sẽ gặp cái đội gặp Flatwood ngày hôm nay á. Thì giữa 3 đội đó em nghĩ ai sẽ là đối thủ của mình ở chung kết tổng?
Thì chắc em chưa gặp được AQ nên em mong là sẽ gặp được AQ ở chung kết tổng.
So amongst the 3 remaining opponents, Team Flash haven't faced RQ yet, so they expect to let's have a final battle.
You're making me smile right now, Coyote.
They want to take everyone down. That's the statement.
I know. But congratulations, Coyote.
And Coyote, I mean, I think a lot of us want to hear from you guys what you guys did during your 4-day break. How did you guys prepare for the competition at hand? And anything stand out to you guys? What kind of issues did you guys manage to fix?
Thì anh muốn hỏi là trong 4 ngày nghỉ vừa qua, kể từ cái trận vừa rồi á, thì trong 4 ngày đó thì team mình đã làm gì và nhìn ra được cái điểm sai gì để sửa chữa?
Thì ra là sau trận đấu với lại BU thì team em nhìn ra là có khá nhiều lỗi và team em khắc phục trong những ngày tiếp theo và tụi em vẫn training luyện tập như bình thường thôi.
So they just follow their scanning schedule, training schedule, and then they reviewing their match against Buriram and point out that all the mistakes that I've made, and they try their best to fix it. And you guys can already see it through today's match.
Yeah, we definitely saw that happen today as you guys close out a very strong series. That being said, this is the end of the interview. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us some insight into how your team does things. We wish you all the best in the grand finals as you wait for your final opponents. I think all of us are hoping. I think a few of us are hoping here for RRQ to meet you guys there. All the best. We'll see you guys again in a little bit. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Congrats.
Thank you.
RRQ grand finals? RRQ Team Flash grand
come
finals?
On. Why not, right? The challenge has been imposed. It's all up to RRQ
It would be
and the
poetic.
rest of the teams, right?
It would be super poetic if RRQ makes it to the grand finals, right? It's kind of the final step before the grand fairy tale completes. But
And the grand fairy tale is that Team Flash wipe every single Pool Wild
Exactly,
team,
right?
Like,
It's
that's
like-
the grand fairy tale? Is that right, Autolus?
No.
Autolus, be honest. If you are RRQ,
Yeah.
you don't mind dying in the hands of Team Flash.
Of course not.
There we go.
No.
So-
I mean, of course not. I would mind.
Oh, I thought you said,
The
of course
pride
not, I
would be
wouldn't
there. The pride would definitely be there. The pride would be kicking in. Remember 9 years ago, Exosen was the champion in Southeast Asia. He wants to lift that trophy over there. You see that trophy? They want that. We want that.
We want that. Team Flash wants that too.
That's true.
It's about who wants it more, right? But so far, Team Flash still unmatched in the series that we've seen. The closest one was Buriram, and even that, it felt like it didn't come close at the end.
And my takeaway from that interview was that they figured out that they were doing mistakes with their series against BRU. And we saw, at least in this series alone, that they are now willing to flex the Lucian on top lane and onto the mid lane for KOD. So that's just, adaptation that we have seen. Team Flash is just getting better.
Man, Team Flash are looking so good, and I think we need to figure out who the next opponents are going to be. We're going to go into a halftime break before our next match. It's the lower bracket semifinals between BRU and RRQ. One of these two teams continues their run in the lower bracket. The other is eliminated, but still locked in for the Icons Global Championship. We're going for a quick little break. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
对于其他赛区的选手有什么话想说？等着被我虐就好。
We are coming.
我的全名是汪宗志、
周志军、陈云尚、
刘作康。
林以生。
我的游戏名称是 Lucky 啊，为什么是 Lucky？ 因为以前小时候的时候想说想要学这个舞蹈，结果长大发现根本没时间学，因为都在打电动。
书包里面啊，恭喜闪电狼！
我的游戏 ID 是布鲁斯，那我的偶像是李小龙，那他也叫做布鲁斯利。
我的游戏 ID 是 FW 医生，因为我取医生是因为我的中文名字很像，后面2个字很像医生。
树的腰带也没了，想回去打，最后的话，每个人拿到了优势先右吗？但是回去一个 combo 完蛋了，进去。
目前团队里最年轻的应该是辅助位的医生。我的职业比赛的经验值是最多的。
我觉得团队里面大家基本上都很成熟稳重啊。
我现在在电狼打的位置是飞龙路。
跟到的是对方的攻击角。
我在闪电狼的位置是打野位。我觉得我挺喜欢这个位置的，因为这个位置可以一个人刷野怪，然后配合队友去做一些营运之类的。
我的家乡在台湾新北市的三重区。我家的教育模式是那种放羊式的，就认为我想做什么就自己去做，除非有什么重大的事情才会跟家里报备这样。
很怪啊，没有人去帮义大师制造输出空间啊。
我小时候的梦想应该是当一名医生，但我读书实在不太行。
我小时候的梦想，自从我看到 S2 台北暗杀星夺冠之后，我就想要打职业。
因为我觉得这个游戏当初蛮有前景的，所以想说来尝试看看，结果就练着练着就当上选手。
我打赢比赛都会去吃生鱼片。
赢得比赛后，我会想吃麻辣火锅，就那种辣的东西，因为我很喜欢吃那种口味的食物。
我输比赛之后，我会吃一些饼干啊、面包啊，就是能塞饱自己肚子的一些东西。
我不是用吃的来泄愤，我是用疯狂玩游戏的方式来忘掉那个输的感觉。
刘作康是最和蔼可亲的，
应该是布鲁斯，因为他看起来很无害的样子。
闪电狼队伍里面最可爱可亲的人的话，应该是刘作康吧，因为他有点像那种交际花，对谁都很聊得来这样子。
团队里面谁最搞笑？应该是饼干，因为他很常看一些抖音粪片，然后在那边耍白痴。
Cookie 吧。因为他有时候会怎么说，调动气氛嘛，然后也会拍一些抖音之类的，然后有点像扮演小丑的这种角色。
大远炸下去，但自己的队友已经没了。李信教授经了拖了一点时间，在团战中没有办法阻挡闪电狼拿下这个主堡。
我最想化身激斗峡谷里面的雷格尔，因为他左手拿刀，右手拿爪子，非常中二，非常帅。
应该是杰吧。因为他会影分身，他可以代替我做很多事情。应该是拿下人生的第一个5杀。
Pentakill。变成小动物，全部人往里面，一人点一下，我们恭喜闪电狼4比0。
我对其他赛区的选手想说，国字7号等着我们来。
对于其他赛区的选手有什么话想说？对你们其实没什么想说的，等着被我虐就好。
We are coming.
Upcoming po na mga gusto pang sumali or mag-compete. Galingan po natin, show natin na Pilipinas yung pinamalakas na region sa lahat.
IGN is Helios. Pinapapick po ako ng God's name, like mga Zeus. Nakita ko po na mas bagay po sa akin yung Helios.
Devil J po siya. Come from Devil Jin sa Tekken.
Idol ko po kasi si Faker. And ako sa mid.
This is gonna be crazy. Arisen now starting this fight as RQ secures the Rift Herald. This is what they were looking for.
My role in RQ is support, but before my role is mid laner. And then I switch from mid to support.
30 seconds for Horizon and Raph to come back to life. This is them having a lot of space to see if they can dive some more.
Classmates ko that time sa school is puro League of Legends yung nilalaro nila. So, nagpaturo na lang din po ako sa kanila din nagustuhan ko po.
When LoL PC first come out, parang nakita ko siyang maganda sa paningin ko. Yung nakita ko sa LoL PC, parang ang gandang laruin, ng cute tingnan, mga ganun. So, yun. Pangarap ko lang naman po maglaro. Yun lang po. Papa ko po kasi police. Nagustuhan ko lang po mag-police. Hanggang sa nanibago po yung pag-iisip ko. Gusto ko na lang po maglaro.
Gusto ko po nung bata po ako, pangarap ko po siguro maging seaman po ako. Maging police, maging sundalo, mga ganun po.
But RRQ RQ will be your champions of Philippine WCS.
Curry, mga spam and egg.
So ano po? Ramen.
Sisig po.
Winning or losing, anytime, anywhere, pizza. Wag lang may pinya.
Jollibee, chicken wings, yung mga ganyan.
McDonald's, yun yung pagkain namin pag lagi kami talo eh. Order na ng McDo.
Nuggets. Mga adobo.
Siguro pag talo po kami, hindi po ako kumakain ng marami, ayaw po mag-stress eating. Kumakain na lang po ng chocolate lang po, yung chill na kain lang. Ganun lang.
Si Sed po. Kasi ang ganda po ng skill niya, Shadow.
Lucian. Parang siya kasi yung favorite champion ko, sapat. Tapos may mga baril siya, tapos parang dash.
Simple yung sagot ko, Nunu, para malamig. Init sa Pinas eh.
Amazing, fantastic, competitive.
Big, close, most importantly, fun.
Apat eh, no pain, no gain eh.
LAN tournaments.
Gusto ko po talaga maglaro sa LAN, mga major tournaments. Pangarap ko po siya nung bata pa po ako.
Parang gusto ko rin maranasan yung may mga fans na nanonood sa amin na live, tsaka gusto ko makita yung reaction din nila pag nananalo or natatalo kami. Tsaka yung mga kalaban din namin gusto rin namin makita.
Ang wish ko po sa competitive scene ng Wild Rift Philippines is to emphasize nila yung female. My girlfriend has been playing competitive Wild Rift. Sa ngayon, ang konti ng mga tournaments, parang hindi nabibigyan masyado ng attention. At wish ko rin makita ko rin siya mag-champion on her own.
My personal wish is sana po tuloy-tuloy yung pag-grow ng Wild Rift sa Pilipinas and sa mga upcoming po na mga gusto pang sumali or mag-compete. Gusto galingan po natin, show natin na Pilipinas yung pinamalakas na region sa lahat.
It's the last 3 days of playoffs and the last 3 days of the WCS finals, and the action is heating up with our lower bracket semi-finalists now playing BRU and RRQ playing for elimination or the chance to continue to face off their now confirmed opponent, Flash Wolves. I'm Brandon. With me, I have Luz and Omo. For the first time together, I have the double menace.
Double menace?
Double menace.
I think we've got a bit of a triple whammy going on over here.
I know. It will be, this battle will be on fire. Mark my words. Mainly because this two will gang up on me. I just feel that you guys will gang up on me.
No, absolutely not.
All right, Brandon, you grab his arms. I'll go throw some punches, all right?
I'm readying my stomach right now.
Well, this broadcast is brought to you guys by our friends over at Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Gosu Gamers, and One Esports. bringing you guys an amazing broadcast. This has been an amazing experience, and it's not over yet. Our top 4 teams representing the Southeast Asia region and the WCS in the Icons Global Championship. And even though we see unforeseen circumstances, we ask for you guys to give your full support over to these last 4 teams. Now, let's start talking about the matter at hand. Our 2 teams playing it out today. You guys know them intimately, have talked to them a lot here. I don't know who to start with. I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm gonna close my eyes, and whoever my hand lands on. Actually, I know exactly what side goes on. So, oh, you go.
Well, what does that really say, right? I come into the series thinking the BRU look good. They're the only team that put on a contest against Team Flash. I feel like it's clear to me that BRU, they're the second best team, or maybe they're maybe they're tied for the best team here as well. Keep in mind, they played a full best of 5 against Team Flash, and they nearly won the first 2 games as well. It could have been a trio. I'm not coping. It really could have been a trio.
Well, Team Flash just mentioned they were hoping to face off against RRQ in the grand finals, Otto.
But that's a diss. Nah, it's not. It's more of, you know what, we're excited to face RRQ because we see them as an opponent that is worthy for that grand finals.
Okay.
That trophy over there, my good friend. And I think that RRQ really brings, an element of surprise. Again, of these 4 teams, RRQ is the org or the team that hasn't been really performing well the last year and is debuting in their international stage just today.
Okay, you don't believe in horoscopes, but you believe in lower bracket runs. Am I right, Otto?
Yes, I have to now.
You have to now, right?
I have to now. Well, okay, there's a saying. You have to see it to believe it. And I saw it with my 2 eyes, that RRQ was able to go through the distance in the lower bracket and was able to eventually win it.
Run us through again. So they went into groups, right? They didn't have the best time.
Yep, number 5.
Number 5. They went into the lower brackets. They started early, and it dropped down to lower brackets.
They faced Team Secret, first round of playoffs. That was their bane. They never won against Team Secret. I tell you, they never won against Team Secret. There's really something about them and Team Secret. Luckily for them, someone dispatched Team Secret for them. So they didn't have to go through Team Secret, the lower bracket run. So after winning their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th series, they end up winning the grand finals against Penal Adversity, no less. A team that has won your heart and has won your heart too, right?
Oh, absolutely. And they beat them
You're putting
again
words in my
well.
mouth, but all right.
We've talked a lot about RRQ.
Before
we continue this discussion, let's take a look at our first team up for today. It's Buriram United. BRU have finally managed to break the curse last split, unable to make it into the international competition this time around. Noel, Cold Feet, Archney, Triple V, and what the Jets look to be a strong version of themselves.
And you know what, boys? I don't think they're done just yet. This is the team that I've packed going into the grand finals for a rematch against Team Flash, and I think that starts here today with RRQ. Sure, there are some mismatches going on. I think the mid jungle might be a tough matchup for BRU, but if you look across the board, you look at Noel against Devil J, you look at What the Jazz against Exosun, who has been so key for the win conditions of RRQ, and I feel like this BRU roster has what it takes to really pull out a dub here today.
Not so fast.
Not so fast.
If there's one thing that I trust Exosun with, it's the experience factor, right?
What the Jets? No, I wanna. Before we get into talking about RRQ's win cons, I wanna talk a little bit about BRU. Like, what are you worried about? Like, what are you worried about with BRU?
Okay, so all right.
What scares you?
Full transparency, Noel, my idol, still, still is that Baron laner that will be using bruisers and will act as if it's, a highly mechanical champion like a Riven, like a Camille that can really win the lane by himself. When it comes to trade, I think that he's the best in Southeast Asia, the Baron lane alone. when it comes to decision making, What the Jess is also #1 in my support list. So yes, you're right. Noel and we're talking about Noel and What the Jess being the key
I love
factors.
those words, by the way.
Exactly.
Yes, you're right. My favorite words.
Yeah, but that's 2 out of 5.
Okay.
The 3 people that is on the side of BRU, we have Archie in the mid lane, we have Golden Feet, and we also have a new member, or an addition, an emergency substitution in Triple V. I believe RRQ has the upper hand in those 3 roles.
Agree to disagree.
I mean, well, yeah, this is definitely something to look out for, right? I mean, this is definitely something to look out for. You have the power of mathematics in size 3 is greater than 2. I'll give you that much, right? So
but you know, BRU, they have another secret weapon here. And it's not the 6-member BRU Omo. You'll notice I'm not wearing the jersey here today. I think what BRU has done so well throughout this competition, you look at their roster, they have stacked roles. Every player is so good. You say, you know, maybe Noah, maybe Golden Feet and maybe Archie, they might lose out to their counterparts here today. I think they're still amongst the best in their roles, but I think they have a 6-member here today. And I think that 6-member is their preparation, their drafting, and I feel like that's something that BRU has done better than every other team I've seen in this tournament.
Wait.
Yeah, I genuinely think they have the best prep of any team here.
Really? Okay.
I think their ban strategy, their snatch strategy is just the best. They always know what to target, and I'm curious to see what they're going to target against RRQ today.
I actually would give that to Flash Wolves just because of the, you know, the history of, of Southeast Asia.
Okay.
And then we have Flash Wolves as the #1, you know, best in preparation when it comes to the team. BRU.
But Flash Wolves, they're so rigid though. Like you look at the Flash Wolves game, you know what they're gonna play. Oh my god, what's Ysera gonna play here? Let me divine it. Maybe a Garen angle. You know, mid's gonna go for a carry, Juck's gonna go for a carry, you're gonna get an engaged support, and then Locking's gonna play Ziggs every game. That's Flash Wolves. But BRU, they have the element of flexibility in addition to the drafting. And I think that these 2 things combined, this 2-pronged approach, is what's going to give them an edge up here today.
I'll tell you what, Omo, I think now is the time. Otto has been waiting for this moment. Let's take a look at the opposing team, Team RRQ. The hope of the Philippines region, RRQ, come in with Devil J, Chaz, Helios, Marky, and Exosin. A well-rounded, and I say star-studded roster here, Otto.
Exactly, and when you go for the title, King of Kings, 1 crown isn't enough. And that's what RRQ is all about, right? This lower bracket run that we saw from them from the regional playoffs. They want to relive that magic. And honestly speaking, that series that they had against Flash Wolves, had Devil J been just a bit more normal, on the normal side, I really saw it as a 3-1 in favor of RRQ, meaning to say they could have had that date against Team Flash earlier today. But what happened? It is what it is for RRQ, and RRQ right now, again, poised to make Omo shut up.
And I'm sorry I had to cut you off previously, Otto, but now's your time to shine. Tell me all about RRQ and why you think they beat BRU's matchups.
All right, there's some auto-win conditions that we have prepared here for RRQ, and I guess you know this already on top of your head, right? First one, we have to prioritize Exosin's drafting position, right? If Exosin gets the latter half of the draft, oftentimes you will see him on the Braum, which he's not really very effective at. Number 2, the full Chaz experience, meaning to say Golden Feet needs to warm up very, very fast because Chaz is going 100 miles per hour from the get-go. And number 3, step up to not get stepped on, Devil J. And that's how it is, right? At least for RQ, there's been a clear weakness in the Baron side, but with the support system of RRQ, you have been raving about the support system, about the planning of BRU.
Yeah.
But RRQ's planning, you know, the support team, Kaigu, Three Fingers, has been the best coaching duo that we have had in the Philippines. So It's nothing to be scoffed at, brother.
Yeah, 100%. I have no doubt about that as well. The thing is, I want to point out a very little interesting fun fact as well. I don't believe BRU have a coaching staff. I might be wrong here, but I'm pretty sure the players do that prep themselves, which makes it that much more impressive.
Oh, but it could also be a big disadvantage for them, right?
Yeah.
The fact that
Well,
they
but
have
their prep
to
has
do it
been great.
themselves.
If it ends up hurting them, then I'm going to completely revise the narrative and say that's why they lost. But right now, props to the players.
Sure, props to the players right now for sure. Let's do this let's hold that for a second. That's a big can of worms.
Contradicting.
That's a can of worms we have to open up. But before we get into all that, let's start talking about how we think this matchup is going to go. BRU versus RRQ. Omo, why don't you tell me winner and score?
Well, I think it's going to be very simple here. I've been an unabashed BRU fanboy this entire time. I might not be wearing the jersey, but still, I think it's going to be trio BRU. Easy peasy.
All right, Otto?
My God, I wish this was a 0. Mainly because...
Trio RRQ?
Nah, it's going to be 3-1. It's going to be 3-1 in favor of RRQ. But I wish it was 0 because... Yeah, I like your chances of getting this correct.
Okay.
Okay. I went into this series, I had a tough time. Honestly, I was deliberating between both sides, but at the end of it, I just feel like BRU are just a little bit more on form right now.
No way.
So I'm going to go with BRU 3-2.
No, if you want to know what Brendan predicts, just look at what I put into the Excel sheet for my predictions, and he's just going to... Yeah, he just takes my predictions, basically. I got you, though. You're welcome.
That's bad.
I'm following the script. The script has been right so far.
I wrote the script. What do you mean?
Wait. There is another version of that script. The one that was created by Riku and Otolus.
Oh, fair enough.
And then, yeah, maybe we could show you that after the show, because I'm pretty sure that our script, or the version of our script is a lot more better.
Okay. I'll take it. I want to let you know, though, that my script has only had one mistake so far.
Okay.
And that is that I thought that FLA could beat RRQ. Other than that, I've predicted every match.
Oh.
So maybe the Philippines is where I kind of mess up my crystal ball here. Maybe that's where I can't quite see into.
Well, they are a bag of mystery, but we won't wait any longer. The mystery is about to be unveiled. Our lower bracket semifinals match with BRU and RRQ.
Let's go.
Well, the picks and bans in our first game between BRU and RRQ are going underway. BRU get the blue side first time around. And we saw in the last series how heavily prioritized Senna was. But between these two teams, I really hope not. I feel like Jess is so much better an initiator.
Exactly. That's the champion that BRU is willing to let open because Jess is far better with Rakan and with Thresh. And Galio being banned away is a target on Exercise. Why are you laughing right away?
That's what I always say. BRU know exactly what to ban. They know exactly what to steal away. Galio has been, without a doubt, Exosen's most effective champion, his best initiator. You take that away from him, what's he going to play next?
Rakan.
Yeah, well, then I think what just has an edge up, right? I think it's maybe a Gragas angle. His set was relatively impressive as well. And I think since he did play mid lane before, maybe he wants to lean towards something he has a bit more familiarity with. The trash ban is fantastic.
Exactly. Again, we're talking about the chess match between BRU and RRQ, the support staff of RRQ versus the genius minds of the players of BRU. So, yeah, Riven being banned away here means that Irelia is open to be picked up by RRQ.
Senna, Karma as well, two options that have been quite popular. We've also seen the rise of Shen in a lot of situations. There we go, Karma banned out.
Karma, right?
But that leaves up the Yuumi for Jess.
There we go.
Ooh. Okay, I'm okay with that because, again, as a Yuumi, you basically have damage late game, but you don't really have that much threat. Levels 1 to 5. That frees up some space for RRQ's bot laner.
Yeah, and what's great about this is it removes the roaming potential from Jess. It removes his potential to affect the map in the early to mid stages of the game. But like you said, damage in the late game. Keep in mind, when Jess was playing Yuumi earlier on, 30,000 damage, what was that? He topped the DPS charts. He was by far the highest damage dealer, and we know what this Yuumi can do. He was also telling me something where this Yuumi is actually a lane dominant champion in Wild Rift as well, right? Which is something you got to consider if you're playing against something like a Gragas. If you don't mess up, you really can get lane prio, and Gragas has to sack wave. You see, now we see see a bit of a face-off here because Senna, Gragas, the Gragas can't really roam either. The Gragas needs to stay in lane and farm. Now we're seeing a face-off in the Dragon lane.
And I think one variation of that is Senna being the one to roam around, right? We saw Senna roaming topside or mid after first rotation, but this is actually a very good pick coming from BRU. They now have the Kazakhs and a very stable Garen just to take away from Devil J.
The Garen Yuumi. The Garen is just there for the Yuumi to ride on, isn't it? And I really like you talked about.
I mean, it's decisive pickups across the board, right?
They know
BRU,
what they
RQ
want.
are prepared for this matchup. I think the first game is when all that preparation really comes into play, and beyond that, it's about the adaptability after.
Yeah, and this just screams that they are very confident in running the Aurelia because this is still a very flexible champion for RQ. I'm actually surprised that RQ really locked themselves up here, at least with their first 2 picks with the Senna Gragas. But I understand the power of Senna Gragas is there and would be banned away if they, decide to not pick it first 2.
Can I just say I am so excited if this Irelia goes on Chaz. Like, I feel like he does an amazing job with Irelia.
It's the 99%
It's like
is going
it's
on
so
Chaz, right?
it's almost definitely going on Chaz, but there's the chance that RQ want to get a counter pick somewhere else or go for something. But the Irelia, he looks so good as a playmaker for his team, as someone to fight and skirmish. I mean, it gives them a huge opening in the middle of the game.
Yeah. And the Darius ban by BRU is actually perfect because we have lauded the trifecta of Senna plus whatever pairs with him and the Darius. What will be the pick here? Oh, Devil J weak side.
So both of these Baron laners just say, you know what, we're going to have a face-off here. We're not going to be the key members of the team. I think it's going to be about the jungle matchups. It's going to be about the mid matchups. And the rest of the team does just play around that. Though I got to say, I quite like the Garen and the Shen matchup.
That's true. But the mid-jungle duo that you just mentioned is basically RRQ's forte, right?
Yeah, it really is, right? So this is their strengths. This is where they excel. So if RRQ were to win a game, if RRQ were to take the lead in the series, this is where I think they kind of have to do it. Cocky pickup, we've seen Triple V play this. It could go mid, it could go Dragon Lane, but you have to show now. You can't save the last pick. RRQ, red side gives you disadvantage. You want to play for mid jungle, save your last pick for your mid jungle.
Well, I think that's not disadvantage, and that's an advantage on being on the red side.
Okay, thank you, Grandin.
Yes, exactly. Red side advantage for RQ because they get to decide how the matchup goes.
Diana.
BRU show their hand and go for the Diana and said should be very likely Triple V in the bot side of the core in that case then.
The biggest X factor for me here is BRU. If the Yuumi goes unpunished because of all these attachments, he can attach to anyone. Kazakhs, Garen, and even Diana. This is going to be very scary for RQ, but if RQ finds the right engage and is able to kill whoever Yuumi is attached to, that's a buy one, take one.
Yeah, it's literally delivering themselves with Yuumi attached on it, right? So this is how
Fiora
Jazz
mid, isn't
pairs
it?
together with that.
It's either an Irelia mid or a Fiora mid, which I love here into this Diana matchup. You're not really fussed about fighting against Kazakhs. You think about how side laning is going to work out in the later stages of the game as well. It's going to be a Garen, it's going to be a Diana playing in the side lanes. And whether you take a solo lane Fiora, whether you take a solo lane Irelia, you will always win the side lane matchup. Add to that the fact that you have Dawning Shadows and Stand United, and you will never lose side lanes. That's a clear win condition for RRQ right here.
I just want to run through this here, Otto. I think RQ hit every single auto win condition. First, they first pick Gragas early on, prioritizing Exocen, right? They're going for the Chaz experience. They got the Irelia, right? And to round it all off, they gave the weak lane over to Devil J.
Okay, so I get it now. So Autoluz was complimenting RRQ support staff because he's part of them. He knows the secrets. He was part of their prep, clearly.
Praising himself indirectly.
And GL, dude.
Why'd you gotta call him out like that, man?
Well, I have their jersey, so yeah, we need more. We need to influence or better the influence of RQ.
Okay, so what I do love about this game is we see two very diverse styles. We have the Bruiser mid-jungle here for Chaz and Helios. You can play into the side lanes, whereas on the side of BRU, what do they want to do? Name of the game, 5v5, team fights, let's run it.
Well, let's run it in. Let's run into the game and figure out how game number 1's going to go. The lower bracket semifinals run continues here in this match.
Yes, game number 1, RRQ against BRU. I'm here, Sasuke, with Riku again. So I feel like I've been documenting RRQ's journey throughout the entire playoff. I've done 3 best of 5 with Omo. Finally, I get to do it with you.
I know.
You're the RRQ connoisseur. Give me a rundown. Like, I see this Helios Fiora mid.
I know, it is, again, the mech check. Mech check champions, you will require a lot of finesse. And who can support you with that? That's the Senna with the shields and healing. That's the explosive cask for the big disengage. And I really like their prioritization Well, don't forget about the Stan United as well, coming from the Shen. But I guess, you know, what the panel mentioned, what Omo mentioned is never lose side lanes. Because there's always going to be a situation where it's going to be a 2v1 scenario, no matter what. There's a lot of globals on the board. But on the side of BRU, it's also very straightforward. Delivering the Yuumi, delivering the cat to RRQ's doorstep. How can you do that? You have Kha'Zix for the leap. You have Arshani as well on this Diana. So it's all about how you can deliver and set up.
Yeah, even Corki can deliver a packet.
That's true!
You know, Mr. Yuumi, we talked about this a couple of days ago before that extended break, right? Last weekend, in fact. BRU, they have ran this Yuumi before. What the Jazz dealt the most damage on this Yuumi. I'm getting a bit of a flashbacks of those AP Ludens, Rabadon's build. But you mentioned RRQ, they have that global presence. It feels like what Aldolus has set up has already come true. How can RRQ accelerate that?
By taking in fights, activating skirmishes. There's so many. If there's a cat delivery system, there's a ninja delivery system, right?
Exactly.
You've got the Fiora lunging in. You got Chaz dashing in as well. So there's so many things that can deliver the Shen. So it's all about how they can start fights because it's so easy. Flawless duet, taunt, everything.
Suppose the biggest difference is that Devil J has that cross-map advantage, right?
Yes.
Yuumi needs to be on a vessel. Devil J, he selects who he wants to be. You know, he can be anywhere he likes. This is kind of a change from RRQ. Normally we see Devil J on Renekton, on Darius, something that wants to fight, but in this case, they're putting him on their weaker side. They're telling Devil J, it's okay, you can play it slow, but because he can always join us with that ultimate.
I think I like that duality, right? Because before, Devil J has always been on champions that has to play make, has to side lane, has to 1v1, has to do well. But this time around, he's playing for the team. And I like this look. I like this look for Devil J.
But what's the biggest difference, you know, from this look, right? From what thing RRQ, how is this, which trajectory does this set RRQ on though?
I think it just allows more options to lessen the pressure on Exocen, right? Because Exocen is always there. You're going to be on an engaged champion. That's it. That's you. The rest are going to be playing carries. But that's what I love about this new look because it adds more versatility. It adds more options on how you can enable Chaz and Helios.
Definitely a slightly slower start from these two teams, but Buriram themselves, no strangers to a staple opening, right? I think RRQ even last weekend, their transition from this fast and furious hit and run style to a team that can play it slow. They were able to 3-0 their previous opponent in the lower bracket. They were able to 3-0 FLA, and most of those games were calm, cool, and collected from the very beginning.
Yeah, I think RRQ has basically absorbed so many styles already. Like, they've encountered Fennel, they've encountered Flash Wolves. So they're used to so much varying of play styles, and I feel like that's why they're so equipped to take on BRU. And BRU, when we look at their journey, they heavily rely on what the just starting these fights, setting up the tone, and assembling like a pick comp, and even a 3-man death squad to be able to roam. And that's why mid lane is going to be so important to open, and that's how they dive deep into the jungle, annoy Chaz as much as he can, and that's why Devil J is there. Stand united to add on for that extra safety.
Yeah. Coden Feed was able to get the recall first, so Buriram themselves, they make it to the Dragon, but RRQ have vision. No Chaz is then EXO, he will show up. Marquis joins as well with the cover of the mist, forces Coden Feet away, but he does have EXO to heal him up. Does get rooted though, the package just got picked up by Triple V.
Remember, delivery system, what the just has ult, but at the same time, it might be too risky, he might explode, so might as well give it away. They can still go back, reset, rotate to Rift Herald, but RRQ, they're unscathed. That means they can go as well and take them on and fight 5v5.
It's a good start to RRQ's tempo, right? They get an objective, BRU trace nothing back, and in fact, they force a recall from Coden Feet, so BRU losing map presence, essentially.
Exocen feels like he's ready to use a cask to get a pick.
Yeah.
But he has to hold it in. He has to like, must not press explosive cask because it's so important. When What the Just activates final chapter, cask will be activated to disrupt the angle of the final chapter to make sure no one's rooted in RRQ. That's why you're gonna see him flash body slam, but rarely we'll see him do that.
Yeah, package on Triple V. It's gonna be the ultimate Vanguard as thrown now, stolen by Coden Feet. Rift Herald goes over to them, Noel in the backline, exhausted, but look at that Moonfall, only connecting onto Devil J. First blood collected by EXO. Chaz still alive, flashes over the wall. A follow-up from Archie. Chaz still stays alive. Are you kidding me? No freaking way that Chaz doesn't go down, and yet he survives RRQ. ace at 5.5 minutes.
5 minutes! Rift Herald secured by BRU, but none of that matters. That was a classic mech check, 5v5. Chaz survived for the entirety of that duration. He was incredibly low. He met up with Marky, heal me please. And at that point, BRU was just wiped off of the surface.
All that for Rift Herald. I mean,
Yeah.
RRQ, such an explosive start. This is the RRQ that we know and we love. We've seen this so many times, but what a step up. I mean, it all started with this play.
Yeah, there's the Valkyrie forward, there's the package forward rather. And I like, BRU had a good start where they chunked a lot of the members of RRQ, but they couldn't finish the kill. If you can't finish the kill, they're just gonna heal up. Helios is gonna activate Grand Challenge, gonna heal up the rest of the members, and the healing coming from Marky as well.
And that is the Chaz experience. 2-0, Divine Sundra on this Irelia. RRQ 5-0 thus far on the Q score. Nothing for BRU, not even a scrap. Well, except for the Rift Herald, but even then, we saw RRQ butcher the momentum of BRU with that Dragon Take, and now they further stall that out with that Rift Herald fight. BRU, they kind of slowed down.
Especially after that loss. They do not want to give more kills to Chaz. Now, what our BRU is going to do, open up mid lane. We talked about the potential open up mid lane.
Right.
And then that's the time you get to roam. You get to be more aggressive, dive deep into the jungle of RQ, and then bam, use Final Chapter aggressively and basically get picks here and there.
They use the Rift Herald, but that structure still stands. Pretty much have a lot more health to work with bottom lane. It's going to be Archony against Helios over and over again. The mech checks, like you said, being the focal point of this matchup, of this game one. But RRQ thus far, not shy to slow down the game pace, right? They have the late game splitting. They have Marquis on the center. They have Helios Fiora. They have Chaz Irelia. What does Buriram have?
They've got potential picks. If they open up the mid lane, they've got the cat. They've got the cat and the cockroach. That's a very unlikely pair in real life. They usually kill each other.
The cat usually kills the cockroach. Right?
Exactly.
Is Kha'Zix a cockroach?
I'm pretty sure he is.
So we see Coden Feet get the evolve, what do you call it? Evolve body for his ultimate. Is it evolve shell?
I think so. I think so.
Evolve void or something. We just call it
Evolve
that.
something.
Evolve something, right? But we don't see that often. But are there any reasons for you to go for that? I suppose.
Perhaps trying to find a pick here. They wanted to lure out RQ to the mid lane to see if they can get a good blanket of the Final Chapter. But it's so difficult when RQ sees this coming. BRU wanted to get a pick before Infernal Drake spawned. Now RQ has control.
This is very important for BRU, right? You don't want to give it away to RQ, not when they are running this comp and have that lead. But we see that RQ, 3 members down mid, they have Helios shoving bot out, and Devil J, he can always join the fight with the Stand United.
Exactly. Free teleport, right? Noelle still has to buy teleport down the line because we all know Devil J is just going to eventually split push. It's going to pressure the waves up top. But look at the RQ. They're still not going to start this. Not for now. BRU is going to clear out the vision at the moment. So they're starting this, and RRQ quite far away.
Yeah, RRQ have no idea that this is going on. Helios and Chaz
there.
will make contact with Archony.
They see it.
They're thinking about it, but it's a bit too late. Coden Feet gets it done. Package expanded just to get Triple V out. Devil J actually stand united to join his team, but the fight was already over.
Yeah, that's a lot of respect towards the package. They didn't want to, go into that. Cast?
Oh, a good cast. Body slam. Exhaust. Final Chapter is out. Vanguard is deployed. Triple V still stays alive. They get the exhaust, but they still burn down Triple V. At the end of the day, RRQ now needs to get out. Here comes Noelle. Chaz still staying alive, but finally gets chopped down by Coden Feet. They have the Prowling Projectile, but no follow-up.
That was their desire. They wanted to remove mid lane and see if they were able to get a kill off of the cast, because the rest of BRU are nowhere to be found, but they can easily join in. That's exactly what they did. I mean, a life for a tower and an extra kill, I think that's still pretty okay because they are able to open up mid lane. That means RQ has control over the quadrants of BRU. Red buff, blue buff. They can set up pick potential as well for themselves.
And with that dragon out of the picture and the mid-tier one open, RRQ now can focus their attention on this top side, right? That's where the Rift Herald is. We can see RRQ making their move right now. They shove up that mid lane. The whole team is gathered around the fire pit in front of the Rift Herald. Rift Herald pit.
Yeah. Archony and the rest of the squad are going to give this up. They want to open up bot lane tower because they're like, okay, our towers are dwindling. We need to make sure that we're evening out the map score at least. Hullbreaker picked up by Devil J. That's going to help him survive against Noel. Will Noel survive? That's the question.
The whole team of RRQ is here. Noel flashes, Helios follows up. Stairscase
Garen.
does pop. Grand challenge activated. Helios still needs one more vital proc. Gets it ignited, but out of tower range.
They got to destroy this tower at the top portion of the map rather, because that's an exchange. We'll see if Exosen can prevent this from happening.
Exo shows up, but the
can't.
tower is long gone. Exo body slam, Coden feet very low,
so low.
Woodfall activated. Archony wants to keep his team alive in the game, but now Archony might be sacrificed to the lambs. Dashes forward, still gets the kill with the passive prop, but Archony knows that his time is done. RRQ picks that up.
That's 2 kills versus 1, but at the same time, they're still able to open up the mid lane. I don't think we're gonna be seeing any other Hullbreaker items on the side of RRQ. That's gonna be Devil J. So I say BRU won that end of the bargain.
You get 2 turrets, you get a kill, it's onto Exo, but you are drawing a lot of attention away from RRQ, right? I think at the end of the day, we look at the gold difference, it's actually not too big. Buriram United, less than 4,000 gold disadvantage compared to what RRQ had as a beginning. I think this is a very decent position that BRU has put themselves in.
Yeah, it's decent, definitely, but they have to be careful where the kills are going. It's going at Helios. Oh my. Golden Feet with the setup. Final chapter.
There's 2 of them.
Oh
Look at
my
Marky.
God!
Vaporized by Coden Feet. But he might give up his life, don't know. It's a good save from what the Jets and United used by Devil J. It's triple V in the front line. Devil J tries to flash taunt. Too far away. Package used just to secure the survival of Coden Feet.
I'm gonna teach you a word in Tagalog.
All right.
Gigil. That
Gigil.
means like, oh, you have this really, really, really high urge to kill.
Yeah,
well, not in this situation.
Yeah,
Gigil can be applied into anything.
I'll teach you one in Bahasa. This situation is called Gram.
Gram?
You almost got something, like you last hit someone, but he doesn't go down.
Oh,
It's
gram.
like the feeling of like
okay.
so close, yet so far. Yes,
It's exactly that. Gram and Gigil.
yes, Gram and Gigil, almost the same thing.
I got it.
We got it. We got it. I've been learning a lot about Tagalog, thanks to you guys.
And thank you for the lessons. Cass?
Oh, Cass, triple V. Only knocked aside
Whoa,
Chaz once more. Flash.
Chaz!
Vanguard's Ace final chapter, just zoning everyone away. What the Jazz doing a lot of work as Noel will join in to finish off Chaz to get the exhaust and the root, but Helios will get a good riposte. Lunges forward, rocks the grand challenge. Traces life, but it's Archony with a double kill. And RRQ routed at this juncture. Archony looking for more. Devil J slowed down by the probably projectile. BRU no follow-up, but they get 2 kills.
RRQ has to be careful when they dive in because it's so easy for the final chapter to land on you. How many melee champions do you have? You have 4. So if you all dive at the same time, you all are gonna be rooted at the same time.
And that was what we saw. No cast to displace what the Jets, no cast to displace, to mess up the angle of the final chapter. So hard for RQ to run in, and Archony, he's still messing around. He has what the Jets with him. That's a lot of damage from this Yuumi. Be careful, RRQ. You don't want to risk your life for this Devil J. He's playing with fire.
Chaz is here, Chaz is here.
Chaz not able to find a point of entry.
They were really playing with fire there. So many people were low. That could have been disastrous. They had so much trust on Chaz. And it's like, okay, keep them busy in the mid lane. I can finish them all because I reset it, I bought items, I know I can take them on. But that's the thing, BRU read that so well, decided not to take the bait, and then went home.
And the turret still stands for RRQ. They gave everything to protect that structure, and it paid off. So Buriram, at the end of that, they get the Drake, they get a couple of kills, but they were not able to expand that map control. But at least the silver lining is that bottom lane open for business.
That's true. That's gonna be a key for BRU rather, to pressure the Baron later. Something to take note though, that eventually Helios will be unstoppable. No one can 1v1 him, not even Noel. It's gonna be very difficult, especially if somewhere down the line Helios is gonna bring up the Hullbreaker for himself, make it a 1-3-1 with Devil J. So this is something that BRU, Archony though.
Archony is Devil J, force of nature. He has Hullbreaker, he has everything.
Pretty tanky.
It's not the guy you want to take down, but Archie forces him away. Not that it matters though, he has his ultimate.
Yeah, he has his ultimate, but that's what's scary. If you don't set up the wave properly before you stand united, you're gonna lose a tower.
And we see Chaz and Helios basically going for the same items, right? Death Dance, Helios already got that, is probably going for G8 next. Chaz also on his way to a Death Dance. The only thing that separates them is that Stasis Enchantment. You mentioned that Helios will be unstoppable. I think Chaz will also be unstoppable.
That's true.
Who has the damage to kill him? It's all triple V,
Maybe
right?
Golden Feet, yeah, Golden Feet could have the potential. It's gonna be very difficult. And
deadly combo. Just void spike slows, then you have the prowling projectile.
Exactly. And with a Yumi with you. I bet what the Jess is gonna literally like pilot Golden Feet.
Yeah.
You know, the cat, like, you know, I imagine when a Yumi latches onto someone, I imagine it like a Gundam or something.
Right.
But you
just-
pilot basically ride
I was
whoever
thinking
you're
a bit
latching
differently.
onto.
Like just grabs onto the vessel with paws. She doesn't dig her claws in, but she just grabs on it,
Oh,
right?
that like a backpack. So
Like a
basically
backpack,
latching
yes.
onto your back like a backpack.
Yeah, so like when Golden Feet leaps, you just see what they just hang on for dear life.
That's so cute though. That's so cute. I like it. Backpacks and robots.
Very stark difference in terms of thematic, but you know, it works as long as they get the idea through. But RQ slowing things down a bit, Golden Feet and what the Jazz just rinse and repeat. It's just a constant. I go in, we poke, Noel gets taken out, Devil J shows up, assists Helios with that kill, this bot one is gone.
Really nicely done. You know what RRQ did? They kept everyone from BRU busy. No one, I say no one can help Noel. RRQ basically used the mid lane as pressure, and then boom, stand united, grab onto Noel. And the vital point is just so easy. You have innate air quote shred to take down tanks.
Yeah, look at Helios' item build, right? It's all to shred tanks. Divine Sundra, Blade of the Rune King, you proc a couple of vitals. What is Noel? In this case, doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know. Garen's.
I'm surprised he hasn't gotten a Bramble Vest yet.
Yeah, not yet. Not yet. We'll see though.
Yeah,
If
there we
he's-
go. Finally.
I wonder if he's gonna pick up an eventual hull breaker to make himself tanky, but I assume he wants to join the team. He just wants to stabilize the lane and not die, but slowly it's becoming a problem. He needs to be tankier when he's alone.
Well, after that high octane series between Team Flash and Flash Wolves, this is a good
Change of pace?
right? Good change
Yeah.
of pace. A bit slower. Look at the redemption from Buriram. They will see where RQ is. They want to start off this Elder Drake. Archony is not there with them though, so 4 versus 4. Golden Feet and Noel in the front line. Flash bodies have Exos and gets to engage. The cast to knock the final chapter away, but Noel gets the execute. It's only onto Exo though. He has what the Jets to help him get out. Stand United is in. Triple V caught out in the open. He just flashes forward. Doesn't get the assistant. Devil J's
1v1.
ultimate cancelled by Archony, but it's a 1 versus 1 that Devil J is winning.
Marky,
Taunt
come
out,
in.
Marky joins, forces the flash from Archony, but Devil J has his own flash. Archony dropping low, exhausted. Luna rushes to gain distance, but Devil J is unrelentless, and he catches up for a kill.
Gotta love what RRQ did. Look at the ult though. What the Jess doesn't have ult just yet. It's just Noel trying to bother them.
The TP cancel, Devil
Ult
J!
on the Jess!
Be
I called
careful,
the Jess!
Golden Feet. He is invincible, but they will finally settle the score. Golden Feet is already out, and there's only Noel and What the Jets remaining. Noel has some assistance from the cat, but they will both be fed to RRQ. A double kill for Helios and an ace for RRQ.
Amazingly done by RRQ. I just want to point out where that all started, right? Exosen did a body slam, baited the final chapter into the explosive cast to make sure no one gets rooted. That is exactly what we've been talking about, right? Displacement. Just changing the trajectory to make sure that RRQ is safe, and as long as you deny that, RRQ will have a smooth way of winning the team fight. I said Golden Jess earlier, just because What the Jess keeps latching onto into Golden Feet.
It's good enough. Like we just attached the name of the player playing Yumi onto whoever he's on. So Golden Jess. That actually sounds nice. I wouldn't mind. Sounds like a great duo name.
It's catching. It's
catchy.
It's catchy. It's catchy.
So Baron Nashor and Elder Drake go over to RRQ. Basically, this game is well within their control. We see still the continuous scaling of Helios and Chaz. Thera's Gage for the Irelia, the more Marmodius for Helios. And we saw Devil J solo queue Archony. So where does BRU go from this point?
Getting a pick. Chaz, Helios, very squishy. That's why they're forming this death squad, but RQ's not going to give that to them. The only one who's going to stay solo is Devil J. So BRU?
Oh my goodness,
Oh my
so
God.
much damage! You're kidding me, that's just Marky and Exo. And even with the redemption, it does not help Archony.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's the Elder Drake for you. Now this is 1-3-1 configuration that RQ is doing. 45 seconds without Archony, without the Moonfall, without something that can additionally clear the waves elsewhere.
I just realized Exo went for full AP. That explains where the damage.
Yeah.
You know, even without the Elder Dragon, it is pretty painful. But what is BRU's answer? Good flawless duel to Noel. RQ pushing for those structures. All 3 lanes shoved in. BRU, they are bleeding out. That base demolished and deconstructed by RRQ.
Oh
Helios wants to pull the trigger and it's going to be on the triple V. Grand challenge will be completed and there is nothing left for Buriram United to hold on to in game 1. Noel will be the last bastion. He might be alive, but the Nexus will fall. RRQ draws first blood.
What a strong showing from RRQ. Game 1 in this series, they're able to strong arm Irelia, Fiora. It's just so crazy how they're able to do these mech checks. They're able to win that fight. And it basically, that fight at the Rift Herald, it basically set the trend on how the game was going to go. Chaz having early game kills meant that BRU will have a hard time whenever Chaz would dive in.
The moment RRQ got that early ace, it felt like we have already submitted ourselves. Or in this case, BRU have submitted themselves into the Chaz experience, right?
Yeah.
All the boxes tick. Devil J has gets the weak side of the map, but he gets a safe lane. Chaz gets to pop off, and we have EXO getting a champion that can help engage. Everything falling into place for RRQ.
Yeah, it's so good. EXO was able to bait out the final chapter, right? When you're a Yuumi, you have to make sure that you're in control. You get to decide when you push the button, when you push the final chapter. But in the end, it was EXO forcing What the Just to push it, explosive cast, and then boom. Final chapter couldn't get anyone, and that was a comfy fight at the Elder Drake for RRQ.
It feels like a bait, right? Like EXO, he had some cat treat, some kibble, it's a cat name, he throws it in the far distance, and What the Just was like, oh, that's mine! Elder Dragon is gone, Buriram loses game 1, but this is a long series, so before we pass it to panel, quick thoughts from you. What do you think Buriram should bring back in game 2?
Thresh! I want to see Jess on the Thresh again.
That's something, right? I think What the Just on Thresh would change a lot of the tempo, but until then, we will just have to settle for RRQ taking game number 1. We'll pass it back to the panel to get their thoughts on this.
I think I know what this is. RRQ go into this game, and they play to the auto-lose, auto-win conditions, right? First things first, they did the right thing. First pick Gragas, get EXOSense champion pool ready, prioritize him. Second thing, they made sure to give them the full Chaz experience. Not only that, they gave them a top-up. They made sure Helios was included in the package. Mid-jungle synergy happening here, right? And then they go in, they give Devil J the quote-unquote weak lane, but the guy's running laps around them. He pulled Archnie away at the end of that fight. Wasn't able to join in at all. Well, what do we have here, Otto?
Enjoy. Enjoy it while you can.
Dude!
Wow!
Dude!
He went there. He went there.
Yeah.
I mean,
I told you he's going to say something before me. But yes, that was the full RRQ experience. Again, it's all about finding the right window, and we saw a highlight moment for the Chaz experience. Omo was screaming on top of his lungs, ban that champion.
Yeah, ban that champion.
Yeah,
100%.
he's so good at that, Irelia. And for me, RQ, all across the 5 roles, they played it beautifully. EXO said full AP on that Gragas. Senna on that Marquee, still being able to dish out damage, but more than that, keeping his teammates alive with that heals. And again, one of the win condition, the number 3, step up Devil J to not be stepped on.
And I want to go back to the point that you raised initially as well, about the support staff that we see coming in from RRQ. One of the things I praised about BRU, their drafts are so good, their prep is so good. But if you look at what BRU has been relying on, what has their blind pick mid laner default always been? It's always been Diana. It's always been Diana. And RRQ, they have prepped for it. They pull out the Fiora 5th pick to shut down the 4-5 blue side Diana mid blind. This is great preparation from RRQ. And you look at Helios, you look at his top damage, you know he's comfortable on this champion. You know he's practiced on it, and it was the perfect answer here to shut down this Diana pick. In addition to that, we talked about side laning, you run out of options, and RRQ, honestly, their draft here was fantastic. BRU's still going to win the series, but this draft was great.
I'm loving everything that you're saying right now. But dude, again, it has been the identity of RRQ. Now they're deviating from being all greedy and having another carry for Devil J. They have at least understood that, hey, you know what, putting too many mouths to feed onto one team will basically hurt our chances more. Now what they have done is to put Devil J on a Shen that is very impactful when it comes to the 4v5s, when it comes to the 5v5s. But more than that, I loved his trading against Noel on that Garen. Looking at that laning phase, almost all hits were on point, and that's when you know that he really practices Shen.
Well, I mean,
I think after his performance against Ysera, his coaching staff told him, yeah, practice some Shen. You're going to be playing a lot of Shen next week.
I feel like there's just some divine thunder gap here. I mean, the compositions that they've gone for, the ideas that they've tried to play for, I would say that this is probably like the best look for a Santa composition, right? Like we've looked at so many different variations before. I think now we're actually seeing these bruiser fighter type champions with Divine Sundra. They're able to sustain, they're able to play a long fight with the Senna. It looks at the absolute best we've ever seen. And here we have our player of the game. Of course, it's going to go over to either has to be the Helios or Chaz, right?
Yeah, and finally, we are now back to the meta that we have basically prophesized about. That this meta is all about the side laners, not the double marksman. Right? The double marksman, how we started this tournament, we said, oh, why are they picking double marksman? Where in fact, you know, the double split pushers are actually the trend, or should be the trend with the Divine Thunder.
But Balapagad is obviously better.
Yeah, definitely. And now RRQ is just showing us right now that their side lane meta is better than, you know, the Archie Diana dude.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think they just punished the comfort picks of BRU in this game, which does two things, right? Yeah, you win a game in the best of 5, but beyond that, what's super interesting as well is now BRU have to consider for the rest of the series, if we default to the Garen Yuumi, if we default to the blind pick Diana, we know they're going to punish us. So what do we need to change? I mean, this play was just disgusting, wasn't it? Chess just ran circles around them. Keep in mind, this game started out 0-5 for BRU. And they still kept that relatively competitive.
That's true, that's true. There is also some lingering fear in my heart that, wait, what's happening? Because the normal RRQ would press the advantage to even, you know, greatest depths. And I think Golden Feet deserves some credit here, especially what the chess, because he was stealing objectives after objectives, and he was made alive by the fact that Jess is on that Yuumi. Am I expecting Yuumi to be banned game number 2? Possibly, right? But if there's anything, I actually would love Jess more on this champion if I'm RQ, because that takes away a lot of playmaking from what the Jess.
I mean, it's two parts, right? Not only is it Jess, but it's also Triple V in the bot side. He was one part that was not able to keep up with the game. When you think about what happened with the Corki, he fell behind early on and was just never able to claw back in.
I mean, if you think, if you look at this on your screen right now, you look at how some of the fights played out. I don't want to put the blame on any one player, but Triple V definitely did not have the best performance on the Corki. Keep in mind, picks like the Varus were up, picks like the, I think the Ziggs was banned away, but I think the Varus was up. So there were options here as well. What I do love from RRQ, they banned away the Ashe. You can tell that these teams have done their prep. They know what picks the opponents are going to go for. They have answers prepared to what they can't ban away. And overall, I just love the prep from both these teams. I think this series is really going to come down to that. How the draft evolves is going to shape it. Why are you smirking?
Because I feel like you're giving a lot of credit over the support staff Autolus here. I feel like Autolus is getting a lot of...
I've never had a panelist with me or an analyst with me who I can say, yeah, dude, you're actually right.
That's a lot of shade.
Keep in mind, I've been casting with Grandin for a very long time.
Okay. All right, I'm not 100% sure if I can take that as a positive credit because, you know, your former analyst partners might kill me, dude.
I'm about to whip out like the bell here, man. Omo, you get over here.
It's doubling down, but yes, Omo, just praise me more.
No, that's it. We're done here. Let's go to game 2, boys. Let's go.
All right, let's talk about game 2. What do you want to see here change from BRU?
Just the defaults are bad, I think. Okay, the defaults aren't bad, but the defaults are going to get punished by RRQ. Defaulting to the Garen Yuumi, we know how they're going to punish it. We saw it in game 1. Defaulting to the Diana blind pick, we know how they're going to punish it. The Fiora mid is a big answer to that. I think you might even want to consider, do we want to ban away the Irelia? And if so, what do we have to leave open here? I think you have to ban the Galio. I think you should ban the Irelia, and then your options get very limited. Now, if they could go on red side, that might change things a little bit.
That's actually one thing that I'm looking at right now. Like, if you are BRU and your blind pick options are not doing well for you, then you have to go for the red side for the counter pick, right? Archini is not the player that would go for, you know, so flashy champions. Basically, his champion
Diana
is
just
very
like
limited.
peak, right? Like the most he's willing to go
If-
for Fizz.
If there's
that's a good point.
If there's one champion that I know that RRQ really memorized the play style, that's the Diana, because FLA used to play it back in Grand Finals, so they have good scrimmages already and practice time against the Diana.
I mean, I think that experience is going to mean a lot for RRQ. I think the preparation they've had going into this match has been amazing. That being said, if we go into the red side for BRU, maybe to get to change things around and shape up a better draft for themselves, we're going to draft right now. And just as we foretold, BRU moved to the red side, RRQ now on blue.
This is even better. This is now better for BRU. I'm liking their, their chances now, because if they stick to the blue side, they will just be heavily exposed over and over again by RRQ.
Well, I mean, there's a possibility that they have more things prepped beyond the default as well. We'll definitely need to see it. I just don't think they've been forced to really show it. Sure, they went to 5 games with Team Flash, but Team Flash is a bit of a different drafting approach as well. You're not going to see Coyote pull out the Fiora mid. It's a different beast that you're fighting. Maybe they have more defaults planned, but for now, I agree, right? Like, I'm liking the red side for BRU.
I mean, we continue things off with the Karma and Thresh ban. We've seen a lot of this from RRQ. BRU respond to Camille, hoping to see that really come through, like you mentioned, Omo.
And
I hope so, yeah.
The Aurelia being banned away here should open up the Riven, which is also a very good pick for RRQ. But the one I'm really scared about for BRU is if EXO sends Galio is left open here. Now, if you're RRQ, do you go for Senna, Galio, or Senna Gragas?
No, you 100% ban Irelia here. You leave open the Galio. If they 1p Galio, you snatch a 1-2, I don't know, Varus +1. Okay, well, they just respect Galio too much, because I do agree that it is his best champion by far.
Still looks like a Senna angle.
Yeah, Senna angle, Varus angle. I mean, if you go Senna 1 on RRQ side, I would love to see BRU go Varus 1 too.
Oh, but Ziggs is up this time around, so there is some flexibility on the BRU side.
We know Archony does play the Ziggs mid as well. If you want to go for the Ziggs right now
and
prep
effective
the Varus. Sorry?
Is it still effective though?
I mean, I don't think it's great, and I think that RRQ have the champions to counter, the players to counter that. The set though, that might go to Jess.
I mean, this is
Noel
strong,
plays it as well.
This is a strong confrontation champion. That's something they need in bottom side, especially against the Senna wants to stall for time, wants to buy time. Having some additional power with the set Varus gives them that space.
Yeah, definitely. And again, this is a champion that we have picked as one of the most contested ones. And Nasus for RRQ, they are thinking that BRQ would go for a double marksman composition here that you basically wither down. But more than that, you can now leave Marquee on the bot side or on the mid lane, just wave clearing with that Spirit Fire.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a good combo here from the side of RRQ. You have Chaz on the Kha'Zix. It's something he's more than capable of carrying on as well. You have a lot of utility support here from the side of RRQ. I want to see what BRU's approach is right now, though. What are they going to show? The set could go Baron, could go support. And if Devil J keeps taking the approach of, I'm going to play a tank, I'm going to be self-sufficient, the set will be great there. This is also great, right? Because you have the set support to slam any tank Devil J might pick, and you have the Darius to really just have a good laning matchup.
And you have to take it away from RRQ, because if you give away the Darius on the other side, you have 2 champions that can reset, right? The Darius, the Kha'Zix, and now you also have the poke.
I'm just waiting for Pyke, really.
Oh yeah, please.
Well, you will get to see that competitively for a while, though. I'm just going to give you guys a heads up. So you're going to have to wait for quite a while before we get to see Pyke in play.
I thought it's just going to be 1 week after.
No, it's going to be a while, actually.
Oh, this Shen ban is actually really nice because you have the Shen Kha'Zix dual combo. So you can sneak up on Triple V in the back line, deliver the Shen onto him. Nothing you can really do there.
No, the question is, RRQ plays this strategy, Senna Nasus with a triple assassin composition.
Assassin?
Yeah, are they now confident? Yeah, I tell you, that's what RRQ has been doing. An assassin in the jungle, a very good side laner in the mid lane and top lane. Now, are they confident that Devil J has that?
Yeah, and we look at BRU, I mean, I feel really good about what they're trying to get done here early on, and this is still pretty much a deadlock, but RRQ definitely have managed to go for a composition that looked entirely like how the meta is defining it right now.
I'm just curious about what Coden Feed is going to pick here. I know he's not going to play the set jungle, so what is his pick into the Kha'Zix? Is it going to be the Lee Sin? Because the last time we saw his Lee, it was kind of underwhelming.
You just said it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the best pick available on paper, but I was not very impressed by his lead the last time we saw it.
Sure, he needs to step up to the plate now. He needs to meet those expectations because against the RRQ that we're seeing currently, I mean, they were... BRU had the Kha'Zix last game, but RRQ got control around the objectives early and stole them away from BRU.
And you can see that BRU is actually studying RRQ a lot because they banned away the Akali. Because this 3 picks by RRQ, that was already an angle for a triple assassin composition, a side laner focus for RRQ, and I'm liking that pick, this pick already for Devil J, the Renekton on the top side, and stabilizing factor for Helios in the mid.
It's the mid jungle again, isn't it? It's the Ari charm into the Kazakhs one shot, but the Twisted Fate. I really like this from BRU. What is the team comp looking to do right now? You have the gold card rapid fire cannon. You're gonna go in. You're gonna look for picks. You stun someone, Lee Sin combos you, and this game once again comes right back down to the same thing we've been talking about. Mid jungle is gonna be such a key determining factor here.
All right, Otto. How well does RRQ stack up with the auto win conditions here? How well have they managed to meet those requirements?
Pretty good.
Yeah, it has been so good because again, Exos. Well, actually, for number one though, again, Exosen being more on the playmaker, he's now being relegated on the Nasus, which basically you only are there for two things: wave clear and slowing people.
So 2 out of 3, still not a bad spot for RRQ at all. And we saw how well they were able to take the last game. This time around, still on big playmakers with the mid jungle. We need to see how that duel plays out. BRU want to try and keep up the tempo here with the Lee Sin Twisted Fate.
Yeah, the Lee Sin Twisted Fate is going to be really big. I don't think there's any big places on the map for them to attack. They don't have a super strong solo lane. They don't have a super strong dragon lane. Well, I say that, but actually they do have a pretty strong dragon lane. But I do think they still want to play towards the Baron lane side, play around Noel, get his tempo going. This Darius Renekton matchup is very seesawy. If you snowball it, it could really go in one direction.
And with those pickoffs, BRU is hoping to pull back from this series. Again, this is the last chance for these two teams in the lower bracket semifinals. Let's see how this one plays out as we toss it back over to the casters to bring us to the game.
I learned a new word from Omo. See sorry. Gotta put that in my see sorry.
Sorry.
See sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. I'll put that in my dictionary after this. Basically, by definition, means it's 50-50, topsy-turvy. I'm guessing that's it.
Ah.
But we went from Senna Gragas to Senna Nasus in this game 2 for RRQ.
And I gotta be honest with you, Husky, I do not like this Nasus pick on Exosen. What the panel has talked about, right? That they're always the playmaker. He's always there to outplay you when it comes to initiating and disengaging. And he made such an amazing play at the Elder Drake fight.
Oh boy, Marky already ignited so early on.
And being on the Nasus reminded me of the 2 straight games that BRU had to do where he was on the Nasus and he couldn't do anything. The moment he went Thresh, the moment he went Yuumi, he impacted the game and the series so much, and that's why they're here. Now the biggest question is, RQ lacks CC, lacks engage. The only reliable engage that they have is the charm from Helios. We talked about the Devil J playing tanks changes the pressure for Exosen is not going to be fully on him. Now it's just all on Helios to land the charm.
Yeah, so instead of game 1 where RRQ has this incredible late game scaling where when they get a hit, they run away with the game, it feels like a tamer game 2. Right, where RRQ, sure, they have the Chaz on the Kha'Zix, the Chazix experience, but BRU, they're making that early move, Golden Feet and Archie, they're here, Gold Card in the hand of this Twisted Fate. Does take a turret or force to flash away. This gang might be watered as Chaz. Flashes for the kill, but it's a flash face breaker. First blood for what the Jess, and RRQ gets stopped.
Again, no one can hold them down after the root coming from Marky. It's not going to be the same as the heavy CC that BRU has. Showstopper, Facebreaker, Chain of Corruptions, Gold Card, Kick, Apprehend. Everything is in the hands of BRU. Everyone, each and every person from BRU can initiate a fight, can set up for the entire squad. RQ, in the meantime, Marky has to land his root. It's a very slow route. Helios has to have the charm on.
Yeah, and this kind of reminds me at least, of game 1 between Team Flash and Flash Wolves, where it all comes down to that Ari, right? In this case, it's Helios. Has to get the charm, has to start things off. He has to be the primary trigger for RRQ to force BRU to react to something. But getting that started, it feels easier said than done.
Yeah, right? Now let's take a look at the replay. It seemed like RRQ read them like a book, read BRU like a book, but unfortunately, no one to hold them down, you can't finish off a target, and they're doing it again.
And that's an exhaust expended, an EXO, oh, the ignite, so close.
Okay, I said before, Senna Nasus makes your lane an unkillable lane. No one can touch you. But this is a very glaring problem because you're up against a Varus. You cannot keep up with the sustain. You're just going to get poked out. And the presence of Golden Feet constantly bothering bot lane. Marky and Exosen have to constantly watch their backs, and they're going to lose tower.
Yeah, they're losing. This is going to be the second plane that they lose. So early on, Omo folk touched on how Buriram probably wants to focus a bit more on Noel, right? Get this Darius a hit, get this strong side of the lane for Buriram themselves, the advantage. But they are focusing on that bot side, and Devil J, max hemorrhage stack, forced to pop the dominance, and Flash, Noel follows up, takes a turret shot, not enough to bleed Devil J out.
Oh my god, but that's a very worrying sign. Noel doesn't have Flash, so he can't Flash apprehend play anymore. But this is really scary because Chaz is forced to always go down bot to counter gank because Golden Feet has been keeping his eye on bot lane, and it makes sense. Marky Exocen cannot do anything in this lane, and we saw that Noel can handle his own, so that's more reason for Golden Feet to not go top.
And Noel just won the lane on his own, right?
Yeah.
Without any help from Golden Feet and the rest of the team. So RRQ shows up to the Rift Pharaoh. Chaz has already started it, but look at what the Jazz. Proto Bell instantly face breaker, showstopper. They didn't get the Sonic Wave on top of Chaz, but it's going to be a charm from Helios. They want to get Golden Feet, and they finish him off. And Buriram, they are late to the party. RG flashes forward, gets a go-kart, kicks off, takes down Marky, but it will be an exhaust on the Exo. This fight might be done though. Noel, he gets charm, doesn't get any reason from the ultimate, but it's still another go-kart on the Devil J, who slices and dices away, using that Rift Arrow as a trampoline, but BRU might just walk away with this Rift Arrow.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be a reset. Charm's going to hit again.
I mean, just Archony still has some health to work with, and after all of that, it's BRU walking away with the first major objective.
That's exactly what we're talking about, right, Husky? The key here is Helios. All the pressure is going to be to him. And we saw if he indeed delivers. When the charms hit, BRU, you see how many fell from that battle. But the thing is, at the end of the day, BRU still manages to get the Rift Herald. So that means it was not enough, even though Helios was able to land key charms.
Yeah, and we temporarily laid our eyes on both Golden Feet and Chaz. Jungle matchup at the Rift Herald fight. It was What the Jazz who was able to isolate Chaz, and it was Helios who was able to finish off Golden Feet. That could have, it felt like it could have gone a lot worse. Golden Feet spotted out the safeguards away. Rift Herald popped down mid. BRU, they want to apply some pressure.
Yeah, that's some big boy isolation damage right there. Almost half HP already for Golden Feet. Let's see how they're able to set up this dragon.
Helios and Chaz are nearby. They have vision. Pop the Scryer's Bloom just to get a better look on the terrain. BRU, Dragon down.
Yes, Spirit Rush.
1.8k health. It's going to be another Proto Belt into a face breaker. Helios comes in. They actually steal the Dragon with the Spirit Fire. And they take down 2 members from Buriram United.
My god, the timing was so perfect from RRQ. They waited, and then jumped in at the very perfect timing. And what? Exocen managed to get a steal.
Spirit Fire just outsmites Golden Feet. Chaz wasn't really needed to use his smite. That kind of flips the tables around.
Yeah,
right? We just saw BRU take a slight lead, but RRQ just wrestled with the back.
Yeah, it's so crazy, right? And props to Helios' positioning as well, right? He came from a different direction, away from prying eyes of BRU. Of course, they're going to look towards Chaz because he's the one who's going to do the steal. But look at that, Helios coming from behind.
Archony baited in by Devil J and Helios. Devil J just flashes for the slice and dice. Gets the kill, but here comes Golden Feet. Shows up to the party. Safeguard, kick, follow up with a resonating strike to get a trade.
Really nicely done by Golden Feet with a trade, kicking Devil J into tower range. But look at this though. Noel?
It's going to be slowed up by the weight of Proto Bell forward. Marky doesn't get the snare off, so Noel walks away.
At least RRQ is able to prevent from losing a tower down top rather. And that's the thing, right? RRQ, look at the pickup by Devil J. Proto Belt. That means we're talking about bridging the gap. Slice and dice, and then Proto Belt or whatever. Charm?
Oh no, it's not going to be Golden Feet isolated again. RRQ is just setting up a depth rush.
The read from RRQ is so good. They know the BRU is hungry to kill that tower. It's so low. They've been pressuring that side for the past 7 minutes. They knew this was going to happen again.
Yeah, and Golden Feet just completely halted in terms of momentum. And they do have What the Jazz with them. Chaz. It's going to spot What the Jazz. It's going to be a showstopper, but it's a red card. No, Archie doesn't get the right one off. He just walks away.
That was very sneaky of What the Jazz. But the plan has been foiled. It was supposed to be showstopper into a gold card combo. Because Helios didn't have Spirit Rush at the time. Flash was used though.
Devil J on top of Vision. Just gets stunned off, so Noel couldn't follow up with the combo. But then so far we see Noel, first item, Divine Sunderer, to take on Devil J, to have some sort of damage to whittle down EXO in these fights. But that means that Noel is going to be less durable.
Yeah, that's true. It's going to be squishy.
Gonna try again.
Side.
Destiny out. Here comes Golden Feet. But Chaz, again, another good read. Just completely foils the plan of BRU.
Yeah, I love how RQ, Helios, the rest of the squad, or rather Chaz just shadows wherever BRU wants to initiate, and it deters the Destiny drop. It deters from BRU from committing, because we know RRQ, when it comes to outplaying you, they're able to do that.
This is where we kind of slow down a bit. It feels like after all of that early action, RRQ and BRU gives us some room to breathe. I say that, but Chaz and Devil J on the Rift Barrel.
Half HP already. It's going down
Conan
fast.
Feet, you gotta make a move right now. They're under the shroud. Conan Feet is thinking about it, but the rest of RQ are there. Conan Feet cannot do it.
I love it. They waited for the Sonic Wave to expire before hitting it again, so that means Golden Feet has no access. He's going to be forced to use a flash either way. RQ with a quick thinking, they know what to do against, you know, Lee Sin's in general.
Yeah, and so far you see Golden Feet, he is going for just full-on damage, right? Yo moves into a Sheen item. He's going to be that pick-off bot, but this item build, it benefits Lee Sin if he's ahead. Golden Feet isn't. 1 and 3, he's having a rough time so far.
Yeah, he wanted to match the damage output that Araki so far, Chaz and Helios has been dishing out. But that's the thing. Eventually, in the later stages of the game, Lee Sin will need, Guardian Angel will need something that can survive the fight, because you're going to be setting up for the squad. But as I say that, look again, they're showstopper. Everybody can set up for the team, and I feel like that's why it's damage for Golden Feet.
It's going to be a slow root onto Noel. Charm doesn't pull him back because of the root, but even then, it is a substantial amount of damage. Noel, he can't fight no more. This dragon most likely will go over to RRQ.
Oh yeah, he cannot be the meat shield anymore. He can't press forward and apprehend anymore.
Yeah, but Destiny revealed the location of RRQ, but what is the next move of BRU? They gotta do it on Noel. Probell forward gets a pull back onto EXO. It's gonna be a go kart onto only EXO. But when all of that was happening, look at what RRQ is doing. They have Devil J in the backline. Both Conan V and Triple V are already down. They get an exhaust onto Noel. They get a charm onto Archony. They get everything. It's RRQ with 4 kills and a dragon.
RRQ so strong in that fight and looking to be in this series as well. Look what they did. They separated the fight. They used EXO as bait, and then boom, Helios, Chaz just dove into the backline, and VVV, let's take a look at that again. Destiny, everybody, they're focusing their efforts onto EXO, but look at Helios and Chaz doing a lot of work in the backline, and it basically broke the formation of BRU. And again, there's no threat. Helios is so healthy. Look at his HP. No one was focusing on him at all. No one is hitting him.
They couldn't even get access to the backline, right? It was so hard. EXO just puts his body in front. Devil J, you mentioned the Proto Belt, he just dashes towards the backline. I don't think BRU were ready for that. And even with all of these pickoffs, the go-kart, the chain, you list down 10 different utilities that BRU have. Doesn't really matter at this point. I mean, RRQ have such a huge lead. Kodafeed finds Chaz, but what is the follow-up? It seems like there's none. What the Jazz? Found out again. He does a good charm. It's going to be Archony caught out. They get a showstopper. What the Jazz? Half forced to flash away. They get the top tier 1, but feels like Chaz once more. What the Jazz does get the honey for Misi slowed down. And for just a couple pieces of fruit, he gives his life away.
Yeah, that was the slow combo, right? Step on honey fruit, get withered, get charmed. That is quite unfortunate for Jess.
EXO is 0-0-9.
Yeah.
Still not dead yet.
Yeah, despite Archony and Noel, everybody else from BRU focusing on him earlier once he got apprehended, once he got gold carded. But again, the biggest problem would be Chaz, would be Helios. They are your top threats against RRQ. BRU has the capability of destroying them for sure.
I don't think BRU have enough damage at this point. Look at Conan Feet, just completely rooted down. Facebreaker does miss. Conan Feet forced to go golden. The Chain of Corruption also goes wide, and Conan Feet just vaporizes.
Yeah, just completely disappeared. It's a 4v5, by the way.
Where's the damage from BRU? I don't think they have enough.
Because Exosen has been so good at soaking up aggro and damage.
Yeah, BRU wants to run into you to fight, but if you're on top of the Spirit Fire, there goes your armor.
Exactly.
So hard for BRU to do this. Top tier 2 already demolished. RRQ slowly picking apart the base. I say that, but the inhib turret is gone.
Yeah, it's destroyed. Vaporized, just like what has been the theme throughout this game. And you're right, there is that innate armor shred. So Noel, what the Jess are going to say bye-bye to their armor when they have to go face-to-face against Exosen here. And this is full map control already for RRQ. more or less 10k gold lead already. They have everything. Now, the biggest question is, how can BRU come back from this? If they get a pick on Chaz,
Oh no.
that's a chance. But that was the window.
Desperation.
Wait.
Waiting for the showstopper. This is they want to grab
Everybody's
Chaz.
so far away.
There's going to be a gold card Chaz. Eliminated by Helios. Does go. He still get a
my
charm. No haymaker
God.
for what the Jazz. Double root. Kolenfi goes in.
Whoa.
Flash kick. But the angle is not there for him. Devil J punishes him for it. And BRU, they've already lost this fight. It is not their territory. Get the heck out of this river. RRQ will claim command. And
the
they
flashes.
steal one more. They flash over the wall. Destiny used. Archony, he wants a gateway out. But Devil J is on
Can
his
he
tail.
escape?
Gold card being
card?
picked out. But Devil J still gets the stun off. He just doesn't get the connection with the charm. But meanwhile, while all of that was happening, Triple V is running in the wrong direction. He's running straight into RRQ's base, and RRQ gets 4 kills.
Yeah, I don't think that was a 1v1. That was definitely, you know, Triple V just wanting to run away, Marky just giving the chase. And oh my god, as I said, that the key is to get a pick off of Chaz and then pressure Baron. But at the end of the day, Golden Feet couldn't fight an angle. Helios took that fight back by getting a charm onto what the Jess. And after that, one of your tanky members is gone. If you separate the fight, that's where RRQ thrives, and that's exactly what they did. They divided the squad, BRU, into half. And Helios, the repositioning to make sure that the angle of the kick, just as you mentioned, wasn't there. RRQ looks so clean right now.
Triple Dragon for RRQ, and this feels like they have not slowed down even for a bit since last Sunday. When the trio FLA, they look absolutely sublime coming into this series. It felt like they picked up where they left off.
Yeah, it felt like the whole break didn't even exist. They managed to keep momentum in a teeny tiny box and then open it up today.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, it's
Store
like an
energy.
Storing energy. Oh, don't get me started.
I know. I was looking at Grandin. We don't want to go into the technicalities.
Yeah, we don't want to go
We're going
all
into,
scientific
yeah,
on
we're
this.
going to go like physics and quantum science. That's for another day. But for now, RRQ, clearing out vision at the Baron Pit. In Buriram United, they show up, but the side lane is in danger. Devil J having the game of his life with that Hellbreaker.
He's able to create more presence. Again, RQ has been fighting 4v5 all this time, by the way.
I mean, EXO could be 2, right? What the Jazz goes in, showstopper, go card, they get a catch up. It's Marky. Senna not available in the fight, but Noel goes down. It's godlike for Helios. Archony shows up with Destiny. Chaz goes golden mid-air. A good stasis, but the base is in danger. Buriram, your base is in danger. Guys, go back home right now because Devil J is here and the backdoor works out. RRQ pushes us to series point.
Oh my god, RQ winning a different... They basically changed the ending. You know, the first one, okay, we're going to go Aurelia, Fiora, and then the next got Devil J split pushing here at game number 2. Now they're match point next to the next stage, to this last day, to the lower bracket finals.
They out-team fight you, they out-skirmish you, they out-smite you, and now they outside lane.
Yeah, the outside lane you. It's just so crazy. Like, you could tell that BRU just wanted to initiate fights. We talked about how they have all the tools. They have everyone can basically set it up. But Helios, with all of the charms, just hit versus all the CC. 5 CCs on the side of BRU.
Yeah, nothing that BRU could do at this point. We thought that they have the tools, but apparently the tools are not sharp enough. The users of those tools were not able to use it effectively. Or we can just say from another angle, RRQ just knew how to deal with all those pressures.
Yeah, they really did. The fact that they waited so patiently, like during the laning phase, Marky and Exosen were in trouble. They were always shoved, they were always slow, they were always lethal. And Golden Feet was ready to deal the finishing blow. And we talked about how he's building damage as well. But unfortunately, RRQ read that. They're so good. They read that. And then they were just waiting for Rift Herald fight, like, oh, here we go again. We're gonna outplay you, we're gonna outfight you.
You know what that reminded me of? I think Devil J learned something from Ysera. Remember that series in Flash with Marku? Ysera almost ended the game through a backdoor.
Oh yeah,
and Devil J took a page off of that, and I think this is the first win through a backdoor, right?
For RRQ.
For RRQ, yeah. In this, I think
in general,
I think I've never seen it before.
True.
Yeah, RRQ bringing in a whole new look. This look absolutely good. I think the series against Flash Wolves was a harsh wake-up call, and now they are poised to complete this lower bracket run.
Yeah, but remember, they've got reverse swept before by Flash Wolves, so now it's a test for RRQ on how they can 3-0. They 3-0'd Final Adversity already. They could possibly 3-0 again, but I wonder what BRU's answer this time around, because they gotta win to survive the series.
Yeah, all eyes are at BRU, so they basically now are pressure to find an answer. But with that being said, we're just gonna pass it back to the panel. I'm sure they have a lot to say about Game 2.
Well, RRQ, they pull BRU close. They say, come here, come join us in here, guys. And they hit them with a 2-0, right? And what can I say except Lennon is the biggest jinx, almost the biggest jinx in Wild Rift Esports history.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I just woke up from a fantastic
Can I just
nap.
check with you? Can I just check with you? How many pieces of BRU merch have you received?
None.
How many pieces
Hey, but they
of,
won
of
their previous
RRQ
matches. This is a false narrative here. This is a false narrative you're
So
painting
I
here.
just want to
My
say, I
script-
think we have the biggest jinx in Wild Rift history sitting beside us, and we have the lucky charm of Wild Rift Esports. Side by side, by the way. Take a good look.
I just received my Sub-9 gear, so that could
It was
be...
too late. It was too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was too late, but that could be something for the future.
For the
too,
future.
so-
I think I know what it is. It's because I'm not wearing the BRU gear here. It's because
Okay.
I'm not giving them luck.
So
You can go ahead and get it now.
All right, bye guys. If they win this game, I will come back with it, and it will be a
Okay.
reverse sweep. You heard
Wait,
it here first.
Shouldn't you wear it before?
Well, I
we
have no
go?
time to go change it right now. Do I?
That is a rough statement. Like, so what do we do now? We don't have any time to.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but like I said, I just woke up from a very nice and pleasant nap.
Okay.
This is game 1 of the series.
Game what?
I,
Game
I,
2.
I don't know what just happened. Nothing happened before this. The series starts now. To me, at least.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay.
So what you're saying is...
What happened before this? Nothing. I didn't see anything.
Reverse sweep? Coming from Momo? You're doubling down, huh?
That's the only way this happens, right? You said 3-0. We're getting to a 3-0, but
Yeah.
you know there was the other
With
way.
some handicap before everything else. But looking at the draft here...
Pain.
Okay. I'm with Riku on this one, that I'm not really a fan of Exosen being on the Nasus, but they made it
Hey,
work.
they made it work, yeah.
They made it work. And it was Helios, really, the burning star for RRQ, at least in game number 2.
And we saw him from
Well, in game number
BRU.
1 as well. He got the MVP on the Fiora. I think he's been playing fantastic.
Ooh, yeah, that's true.
That's true. Yeah, he's been looking incredibly good. I mean, he's doing so much damage, and he managed to make Ori look like it should be a first pick kind of champion, right? And he's doing so well with it. I mean, BRU side, on the other hand, on paper, I have to say the draft doesn't look bad, but then but once you include who's piloting them, who's playing the champions, we start to see some issues appear.
Well, I mean, the only issue that I really see is I'm not fond of Code and V on this lead, but I understand that was the best lead since spot. Across the board, though, if you look at other champions in the hands of the players piloting them, I think it fits very, very well. The main thing I want to look at going into the next game, well, I don't know where to start. Where should I begin? Where should I begin to break down the problems in this game?
Go for number 1 first.
Okay, we'll go for a small one first. We'll start small, okay? I think Lichbane's second item was a bit of a mistake here. I think TF, we've seen Team Flash play, we've seen a bunch of teams play. I think the RFC second spike is just so strong, especially when you're trying to find picks. I think what was really great about the draft from RRQ is they saw you had a point-and-click CC in the form of Twisted Fate. We're going to match you. We're going to get point-and-click CC in the form of the RE Charms as well. Helios did not miss a single one. I think the mid-jungle performance from RRQ here is making a strong statement for a trio win.
Not just for this series alone, but for the whole of Southeast Asia, they're putting everyone on notice that hey, you know what? Shaz is not the lone star of this team. We also have Helios, the mid-jungle synergy duo that we have been raving about for RRQ is now showing up big time here against BRU, and they're now one win away to meet or to have that rematch.
I really want to see Ovo with the BRU jersey now. Like, I want to see that happen so they can get some strength back, so they can turn things around and hit them with the reverse sweep. I'm not sure if that's going to be possible here. I mean, we have the player of the game. Again, it is going to be our mid laner. I mean,
Brendan,
what's
need
going
I
on here?
remind you that you also voted for BRU here, Brendan? I don't know why you're throwing me under the bus, but that's just what happens when you copy the predictions. Helios, though, this guy, I mean, he's cracked in both games, honestly.
Oh my god, the charms connecting left and right and center. Dude, Helios, you gotta chill down because he's really making fans really be wary of his presence now.
A really big thing I really like from Helios as well is he's played 2 different styles of champions. Fiora, Bruiser in game 1, and an Assassin/Mage Ari in game 2. He's done both roles fantastically.
You know what? We might need a panelist over in WCS Philippines, and if you're really fanboying right now towards Helios, you're open to have that spot, dude. You want some more Philippines region? Come and join us.
I would love to, but I think the fans might kill me. Don't think they'll be very well received.
Let's see.
Omo? Omo? You feeling okay, Omo? Omo feeling kind of stressed right now, let me tell you that much.
I mean, we look back at the highlights, there were some incredible moments from BRU too, but it's RRQ that kind of ran away with the show. They demonstrated to us what it means to really dominate the game from the get-go. We saw how well Team Flash were able to get the game started. We see just as well how you can get a game started with RRQ's composition, a draft that honestly is much slower than what we see from BRU.
And it's not just a slower tempo that we're talking about. We're also talking about Helios not allowing Golden Feet to play at all. This Lee Sin was just targeted down over and over again. Every objective fight, Charm will connect, Devil J will follow through, and this is one of the classic combos that we have, right? I know that we don't have Elise yet, but there's one champion that basically has the same kit. And that's the Ari. Connected Charm, follow it up with Renekton's combo, easy kill.
I mean, you know what? I just looked at Noel. He was winning lane, about to get a solo kill, and then what happened? He started getting ganked. He started seeing the pressure piled on him. Went 1-5 by the end of the game. He went from getting a solo kill nearly to going 1-5. Oh, what's happened?
I realized that BRU needed some help here. I said the 6th man was going to be the draft. I said that was what would help them win. But RRQ shut that down. RRQ had fantastic answers.
Well, what's
so
the...
BRU need a 7th man.
Okay.
That's why I'm here now.
What's the one? Spam this lightning?
Yeah, spam this lightning to keep Buriram fighting. Drop that in Twitch chat.
You know what? I think it's very timely that you brought it out.
Yeah, so when they get 0-3, I get to go down with
because
them?
this is the last time that you'll be able to use that.
Very real possibility of that, sadly.
Juicy.
And RRQ are looking so good here. Let's talk a little bit more about how they set up for the auto-win conditions, right? They've done everything we've expected from them up until this point. And so we want to see them continue with all the things that we've had. But like, what's happening here?
I
Like, why
really
are
want
RRQ
to
so
highlight
good?
number 3, being the Devil J as a prime focus point. Again, if you want to win against the best of the best, you have to really level your play with your teammates, right? And there was this moment in where I know the coaching staff, and we're talking about the support system again of RRQ, talking some sense into Devil J, and hey, you know what? Brother, this is our chance. This is our year, and this is the time to not let it go. We saw his Renekton struggle against the Garen, Avisera. Now his Renekton is struggling laning phase, but we saw his impact during the team fights. And now, welcome back, Devil J. Welcome back to the party. It's good to see you back. Finally, doing Devil J things, because this is what RQ needs from now on.
But not to take anything away from the guy, but when your mid-jungle puts on a performance like that in 2 games, I think I could play Baron Lane there, and it probably wouldn't be too different.
Stop it! Stop! Just stop!
I think that's maybe what BRU needs to win here. If I go and play Baron Lane for RRQ, maybe then BRU can win. It's looking rough, I'll be honest here.
I mean, if that's what it takes, we'll fund. I think BRU will fund your flight over to the Philippines.
Oh, 100%. But not intentional. No, you can't call it inting because it won't be
that's not intentional. He's
exactly.
feeding. He's just feeding.
Exactly. Yeah.
BRU about to fund your flights over to the Philippines. You know, house you into like the RQ gaming house. When you have that mobile phone, get that game going, and hopefully we get to see Secret Asian Omo.
Can I just put a reminder back out here that Grandin also voted for a BRU
that's
win?
true. But,
You're coming down with me.
Okay. Blue side for Buriram, game number 3.
They want to get some tempo. They want the initiative to find out, to determine what the draft is going to look like.
I mean, RRQ is more deadly on the red side.
Yeah,
though.
I agree.
They get a counter pick that can be abused by Helios, which is the back-to-back MVP so far, games 1 and 2. Is this a short day? Probably, but we'll see. BRU stepping up.
Okay,
Well,
they continue with the Karma bans, they continue with the Jace bans. BRU has been pretty on point with the Jace and Galio bans. Really don't want to give that over to RRQ because of how flexible we've seen them be able to play the Jace in the jungle and the mid lane.
Yeah, and I think the bans here by RRQ, I think the last one would be the Camille, right? Just to make sure that doesn't get...
No, you have to ban the trash for RRQ. BRU might get the first pick Camille here. They might get the first pick Kha'Zix here. It comes down to what they prioritize. I think it's either Kha'Zix or Camille angle. Oh, trash is open as well. RRQ, they're really confident. I don't know why you would swap up the draft when you're winning like this, but this is confidence from RRQ.
It's because you put on the jersey.
Yeah, I mind controlled them. Thanks, guys.
I mean, if there's a team that I know would come out with, a plan over a plan, 4D chess move.
Yes.
Trying to predict what is to happen, that's going to be RQ, Coach Kaigu, Coach Three Fingers.
They've been around for a while. They know what they're doing.
They know what they're doing. Camille being picked up here.
You think Axel will play the trash?
That's actually one thing that they have to, right?
I think they should. I mean, they're not gonna.
Not anymore.
They're just gonna run it back, right? Because if it's not broken, why do you have to fix it? RRQ, I love this. They're just adding insult to injury. Let me show you how to do it.
I mean, slowly siphoning away all the good parts away from BRU, right? That's the thing of RRQ. They've been evolving with every matchup they faced.
Barrett's trash.
They're getting better with every single
is it
one.
really the jersey? Did I just win them the game? It looks good.
Okay, this is what we call the extreme difficult round.
Okay,
yeah. So basically, you're trying to finish the game in the most difficult.
RRQ was saying the last 2 games a little bit too easy. Let us give you your power picks. We'll make it a bit challenging. The really comes out for chess though, and just like that, I'm a bit worried again.
I mean, back to game 1 draft, it looked good for RQ before. They were able to pull out the Fiora. I have to say, I mean, that was among other options that RQ had. They could still go for anything up in the second rotation.
Yeah, and now what would Devil J pick up to face against a potential Camille from Noel? We know what happened to him laning-wise. 2 games against Isera. And Noel, I believe, is the more formidable player in the Baron lane.
This is a bit interesting here because I think RRQ, they might want to go for a Kha'Zix ban, though they did win the Irelia Kha'Zix game in game 1, so that might give them a bit of confidence. Other than that, I'm not exactly sure what you would go for here. Maybe you want to set up for a 4th pick Darius or Garen for RRQ?
I'm banning the Ziggs here, possibly.
You want to get rid of Archini's potential, please, Ziggs?
Exactly, because if he's going to default back to Ziggs, that's a champion that is... Oh, okay, Ari.
I mean, it's easy to play for. You have long range, wave clear. You can stall the game, give BRU a chance to come back from behind. But at the same time, maybe something like the Jax, really bring the fight over to RRQ, really directly challenge them and say, hey, we can do this team fighting thing just as well as you can.
Possible. That's also a champion of Golden Feet, right?
What he's trying for in the past. Riven as well. RRQ now looking for their 4th pickup.
Riven is a champion that RRQ could be closely looking at right now because that's a champion that 3 players from RRQ can play.
And BRU have played it before in the jungle. Didn't work quite well for them, but yeah, okay. Go for the Darius instead. Yeah, go for the safe pick, pass wall to center.
You take the Darius here, it really limits Noel's options. I feel like right now you might want to put the Camille into the jungle, but you're really happy with the Irelia matchup into that as well. BRU's options start to get a bit choked here. You might want to just cop the bad matchup, take the Garen. I think that's a possibility, but then you get set power bombed into your Varus. Options are getting choked out. BRU, it's looking a bit limited here. I would have liked to see the Darius get banned instead of the Gragas, but I understand the thought process there as well. This is much better, right? This is a better matchup into the Irelia, and it's something that Golden Feet has been playing a lot of back in regionals.
Yeah, and to me, this is a pick that has won 2 games just from the prior series. And it still is effective. There you go. I mean, that's the Ziggs that we're talking about. This could be a Z angle. We'll see.
RRQ could take a direct challenge, probably taking the direct confrontation from BRU, go for an assassin, go for something like the Z here, allowing themselves to really dive into the back. Otherwise, a marksman in the mid lane could also work for them quite well. They've done well of a bruiser. They've done well of a fighter. I mean, RRQ, that's the difficult thing about this team. Their 5th pick could be realistically anything at all.
Zed or Fizz, Akali. Yeah. As long as it's an assassin.
It's a different kind of assassin, but... Same but different, I guess.
What do you think is the possibility of Devil J taking the Akali here and letting mid lane Darius go through for Helios?
Nope.
No, not at all. Just because of the players.
They're not Team Flash.
Just because of the players, right? I mean, I feel like the Akali has really good side lane matchups here into the Jax, into the Camille. But I guess it makes more sense. I mean, if you have Helios, just let him play the Akali.
Exactly. Right? Win the lane, win the game. That's how RRQ wants it. If it doesn't work, go for the team fights. That's been the fundamentals of RRQ in the lane dominance from the mid lane with Helios and also the jungle pressure that Chaz brings is really the identity of RRQ.
I mean, BRU backs against the wall now. Go for what the Jess on the Thresh again. I mean, this
is just a classic for them, right? It's not just what the Jazz on Trash, it's Triple V on Varus. It's the mid lane Ziggs for Archini. You get the Varus Ziggs Pummel wave clear combo. Golden Feet back on his Jax. You get Noel on the Camille. Just gonna side lane for days. We're gonna wave clear for days. Jazz is gonna run around, try to catch people out. This is BRU playing basically the Exodia comp. If they lose here, RQ, you're just a better team.
7th man Omo, how are you feeling about BRU?
Looks good. But I think given the run of form that RQ have, they probably have some hot hands going on right now as well. They should be able to take this one. It's very possible.
Yeah, let's close it down, dude. RQ 3-0.
All right. Well, we have an exciting series for you guys here. Possibly the last game, RQ this close to making their way into the lower bracket finals. We'll have to find out what happens here as we toss it over with our casters to bring us into the Rift.
Game number 3 in this lower bracket series. RQ up 2-0. And last time we saw Buriram bring out the Thresh Varus. They won 2 games and push it to the game 5 against Team Flash. Do you think this is possible?
Yeah, I think it's highly possible. RQ also got reverse swept last time as well. And the fact that Jess is in a champion that he's so good at, so iconic. All of his hooks will hit. If his hooks hit, Chain of Corruptions will hit. That will give Golden Feet an angle to get on the board, to get this Jax like a really, really scary monster, especially when we look at the late game.
This was what we kind of set up last game, right? A lot of pickoffs, a lot of utilities, a lot of crowd control, but RQ dealt with it. In this game, we're also looking at a couple of ways that RQ can disengage. I mean, Devil J, he is just hammering Noel with those hammer stacks.
Barrier already used though versus the Ignite coming from Noel, so that is something that Noel's gonna be happy about. That means no added protection for Devil J once they duke it out once more.
Yeah, we say that, but Noah hasn't even ignited Devil J yet, right?
Yeah.
And he was just level 1. Early exhaust to stop the damage from EXO now. Death Sentence putting him back. EXO response if you don't exhaust, and Triple B won't be able to get the damage out.
The thing about BRU's composition is that what the panel mentioned, unlimited wave clear with the Varus and Archony here on the Ziggs. That means the 3-man is going to be having a lot of space to work with. Where 3-man is Jess, Golden Feet, and Noel. You land the hook, you land Hextech Ultimatum, it's so easy for everything to follow through. Join in Triple V actually, because Archony is a 1-man wave clear machine.
See a bit of vertical jungling as Chaz and Devil J, they want Noel gone. Noel still has the flash, hook shot, Devil J takes some aggro, Ignite still in the hands, Devil J tanking the aggro, finally flashes away and gives Chaz the first blood. And RRQ now needs to walk away, Chaz low but not dead yet, the heal from the Decimate. Devil J, he also walks out, Chaz flashes forward but has the Blaze Surge. Helios is dead just to back him up. Devil J still getting chased down, but Archon, he can't follow up.
Okay, everything is A-okay for RRQ, no exchange kill at all, and I feel like that's the better end of the deal. We'll see if this dive is gonna come into fruition for the side of BRU, but the wave clear coming from Marky makes it so difficult to activate that.
Just good turret juggle from RRQ.
Yeah.
That's just Noel down, right? We just saw Devil J losing early trades. Golden Feet takes the land and it is EXO. No hook connecting and EXO just walks out of that.
Really nice flash there from Exocent and Root to deter BRU to do an exchange as well, to do a gank themselves as Chaz is able to get 1 kill early. It looked like they got a lot, but it was that first blood in their favor. And I think that's a really good start, especially we know what happens when Chaz gets going. We know what happens when Helios gets going. These two, the mid and jungle synergy of RRQ, again, the best mid laner, the best jungle in the Philippines in one team. They're so deadly.
Yeah. And because of that one gank, Noel now can't really stand toe-to-toe with Devil J. Triple V and What the Jess also brought down low. You say we want to get Chaz going? He's the 1-0. He got the first blood. So much closer towards the Divine Sundra. RRQ always getting that good start. Archony at the same time is not having the best of lanes.
Yeah, a Ziggs getting pushed to his own tower. That's not a good sign for Archony here on the Ziggs.
You don't see that often.
You don't see that at all! Because Helios is able to use the Shroud to dodge out some of the bombs that Archony has been dishing out. So hard though. The roam?
Oh, Devil J gets locked in by the ultimate and What the Jazz shows up and he has backup with him. And it will be Golden Feet, excuse me. So What the Jazz with the kill onto Devil J.
What did we talk about, Husky? What did we talk about?
What the Jazz Thresh?
Yeah, What the Jazz Thresh. The 3-man death squad. What the Jazz gonna be joining in. We'll see what the response is from RQ.
Death Sentence.
Oh, no.
And Vanguard's Edge just go wide. Not long enough in terms of range. So RQ not able to get any response, but we do see Marky pathing topwards. Helios has to return me. They do get a face breaker onto What the Jazz. It's going to be rooted down by the Senna. This should be the Thresh surrender to RQ.
And Jesk is going to be gone for a few seconds. Rift Herald is open for the taking for RQ. Temporary 4v5. BRU can slow this down. They have a lot of hope.
They have the Mega Inferno Bomb, so RRQ have to be careful though. EXO and Devil J looking for some evidence in Colon feet. Good face breaker from EXO. Mega Inferno Bomb not doing too much damage. Chain of Corruption also out as well. But watch out for Colon feet. He has already finished off a kill. It will be the perfect execution from Helios to get the trade back. He still follows back with the Shuriken toss. Noel flashes to safety as Chaz secures the Rip Arrow, but he also gets a flawless duet stun into a root. Archery caught him in the open. Marky's still alive, but a Proto Bell from what the Jazz will get in exchange. As Chaz flashes, but the adaptive shoe still not enough. Chaz gets the double, but what the Jazz gets in exchange?
On paper, where did the kills go versus RQ versus BRU? Looks even because everybody had a hand in the deaths. What the Jazz though got 3 kills. On the other hand, Chaz got 3 kills. Now, where do you think the weight is going to shift? Of course the Aurelio, of course Helios getting a kill is more valuable than a support, than a Thresh that gets more kills for the team.
Who is more effective with the money, right? Who do you want your money to go to? I mean, of course it's Chaz.
Yeah.
Sure, he went down, but look at that. Even throughout all of that chaos, he was able to trade 2 kills back. And now, BRU starts the Inferno Drake. Death Sentence onto Chaz. You can see EXO very low. Still gets the Haymaker off. And that is going to be the fight already done and dusted. RRQ will have Chaz locked down in the ultimatum, but BRU have no follow-up. Argeny caught out again by Helios with assassination, but Conan B jumps back, gets stunned up by Chaz's flawless duet, and RRQ wins the fight. But Helios is not done just yet. Gets hooked right back. He has backup with him. Shuriken tossed away. They get the roll to Noel. Helios wants to follow up, but does not have the health to work with.
Everybody's playing out of their minds. The tactical sweep dodge by a backflip coming from Helios. RQ was just insane. At the end of the day, they're able to secure the dragon for themselves. Again, the way that RQ juggles the fight, right? Whenever someone's low, they're gonna tap out. Okay, see ya later. I'm gonna wait for my cooldowns. I'm gonna come back. And the way that they do this time and time again so effectively, the way that they dodge every single thing that BRU has been counting for just to win a fight is RQ just dodging everything.
You know what this reminds me of?
What's up?
You know, there are some fighting games where you have this tag team system, right?
Yeah.
You beat your enemy to a pulp, you tap out, and then your second character comes in.
Yeah.
This feels like that. This feels like RQ are just constantly dancing around BRU. Nothing that Buriram United can do. We look at the kill score, it's 5 and 8, but the game state so far has been even more telling. Exhaust on the Chaz, he misses his ultimate. What the Jazz plays him back, but Conan V shows up with a counter strike. Not able to get the stun of Chaz, still plays Surge to safety. The resets gets him out, but Helios wants the kill. He gets on top of Conan V, but Conan V has the lantern to get out and the Mega Inferno Bomb to deter RRQ's chase.
Crazy mechanics again coming from RRQ. You know, it doesn't face Chaz at all. Vanguard's edge misses? No, I don't care. I'm still going in because I know in the end I'm gonna win. I just want to give props again to Marky for his exhaust timings in this fight have been stellar.
What the Jazz, another hook up on the EXO, but it is just EXO. Triple B is here. But RRQ have already gotten what they came for. It's the top tier 1. Nothing that BRU can do.
Their mode of engage is again, Death Squad. Noel, What the Jess, Golden Feet with the follow-up. Of course, Triple V is going to follow through as well if he does have space to work with. But so far, RRQ has been strangling the map state. They've been taking control over and over. So that's the sad part about if you have a Thresh and you don't have map control. That means you don't have the comfortability of actually roaming the map to find kills. It's every single time RRQ is there to engage.
And we see Noel thus far, 0-2, Divine Sunderer and plays the Steel Caps, not having the most active games thus far, but he has a lot of weight on him, right? Him and What the Jazz have to get that engage off. He has to lock down his target. Argeny forced to flash away. Exosa just needs to move his hands a bit, extend, get that wingspan going. And BRU have already lost resources, but it's going to be bot Chaz again towards the back line. Follows up, plays first, flashes for the kill, goes golden. They get the dunk off onto Noel, and they grab him backwards. It's EXO with a follow-up, and RRQ finds 4 kills, but they want to make it clean. They want to get the ace. They make a statement down bot.
That was so good. Chaz on stasis to make sure that the explosive cask doesn't get him, doesn't root him at all. Again, the mechanics, every single thing they're doing right. RRQ kept the rest of BRU down bot busy. Hell, it got 1 charge, but at what cost? Everything Contra. Let's take a look at that again. Look at the mist. They're moving down towards this. They're forced to commit to this. What BRU doesn't have is AoE disengaged. They only have the Lantern. And it's not gonna help in a fight like this where RRQ just brings the fight to you and you're not prepared.
By the way, Riku, it's an exciting series, but I'm not Contra.
Oh! Why did I say Contra? I'm living in the past.
I know
Husky,
you.
Husky.
Come on.
It's so intense. It's so intense.
It's okay. It's okay. We can pass that.
Okay. My excuse, I said cold and Jess earlier. So my theme for today is...
I have 3 different identities. I'm Contra, I'm Autolus, and I'm Husky.
That's actually pretty good. You're like absorbing...
I'm absorbing
everything.
All the identity.
Like what RQ did as they progressed through the WCS finals. They absorbed so many identities. But the biggest identity that stood out was their clean and aggressive mechanics. They have adapted into so many and faced off against different play styles, and they seem so unfazed against BRUs.
RRQ continuing to pedal their the means of transportation, whatever that is, to pedal the bike. The engine is still going. RRQ at full steam. EXO again, just pushing triple VOA. What the jest is that Noel split pushing. Golden Feet not even at the Dragon Pit. BRU can do nothing. An attempted steal will not come true. Chaz will get it.
Again, BRU, the strength of their competition is getting a pick.
Oh, what the Jazz does get Marky in with the hook, but no follow-up, right? They just dropped the Rift Herald down mid. They really want this turret to go down. BRU doing their best to stop it. It will be a Vanguard's edge to buy time. Rift Herald still gets the charge off, and at the end of that, it's RRQ with even more lead.
This is so crazy for RRQ again. They faced up against Flash Wolves and got reverse swept. But this time, this looks to be a very convincing possible 3-0 against BRU at the moment. Everything is working in their favor. Chaz is 5-1-7 on the Irelia. It's so hard to shut him down. The only time you'll get to actually shut him down is if you pour everything onto him. But what's left? You still have to worry about Helios.
Yeah, if RRQ wins this series 3-0, we can effectively say that the only series that they've lost, only games that they've lost was against Flash Wolves. Any other team did not stand a chance against them. This lower bracket felt like their domain. They have done this before. The stakes are higher, but they're making it work. They're making it look so easy, so clean. I feel like RRQ was built for this lower bracket.
I know what you're going for, Husky. I mean, they did that run in the WCSPH. See though, jumping in.
Golden Feet. Pull back by the Facebreaker, Mega Inferno Bomb, heap of damage coming out, but it's not enough. Again, keep your eyes on Chaz because he is the main focus, but he's brought down low. Golden Feet counter-strike, but still goes down. But Devil J joins the fight. Noel gets a kill onto Chaz. It's a scattered fight, but at the end of that, it felt like it never happened because RRQ will get another ace.
Exactly what we were talking about, right? You put everything on Chaz. You still have to worry about Helios. You still have to worry about the rest of RRQ. 20 seconds on the clock. That's an ace. RRQ pushing down the base of BRU.
They might not be able to end the game, but they put themselves so much closer as RRQ just did not show any signs of weaknesses, did not give BRU any space to work with, and now they put themselves at the literal doorstep of that lower bracket finals. What a crazy run we have so far.
I know, right? And it all started with the draft, right? They let the iconic What the Jess Thresh out. That means they were super confident. Taking a look at this fight, RRQ so confident to dive into deep. Helios basically flashed and dashed towards under the tower, and then basically, again, created this pure chaos against BRU. Like, who do you want to focus on? We're going to Hextech Ultimatum Chaz, but at the end of the day, you still have more problems to worry about, even if we've used all of our toolkits already.
We give you your best champions, your most comfortable composition, and we stop it. We stop it in a dominant fashion.
Yep.
There's no better way to demonstrate confidence, to demonstrate your strength, than to literally give your opponents what they are most well-versed with and still win with it.
Yeah.
RRQ looking for a turn. Oh no, it's Archony. Not the six. Not poor Archony. Stop. Let him go. But no. Helios gets it. And Buriram, just like that, 4v5.
That was the exhaust as well onto Helios. He knew that his team was going to back him up either way. They went in!
Once more, big combo coming through, straight down the alley into Jungle and RRQ. They might have just found that window. Noel TP's in into a Facebreaker as Helios finds himself godlike. The lantern is taken, but Helios cuts Noel down mid
trip. You shall not get back to base. And RRQ are here to make a statement. Rex, Regum, Qeon once more in this lower bracket. Prevail 3-0. It is straight towards the lower bracket finals.
And that's the King of Kings straight to the lower bracket finals. 3-0 at that, dominating this series against Buriram.
I love this.
Helios!
He was the one.
He's too cool. He's too cool, Husky.
He was the one popping off when they made that game 3 win over Flash Wolves. He was the one showing us that airplane on the phone with, I don't know, like 10,000 glares.
Yeah.
And he was the one with those shades. I mean, how can you not love this guy?
I know!
And he pops off.
He pops off. He has a lot of personality, a lot of confidence, and he delivers.
And he delivers.
He delivers so much.
And RRQ delivers as well on the result, 3-0 over BRU. I never thought I would say this. We were anticipating at least game 4. We were anticipating BRU to put up a fight. But RRQ made it look like they were just kings stomping on some squires or conscripts.
I know! You saw the reaction, right? It felt like it's just another day at work, right? They were so chill and everything, and they were so unfazed at all. And the confidence coming from RRQ, such a huge growth from WCSPH, and now looking at them just toppling every single team, and now 3-0 against Buriram United. What a feat.
Yeah, the first seed from the Thai region knocked out by the first seed of the Philippine region.
Yeah.
And if Coyote is watching this, he's happy because they want to face RRQ in the grand finals. And now one more obstacle stands between this match, this best of 7. It is Flash Wolves and RRQ in that lower bracket finals tomorrow.
That's a scary rematch for
sure.
That's
a scary rematch. Right, I think this is setting up for a great storyline. RRQ bound to face the Demons tomorrow, but I think the panel has a lot to say about this 3-0, so we'll toss it back to Grandin and Cole.
Thank you, Husky and Riku. We just witnessed RRQ take down their opponents in BRU in convincing fashion. And I'll tell you what, RRQ looked fantastically in form in the lower bracket. It almost feels like home with this team. And I have to say, we're looking at an incredibly strong roster with some superstars in the making for sure. Tomorrow, they're going up against some tough opponents. But for now, we got a 3-0. Arlos, what do we have here? We got a 3-0 sweep is what we got.
Excuse me, brother.
I think I'm in the way here. We gotta get rid of some. We gotta get rid of some trash here.
That's a 3-0.
Let's go RRQ 3-0. Never had a doubt in my mind. RRQ making a statement here today, isn't it?
At the end of the day, Southeast Asia wins.
That is true. That is true.
Nah. We're not at that point yet. We're not at that point yet. Now we're still fighting for regional glory.
I mean, but 4 regions, 4 unique regions in the top 4. BRU will break the curse and finally make it into international competition. In the SEA Championships, they weren't so lucky. They were this close at the doorstep of an international competition, the first international competition in Wild Rift Esports history. But they missed out in 2 reverse sweeps. And I have to say, I felt bad for them then, but they've managed to change it now.
I still feel bad for them now. That was quite a dominant performance from RRQ.
Yeah, and I was looking back at the series between FLA and RRQ, and it does seem that RRQ is just on a different level right now, dude. Yeah.
They've cracked the code. I really do think they've cracked the code. They've seen through the Matrix, and I want to say that their mid-jungle is a huge part of that.
Ooh,
I mean, they've got some big superstars here.
Is Helios going to get 3 MVPs this series?
I think at this point,
I have to give it to Chaz, though.
It's easier for everyone, you know. Don't have to make a second graphic, you know. Just leave his picture up. And it's like, I mean, it's doing everyone a favor, right? You know, makes it easy. We only have to say one name. That being said, I don't want to forget about the rest of his team, right? Because they're doing an incredible job. The fact is, we came into this one, said Exosun had to be an active playmaker in his team. You know, he brings so much experience.
That's right.
But how he gets there was also a big point of contention. And now we've seen him play the Gallia, we've seen him play the set, and I have to say he feels good on both, despite matching with the set.
Gragas as well.
Perfect fit. Perfect fit, right? Originally, the plan for Exosun in the mid lane is to be the playmaker, and now, with the addition of Senna, we now see champions from the mid lane or from the Baron lane being opened up to the support role, and we know Exosun, right? Give him little to no resources, he will still be effective with those engages. And looking at the damage taken of that champion, 19,000 over.
You just could not die.
Oh my God! What a way to play set on game number 3.
I mean, but BRU came in here. They still had some issues. You know, they had to change things around. Triple V coming in as a substitution meant that they won't be able to play with their full roster. That being said, they've had a good run either way and displayed to us the tenacity that we expect from teams in the WCS. And so big congratulations to them still. These teams will be representing the Southeast Asia region in their international competition. But like you mentioned, Omo, right now we're
not
still
there
playing
yet.
for regional dominance.
We're not there yet.
So now I gotta put out a statement really quickly here.
Okay.
With BRU getting knocked out, I am now officially a Team Flash supporter. So catch them getting 0-3 by RRQ in the grand finals because I'm coming to curse you now.
Wait,
Sorry.
0-3? It's a best of 7.
0-4, I'm sorry.
So, yeah.
My jinx has now been passed to Team Flash, so they won't be undefeated anymore.
The biggest jinx and the biggest lucky charm in Wild Rift Esports.
Did you know that my script has been correct about every single match except
Except the Filipino
RRQ
teams,
matches?
yeah?
Only RRQ. Every time I predict against RRQ, they will win.
Very well deserved.
Very
Oh,
well
yeah,
deserved
100%.
indeed. I mean, it doesn't go over to Helios again, but I mean, Chaz, very well deserved. He's had incredible performances, 3 games in a row, and very frankly, it's been a fight between the mid and jungle.
Yeah.
But in game, it is these two working together that gives RQ so much success.
And it's giving me chills right now. You know, the world is watching Chaz being introduced to the global scene. And I'm thinking that the fans are thinking right now, who is this player? Right? Is this a League of Legends PC player before? Is he a former pro? Well, guess what? He's a rookie, right?
He's
he
never
came
played
in
before.
to League of Legends Wild Rift. First time pro, dude. First time pro.
This split.
Yeah. No, not this split.
Oh, okay.
But
But Wild
basically,
Rift was his
for Wild
starting
Rift
point.
was his start.
I mean, we don't have many splits to begin with, right?
Yeah.
Like, we are officially in Season 1. Like, this is the start. There's one split in Season 1. This is it. Like, this is your time to shine. And not only has he gone from being a rookie, he's going to go into the international competition. He's now playing top 3 in WCS.
And I think this is something we see across the board as well, right? When you get a nice mix of players, some new talents, some of the old guard, I think that forms a really good recipe for success. And that's exactly what we're seeing with RRQ here today.
And we saw Team Secret perform well for the WCS region
Oh, yeah,
last time around.
amazingly.
Now it's RQ's time to shine. I have to say, I mean, 2 back-to-back solid performances.
Are you feeling
that
more
is
confident
2
now?
back-to-back trios.
Oh.
What is this?
3-0 RQ. No, step. What?
No almost stop?
No, stop. Oh, for the reverse sweep. Yeah.
No faith.
No faith.
Never once doubted RRQ. I gotta put that out there. And I mean, starting like from the get-go, games 1 to 3 all started off with a disaster of a fight for BRU, and it really sets the tone for RRQ. They mechanics check them, and they win every single time.
Exactly. And to be fair, though, BRU has still, you know, this ace card in the thresh for what the Jets. But what can one player do if the 4 players are being pressured a whole lot?
Yeah. I mean, and of course, it's a support champion as well. Not even one that does damage like the Set, like the Gragas. It's a full support. You can make plays, but if your team doesn't capitalize, if you don't run together and make the plays work, it's never really going to work out for you.
Also, just would love to give props to an unsung hero all throughout the series, Marky.
Oh,
He
yeah.
has done his job on that Senna 3 games in a row.
I mean, he was on center duty for 3 games.
Poor
guy.
game number 1 during their battle against Flash Wolves, he got caught by the apprehend of Isera. And that was a very close one, right? And now we're seeing the awakening moment of not just Chaz, but also Helios, right?
So you know what this means, right, guys? This means we get a rematch between
yes.
RQ and Flash Wolves. And Flash Wolves have been taken down by Team Flash too.
You know, I'm getting a feeling in my bones that just like in C-Champs between SBTC and Team Secret, we might see a Vietnam-Philippines finals again. I'm getting a very strong gut feeling about that.
I think it's very likely. I think we're looking at that coming up pretty soon. And
Wait, that didn't do good for us the last time. Right?
Yeah, it didn't go too well.
that was a 4-1.
Wait, Otto was like, wait, I want to accept this, but I can't just like accept this like straight up. I gotta like accept this, but like with a twist. But you mean this time the Philippine finals does better, right?
Yeah.
We'll see. I mean, I told you, I'm now a Team Flash supporter. I'm now in the Team Flash.
What?
What? I'm
What a
supporting them now.
bandwagon.
Yeah, I completely am.
Team
Oh my
competition
God.
favorites almost like right underneath. It's like he's
yeah. To be fair,
attached
he's
himself.
been very well documented with his love for Team Flash.
Can I just point out really quickly that Team Flash is technically a Singaporean organization, if I'm not wrong. So, Singapore is in the grand finals, guys. Yeah, I gotta put it out there. Really? Go PM a little bit? Yeah, I believe so. I gotta double check that.
Fact check.
I feel like you're really
I'm really reaching because, you know, we suffer.
You're doing some heavy reaching right now. Like, the mental gymnastics to execute on this are intensive. Like, you know, this is the type of question they give to kids in the Math Olympiad. Like, you go like,
Brandon, please.
if Team Flash
okay,
is
so if that's true, then we will have a Viet plus Singapore.
Yeah.
Going against the Philippines, Indonesia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because PH and...
How many regions are we wrapping into WCS right now? It's just too many.
Tell you what, you know, Southeast Asia is all about that friendship thing.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's
not
part
about
B
power.
of the math question,
About
by
the
the way.
friendship? Have you seen the Twitch chat?
I think that's part B of the math questions. Like, how many regions are we representing right now?
Can we stop talking about math questions? Can we talk about RRQ? Can we talk about how good this team is? And can we talk about how they're gonna trio Team Flash?
I think I'll do what Husky said. No, almost stop. Someone's gotta put you down. Someone's gotta keep you reined in.
Again, I did not expect a clean 3-0 coming from RRQ against BRU.
I did, but for the wrong team.
Well, yeah, that's because I still believe in BRU being, you know, a more stable team. If there's, you know, the Spear versus Shield, they're like the perfect team to really exemplify the Shield, being Noel and the team revolving around their playstyle as 5 units with Wanda just being the leader of everything. But turns out, you know, Exosen and Wanda just not too far.
Yeah, I mean, I think Exosen played extremely well. We didn't really talk too much about him, right? But he did his job, and that's the key point here. Even in Game 2, like you mentioned, he was playing Nasus. He didn't need to be the playmaker. He didn't need to be the one starting off the engages. But it doesn't matter because he did his job, and his team assembled around him. And that's what I love to see. You shouldn't be relying on, one player has to make the plays every single game. That's so much pressure. When you play against top teams, that's not really going to work out. I love this face of the team now where Devil J is more reliable, where Chess and Helio step up and make the individual plays themselves. Exosen, he doesn't have that pressure. He doesn't have that burden. I have to be the one to make every single play happen. This is a really good look for RIQ. Going into the rematch against Flash Wolves, I think it might be a 3-0 for RIQ.
As a bandwagoner here, Omo, how high
Best of 7.
do you think RQ can go?
Well, I think they go to the grand finals and then get 4-1 by Team Flash.
All right, I think we'll have to give RQ a chance to defend themselves. We've got Chance from RQ ready for an interview. We'll ask him what he thinks and how he plans to refute you here. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Chaz. Okay, I'll begin, right?
Yeah,
okay.
please,
First
go
of
ahead.
all, Chaz, you can speak in Tagalog if you want. That's totally okay. We have Kingmaker. We have me here, and I can translate for you. Okay, Chaz. First question: how's the team right now? A 3-0 back-to-back against Fellow University and against Buriram. What's the mood now?
Yung mood po namin nung bago maglaro ay ano lang po kami. Wala na po yung pressure namin. Naglalaro na lang po kami, parang scrims na lang po ganun. Pero syempre all in pa rin po.
Wow, okay.
Tapos yung mood po namin ngayon, okay naman. Saya.
So he was saying before the game, they were treating this series as if it was just, you know, the scrimmages and no pressure is really on them. That's what I was thinking as well, right? With the EU trip, with the Icons Global trip already secured for this, guys. Now they're saying that they're very happy. One last question, Chaz. What celebration moment? Are you celebrating tonight or are you preparing for tomorrow?
Preparing pa rin po kami para bukas kasi malalaban na po namin kung sino pa mas malakas, kung si Devil J po si Sarah.
So he was saying they will go straight in preparing, and tomorrow will be the big test for Devil J, because then we will find out who's stronger, Devil J or is Sarah. Homo.
Nice, I love that. I want to compliment you and your mid laner, Helios, especially. I think you guys have been playing so well. Can I ask how the dynamic between yourself and Helios works? And part 2 to the question, do you think you're the best mid-jungle duo right now at the WCS?
Hindi ko po, ayaw ko po kasi magbayabas ano na lang po. Sasabihin ko na pong best mid-jungle kami kapag nag-champion na po kami. Top 1, top 2 po.
Okay, so he's saying that he doesn't want to celebrate just yet, to be known that just yet. They want to be they want to wait until they win the championship before they declare that they're the best mid jungle duo.
Love that. Great mindset.
I
Yeah.
know.
All
Such
right.
humility.
A question from me, I guess. We heard earlier today, Team Flash said they were hoping to face off against RRQ in the grand finals of the WCS championships. I mean, what about you guys? What are you guys looking forward to the most?
Team Flash rin po kasi simula po nung playoffs, Team Flash po talaga yung tinitingala namin.
So
Gusto po namin sila makalaban.
They're saying that they really want to face Team Flash. So I guess the date is set. Congratulations, Chess. Any last?
Yeah, congratulations, guys. It's been an amazing series. We're looking forward to more that we can expect to see from you guys in the future. That being said, I think it's time for you guys to get some rest. We'll see you guys again soon.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
He's such a sweet kid.
I know, I told you. He's really very humble. He's not going to declare himself as the best jungler until he wins the title.
Otto, he's like sweet here on the interview, but when he's in game, he's a monster. You know that, right? Like he's like in here, he's like, oh yeah, you know what? We just want to take it chill, take it easy. But I guarantee you, when he's in game, he's shot calling, he's calling out targets, prioritizing the things that he wants to get on. You know, looking for the fight, looking for the angles.
AKA being a good player.
Being a good player, right? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say?
I mean, I know that being a good player is hard for you to get a grasp on, but I mean, yeah, you laid it out very well there.
It's a very rare combination, though. Humility and being very good at your craft, because sometimes you get carried away. Of course. And I think that's a testament of how he is really personally. That's a good testament of how he really is personally. And I think it's a perfect fit for RQ because there are personalities in there that really is very loud, and then Jazz being the the stabilizing factor really makes things work for RQ.
Brilliant. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to their rematch against Flash Wolves tomorrow. I think that's going to be a very exciting one. We talk about how it's a bit of a clash of styles as well. I feel like RQ this time around, they're definitely going to come up on top, so let's see.
I mean, there's a lot to look forward to. We get a longer series this time around, so Flash Wolves might be able to pull back against RRQ. RRQ, we've seen how their preparation has come into play, but with both of you guys talking so much about how Flash Wolves have been looking with their preparation as well, what do you guys think are your expectations going into tomorrow's series?
I don't think that Flash Wolves should expect that they would have the same win condition in the Baron lane against Devil J. They have to expect that, things will be different topside. And if they plan well for that, then I believe it will go the distance. But if they get overconfident, they will be heavily punished by RQ.
Let's take a look at our brackets again. I mean, we're down to the last 2 days in the WCS finals. Tomorrow, we get our lower bracket finals and our grand finals on Sunday. Our matches are locked. We have Team Flash waiting in the grand finals for their next opponents. In the lower bracket finals, we have Flash Wolves versus RQ.
Okay, the battle for third, I guess.
I'm feeling a bit nervous there, Odalus.
No, I was actually looking ahead to the grand finals because you just reminded me, my brother, of what happened during the C-Champs 2021 where we saw SBTC duel it out against Team Secret. But now we have new faces, new players to be excited about. Team Flash, RQ, Flash was very happy to have them representing us.
I mean, we quite literally see teams from the Philippines region able to take down anyone. They can lose to anyone, but they can beat anyone as well. And I think that dynamic, that versatility is just amazing. Well, on your screen right now.
I love it when the schedule.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah,
that's all you need to know. Tune in tomorrow.
Best of
WCS
7.
Finals, Flash Wolves versus RQ. That's all we need to see.
Yeah, and call your friends, guys. Let the posters be shared on all social media because tomorrow will be a banger. Flash Wolves versus RRQ, the rematch. And this is going to be a best of 7.
Yeah, well, what is there? What else is there for me to say? I have full confidence in RRQ here.
Otto's kind of hyped me up here. I'm pretty convinced. Look, I just hope that tomorrow when we get to see you on, I don't want to see you with an RRQ jersey. Like, please keep that. That. Otto,
don't worry. The RRQ jersey is coming at Icon.
Please keep it away from Omo.
From Nano, yeah? Okay.
With all, like, if you want to see the RQ, you want to see RQ succeed, please keep it away from Omo.
Well, it's
keep
not
it away
really
from
cool.
his head.
So my RQ jersey.
You have one more, right?
Yeah.
All right, please make sure, like, if Leonard comes in and tries to steal it from you, just make sure you tell him no. Omo, no swiping, all right?
I want that narrative, the Vietnam versus Philippines.
But yeah, rematch, round 2.
Round 2, let's go.
Are these going to be the two strongest regions here? Or is the Masters region going to make a claim for the throne themselves, right? Because they are the most storied region. They are the most historically successful region in League of Legends in our region as well. I mean, I would love to see the Masters make a run back at the throne, but I do think now it's time for the new god to take over. I think now it's between Vietnam and the Philippines. And hopefully we'll see it tomorrow.
We've seen a roster, with Team Flash and with Flash Wolves, two rosters have stuck together basically without changing at all since last year, coming into Season 1 of Wild Rift, and are looking good still, but now it's time for RRQ to introduce new players that do not have that deep history, but are looking amazing regardless with the support they receive.
And that are very exciting to watch, right? So it's a pleasure to see, these players maximize the potential, the kits of every champion that he basically used.
Well, we've come to the end of yet another day of playoffs, guys. This has been an amazing day. We've managed to lock down our top 3 teams. Tomorrow we continue the race into the grand finals and for the top spot and the first ever WCS champions. This broadcast is brought to you guys by our friends over at Riot Games, Coca-Cola, Ghost Gamers, and One Esports. We're going to close it here, but tomorrow we have more games up for you guys between Flash Wolves and RRQ, the rematch between these two storied teams. Tune in again tomorrow to check out the outcome of that match. Peace out, guys.
Take a chance, we can never fall. Yeah, I feel so strong, unstoppable. Just hold on tight, gotta let it roll. Don't stop this feeling, let's take it too far. Live for these moments, let's reach for the stars. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. Just you and me. A million to one. Invincible, invincible. So wild and so young. 'Cause we are invincible. Yeah, we are invincible.
for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. Think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark.
Living my own pace. Ain't no running round, wrapping myself up. Ay, ay. Pulling me back up. Ain't no knocking down, healing my heartache. Ooh. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo. Flying miles ahead on my shadow. Mojo. I'll be climbing up another level. Mojo.